Goku's otherworldly journey starting from Naruto. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 126. We are here for a trip. Konoha's ninjas, thank you so much for saving me. When the dust settled, Sho approached Goku and the others and bowed in gratitude. He was filled with shock. A being with such uncanny moves as Haruko was actually defeated by a little imp, and then, the summoned monster was even more powerful, yet that little imp was able to defeat it. Doesn't this mean that this little imp's strength has reached the level of a Jonin, and even surpasses his own? What he didn't expect was that this man, who he initially ignored and whose attire didn't resemble a ninja, could easily swat away the energy ball that had caused him such a fright. He looked up at the man before him, smiling and holding his head. A heavy heart settled in his heart. When had such an incredibly powerful person appeared in Konoha? It's a small matter. Besides, this man is a traitor to our Konoha. We want to take him away. Your Excellency, do you mind? Diplomat Kakashi officially appeared. You defeated him, so of course, it's your decision as to what to do with him. Sho immediately shook his head. Even if he did mind, would he dare to say it? Or rather, would it be of any use? In this world, the strong are respected, and with his limited strength, he had no right to object to this group. They were asking him out of respect, so he absolutely could not push his luck. Well, I haven't asked yet. What's your purpose for coming to the land of Earth? Although he was wary of this group, he still asked the question. After all, generally speaking, ninjas from different countries wouldn't wander into another country's territory. Besides, there was a country between their land of Earth and the land of Fire, so crossing two countries was even rarer. Well, we're kind of here for tourism, Kakashi responded quickly, lest Goku suddenly say something shocking. Tourism? Sho was suspicious. This answer sounded a little strange. The next second, taking in the surroundings, he suddenly realized something. No. This place is just dull, boring rocky soil, and the environment is extremely harsh. Who would come here for tourism? These people must be lying. With this thought, he became more vigilant, determined to return to the village as quickly as possible and report the matter to the Tsuchikage-sama. These powerful individuals, even though they had saved him, didn't mean they wouldn't do anything to harm the Iwagakure. As if sensing his inner wariness, Kakashi shook his head and gave a wry smile, then pulled something from his pocket. We are indeed here for tourism, but we also have some additional purpose. This letter is from our Hokage-sama. Please take it back to your Tsuchikage. He'll surely understand our intentions after reading it. Having encountered this Iwagakure ninja they had rescued, he thought for a moment and decided to give him the letter from Sarutobi Hirozen. This would give him advance notice, giving him time to react, and preventing them from being treated as enemies if they approached the Iwagakure village rashly. Kaori took the envelope, somewhat puzzled. Was he truly here for tourism? Then what was his additional purpose, specifically having the Hokage write a letter to their Tsuchikage? Resisting the urge to open the letter and glance through it, he nodded and said goodbye. In that case, I'll take my leave. I'll definitely deliver this letter to the Tsuchikage-sama. With that, he swiftly left the scene. After he left, Naruto, who had been silent the entire time, curled his lips in discontent. What? We saved him, and he's still acting like we're the bad guys. It's not his fault. Ninjas from different villages don't wander into other people's territory without permission. We came here without even saying hello, so it's no wonder he's wary of us, Kakashi explained. He didn't mention that it was only because they had saved him that he was so polite. If they had encountered him under normal circumstances, he might have drawn his sword against them. So what do we do with this guy? Kakashi-sensei, you just said he's a Konoha traitor. Naruto looked curiously at Haruko, who lay motionless on the ground. If Kakashi hadn't mentioned it to Kaori, he wouldn't have known that this longtime enemy was also from Konoha. Why, they kept running into Konoha's renegade ninjas lately, first Orochimaru, then this guy before them, and all of them were incredibly powerful. Could it be that Konoha was teaming with powerful renegade ninjas? This question crossed his mind for the first time. Ah, yes, him, Kakashi explained to everyone about Haruko's identity and past. Upon learning that he had once been a friend of the Sannin, Naruto couldn't help but grumble internally. Well, 2 renegade ninjas out of 4, that's a pretty high ratio. Goku, can you teleport back to Konoha from here? If so, could you please bring him back to the Hokage? Kakashi asked Goku. They were in the land of Earth, and there were no other Konoha ninjas to help escort Haruko. So, they had to rely on them. The simplest option would be for Goku to teleport back to Konoha, which would take only a moment. If Goku couldn't, he had already decided to escort Haruko back to the land of fire, then find other Konoha ninjas to help escort him back to Konoha. Of course, it's a piece of cake. Goku rubbed his nose and agreed with a grin. That's great, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't known Goku had gone to the Raichi cave to capture Orochimaru, so he hadn't realized the wide range of Goku's teleportation. Hearing Goku's approval, he was once again amazed. Meanwhile, in Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his last task, stood up, and looked out the window, puffing smoke from his pipe. Now that the Tsunagakure situation is settled, I can finally relax a bit. Although they had defeated the Tsunagakure this time, they hadn't pushed them too far, ultimately forcing them to pay only 60 million ryo. After all, the Tsunagakure were truly poor, otherwise they wouldn't have thought of attacking Konoha to rob them of their wealth. Alice, I don't know how much longer these old bones of mine can hold out. He gazed at the scene in the village, his eyes lingering. The events of recent times had left him somewhat exhausted. So much so that he was now pondering who could be his successor. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind him. Yoshi. Sarutobi-san, huh? The sound nearly gave him a heart attack. He quickly turned around, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing Goku, who greeted him with a smile. It's you, Goku-san. Then, upon seeing the figure Goku was holding, his gaze paused. Goku-san, who is this? Kakashi sent me this. He said it's a traitorous ninja from Konoha. What's his name? Goku scratched his face as he mentioned the name, having forgotten it. Seeing that he couldn't remember, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't question him and stepped forward to investigate. Is this Biruhu? Though the figure before him had changed considerably, he recognized him instantly. Yes, that's the name, Goku said, rubbing his head and grinning. I didn't expect you'd run into him, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, then turned to Goku. Thank you, Mr. Goku, for bringing me here personally, you're so kind, haha. I'll be leaving now. Kakashi and the others are still waiting for me. With that, Goku waved his hand and vanished in a flash. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left to sigh inwardly. Teleportation, truly a terrifying ability. At the gates of Iwagakure village, the 2 Iwagakure ninjas stationed there suddenly changed expression upon seeing the wounded Kari rushing back in a hurry. Kari, what happened? It was no wonder they were nervous. Anyone seeing their own Jounin running back, covered in wounds and looking anxious, would have thought something serious had happened. It's okay, don't panic. After rushing back to the village, Kari's anxiety faded, and he paused to offer his 2 companions a reassurance. He really needed a break. After all, such a long period of rapid running, coupled with the serious injuries he had sustained, had left his body stretched to its limit. Is Lord Sasuke in his office? He inquired after reassuring his 2 companions. He should be. He's been in the office handling matters these days. With that answer, Kari bid farewell to his companions and headed towards the Tsuchikage building. Along the way, his companions would occasionally inquire about his injuries, but he would answer them casually, wondering what the Konoha ninja's purpose was in the land of Earth. Soon, he arrived at the base of the Tsuchikage building, and with his rank as a Jounin, he easily ascended the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, an elderly voice called from the Tsuchikage's office. He pushed open the door to see Inoki hunched over a desk, writing something. Not far away, his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, was also working at a desk. Kari, huh? How are you injured? Inoki looked up, his face filled with surprise after a closer look. He remembered that Kari's mission this time wasn't dangerous. Moreover, the opponent was considered a formidable Jounin, so how could he be so wounded? Kuratsuchi also put down his work and looked over with a puzzled expression. Tsuchikage-sama, this mission went smoothly. Sho first reported the mission, then went on to describe his injuries. Upon learning that he had been injured by a strange ninja named Haruko, Inoki, who always loved his village and his companions, was furious. Bang! Inoki slammed the table, puffing his beard and glaring. How dare you harm someone from the Iwagakure village? Then, He continued with rapid-fire tirade. "And how did you escape from him? Describe the man's appearance, and I will send men to hunt him down. He will not escape our land of Earth." Seeing Inoki's fury, Sho raised his hand and said, "Tsuchikage-sama, please calm down. You don't need to hunt this man anymore, huh?" Inoki said, puzzled. "Well, I was rescued by a group of Konoha ninjas." Then, Kari recounted to Inoki how he was rescued, the terrifying little brat and an even more terrifying man among the Konoha ninjas who rescued him, and the letter they gave him. When he finished his story, Inoki frowned and said nothing. His granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, was also lost in thought, and the office suddenly became quiet. After a long pause, Inoki slowly spoke. "Do you remember what he looked like?" "I remember, the brat I mentioned who was a jonin." "Wait, I'm not asking about him. I'm asking about the man you mentioned who wasn't dressed like a ninja and who swatted the energy balls away with one hand." After being interrupted, Kari was startled for a moment, then recalled, "Him? A very strong man dressed in orange. He seemed very gentle until he attacked. He was the first one to agree to save me, is that so?" After hearing his description, Inoki looked thoughtfully at Kuratsuchi and asked, "Granddaughter, do you think this man is the one described in the last intelligence? Over 2 weeks ago, he received intelligence reporting that Konoha had been attacked by a joint force of Tsunagakure and Itagakure. What concerned him most about this intelligence wasn't Konoha's ultimate victory, but the presence of a powerful man whose identity remained unknown during the battle. Intelligence reports that this man not only used his physical strength to throw the tailed beasts away and kick their energy balls, but he also allegedly suppressed them single-handedly, demonstrating strength that's no less than that of a cage. More importantly, this man is said to have lived in Konoha for several months, and the house he lives in was chosen by the Hokage himself. There's a high probability that he's already a member of Konoha, and this is what makes him pay more attention to him. When did Konoha gain another cage level? No, someone stronger than an average cage. The appearance of such a strong man in a ninja village like Konoha, which is already quite powerful, made him feel heavy-hearted. Grandpa, I think it's most likely the same person. Not only do their clothes match, but their fighting styles are exactly the same. There shouldn't be another person this similar in Konoha? Kuratsuchi answered in the affirmative. I think so. Inoki nodded in agreement, then turned to Kari. Did they ask you to bring a letter from the old Hokage? Bring it here. I want to see what he says. What are these Konoha ninjas planning to do? Having entered our country without permission, Kari handed him the letter, and he opened it and read it carefully. His expression shifted from initial curiosity to shock, and then, bang, the poor table was struck again. That damn old man, he's still as hypocritical as ever, spouting all these high-sounding words. What do you mean by a friendly sparring match? They're clearly showing off their power in our Iwagakure. Inoki blew his beard and glared, his face as furious as when he heard about Kari's attack. He had assumed these Konoha ninjas had come to the land of Earth on some unspeakable mission, but he hadn't expected them to actually be seeking a sparring match with members of the Iwagakure. And he, that Tsuchikage, wasn't excluded. He was among them, wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival in advance, and may your family be healthy and well. By the way, what kind of mooncakes do you all eat? Chapter 127 Inoki, since they want to compete, let's treat them well. Outrageous. They actually have such an intention, and they even lied to me they were here for a trip. When Sho read the contents of the letter, he was equally furious. On his way back, he'd actually considered whether they were truly here for a trip, but he'd been wrong in the end. HMPH. Coming to our village to spar, and bringing you along, Grandpa. How arrogant. Kuratsuchi raised her beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows, her face also irritated. It would have been fine if they'd targeted other villagers, but to even include a respected grandfather, the most prestigious and powerful leader of the Iwagakure village, was clearly trying to stir up trouble. Ha, my dear granddaughter, don't be angry. Inoki had been furious too, but suddenly his anger subsided. Grandpa, how can I not be angry? When has our Iwagakure village ever been provoked like this? Kuratsuchi saw what Goku and the others had done as a provocation. After all, since the founding of the ninja world, there had never been a case of a ninja seeking a sparring match outside of the village. Yes, my dear granddaughter. So, how do you think we should respond? Inoki smiled at Kuratsuchi. Well, Kuratsuchi frowned and pondered for a moment before answering. First, of course, we should reject their unreasonable demands. Then, since they saved Uncle Kari, We could allow them to stay in the village for a few days, tour the area, and then politely send them off. As Inoki's personally trained successor, Kuratsuchi naturally possessed considerable vision. Even though she resented Goku and the others' unreasonable demands, she didn't conflate them with the fact that they had saved Kari. Instead, she stuck to the facts and would never deliberately ignore the gratitude due. Yes, Kari, what do you think? Inoki didn't offer his own opinion, but turned to Kari. Well, I think Kuratsuchi's idea is a good one. Whatever their motives, they did save my life. We in the Iwagakure village always repay favors. If they retract their unreasonable demands, I will naturally treat them well. Kari echoed Kuratsuchi's sentiments. I understand, but I have different ideas. Inoki stroked his white beard, exuding the unyielding authority of someone who had held a high position for many years. My idea is to grant their request. Since they want a sparring match, let's treat them well. At these words, Kuratsuchi and Kiritsu's faces dropped. Grandfather Tsuchikage-sama, no. However, Inoki was always stubborn, and his decisions wouldn't be changed, not even by his beloved granddaughter. It's settled. I have my own plans. On the rocky plains, Goku, having returned to Konoha with Haruko, returned to the area and continued his journey to the hidden rock village with Naruto and the others. With nothing else to do, Goku asked Kakashi, by the way, Kakashi, does the hidden rock village's Tsuchikage have any powerful moves? He wasn't trying to gather intelligence on his opponent, but rather, if they didn't use a powerful move he knew, he could offer a reminder. After all, his purpose in sparring with someone was to witness these powerful moves he had never seen before. If the other party didn't use them, he would be bored. Naruto, Sasuke, and Karin, standing by, looked at Kakashi curiously after hearing this question. Well, Kakashi placed his fist on his chin, as if pondering. The current Tsuchikage is the third generation, proficient in Earth Escape Jutsu. But his most famous and powerful skill isn't this, but rather his possession of the Kekkei knockout, which surpasses his Kekkei Genkai. Kekkei knockout? Naruto's face was filled with confusion. He now knew what a Kekkei Genkai was, but he had never heard of it. Kakashi continued without pause, explaining, a Kekkei Genkai is a jutsu composed of two different types of chakra, but Kekkei Katsu is more powerful because it's composed of three different types of chakra. The Kekkei Katsu mastered by the third Tsuchikage is called Dust Release. It's incredibly powerful, said to disintegrate anything it strikes into atoms. A solemn expression crossed Kakashi's face as he spoke. Atomic, Naruto, the poor student, looked bewildered. It simply turns it to ash, leaving no trace in the world. Naruto's mouth dropped open. So powerful? Could their Kamehameha be disintegrated by this move, too? He instinctively glanced at Goku. Goku raised an eyebrow, a look of intrigue on his face. Wow, that sounds impressive. I can't wait to see it. The more powerful the opponent's moves, the more excited he became. Ahem, Goku. Hearing his words, Kakashi feigned a cough and hesitated. I know you're powerful, and there's probably no one in the ninja world today who can defeat you, but don't take this move head-on, because no one has ever been able to withstand this move. Anyone hit head-on will be instantly annihilated. While he believed Goku could defeat Inoki, he wasn't sure he could withstand his dust release. After all, this move was too unstoppable, even energy-based objects would be obliterated by it. Don't worry, I'm sure of it. Goku promised to be careful, but thought to himself, is this move like Krillin's Ki Slash, also unstoppable? If so, that would be really interesting. Unlike Kari's sprint, Goku and his companions advanced at a leisurely pace. So, Kari only took half a day to reach Iwagakure village, while Goku and his companions took over a day to reach it. When they were still a few hundred meters from the entrance of Iwagakure village, whoosh, 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 several Iwagakure ninjas, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly approached them. The leader addressed them in a deep voice, Konoha ninjas, our Tsuchikage-sama is aware of your visit and has specially sent us to greet you. The Iwagakure ninjas all looked at them with a hint of curiosity, wondering why the Tsuchikage had sent them to greet these Konoha ninjas. After all, the relationship between Iwagakure and Konoha wasn't exactly close. However, since they were sent by the Tsuchikage to greet them, they were naturally composed. Besides a hint of curiosity, their eyes were clear. Thank you, Diplomat. Kakashi stepped forward to respond, thinking to himself, it seems that giving the Tsuchikage that letter was given in advance was a good idea. I wonder what Hokage-sama wrote in that letter that Sasuke didn't show hostility towards us, but instead sent someone to greet us. Is this truly worthy of Hokage-sama? He had originally thought that once Sasuke learned of their purpose, even if he wasn't angry, he would still be unfavorable to them. Instead, he welcomed them into the village as guests. This made him conclude that Sarutobi Hiruzen's letter must have played a significant role. With these Iwagakure ninjas leading the way, Goku and his companions entered the hidden rock village unimpeded. This place is so different from Konoha. Goku held the back of his head with his hands, constantly observing his surroundings. He saw that the houses here were all a uniform gray-brown color, unlike the brightly colored houses in Konoha. There was also little vegetation here, unlike Konoha's ubiquitous flowers and plants. Then, looking out, he saw that the village was surrounded by numerous mountains. From these mountains, numerous waterfalls cascaded down, creating a unique and magnificent landscape. The Iwagakure ninja leading the group heard Goku's words and tilted his head to explain, although our environment here is inferior to Konoha's, we have a strong natural defense. If an enemy wants to attack our village, they will definitely not be able to break through. Yes, indeed, Goku nodded with a smile. Along the way, many villagers spotted the group and stopped to look over with curiosity. Goku and Naruto, two natural social elites, waved and greeted them from time to time, saying, "Hello, ha." This frightened some of the more socially anxious villagers, so much so that they turned away, not daring to look them in the eye. The Iwagakure ninja walking in front glimpsed this scene and twitched their lips. How could these two be so familiar with each other even after entering their own village? Just then, ahead of them, a towering man wearing a conical hat and red armor approached. So tall, as the two sides drew closer, Naruto, currently only about 5 feet tall, found himself having to tilt his head upwards at a considerable angle to even catch a glimpse of the other's face. Are they the ones the old man was talking about? The man stood in front of them, examining Goku and the others while asking the Iwagakure ninja who led the way. Yes, Master Han, one of the Iwagakure ninja replied respectfully. The newcomer was none other than their own Iwagakure's Jinchuriki, Han, who possessed the five tails Muhuo. A Jinchuriki skilled in wielding the tailed beasts, Han was incredibly powerful, having made significant contributions to Iwagakure and held a high reputation within the clan. I understand. You may leave. Han didn't intend to engage in conversation. After a brief question, he made way, and the Iwagakure ninja continued on their way, leading Goku and the others. After they left, Han's gaze, hidden beneath his bamboo hat, flickered. I don't see how this guy could be that strong. Elsewhere, Naruto curiously asked the nearest Iwagakure ninja, "Hey, uncle, who is that just now?" Sakamoto, who looked mature but was actually no more than 20, twitched his lips. He wanted to retort, but ultimately suppressed his words. That was Han-sama, a very powerful ninja senior from our village, he said expressionlessly. Is that so? He's really tall. I've never seen anyone so tall. People from the Iwagakure village are always tall. Han-sama is just a little taller. That seems to be the case. Naruto looked at the Iwagakure ninja leading the way, as well as the nearby villagers, and noticed that they were indeed generally tall. I wonder if I'll ever grow that tall, he muttered to himself. Soon, the Iwagakure ninja led them to the base of one of the tallest buildings in the village and led them inside. That Sasuke-sama is waiting for you upstairs, the leading Iwagakure ninja explained. Soon, everyone arrived upstairs and entered a spacious meeting room. In the conference room, a man or woman, wearing a bamboo hat, stood by the window. His hands clasped behind his back, staring into the distance. Even after hearing movement behind him, he made no move to turn. A young woman with short black hair, wearing a red leotard, a ninja vest, and black fishnet pants, stood nearby, looking calmly at them. Sir Sasuke, we've brought guests from Konoha? Yes, I understand. You retreat, eh? He's your Sasuke? Uncle, didn't you say everyone in Iwagakure is tall? Before Inoki could finish his words, a voice filled with disbelief suddenly rang out, instantly shattering his long-awaited efforts. Naruto, eyes wide open, pointed at Inoki's back, and looked at Sasuke with a puzzled expression. He was supposed to be tall, but why does this person look even shorter than him? Sasuke's eyes twitched. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself in the face. Why did he say those words to Naruto before? Why did he forget the height of his own Sasuke when he said that? This time, he was screwed. Would that Sasuke think that he was secretly mocking him? Just when the atmosphere on the field became tense, Kakashi punched Naruto on the head. Bang! Naruto, don't be rude, ouch! Ignoring Naruto who was crying out in pain, Kakashi looked at Inoki's back and put on an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Naruto is always talking without restraint. He didn't mean to offend you just now. Please don't make a fuss with him. After he finished speaking, Inoki, who had been motionless, finally moved. Inoki first coughed, clenching a fist to his mouth. Then, turning around, he calmly said, "It's nothing. I don't care about such things, let alone embarrass a child." Wow. Your nose. Naruto, who was rubbing his head, was instantly captivated by the man's comical red nose and exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, Kakashi's love reminder had some effect, and he quickly covered his mouth before he could finish his exclamation. However, even so, Inoki immediately understood what he was about to say, as he had been ridiculed countless times for his nose before. After a twitch of his eye, he looked past the incident and said to Kakashi and Goku, "I welcome you all from afar, and thank you for saving Kari." No, Sasuke-sama, you're welcome," Kakashi replied. "You must be Kakashi, I've heard of you, I'm deeply honored that Sasuke-sama knows me." Inoki smiled slightly and looked at Goku again. I don't recognize this old man. Although he had long known about Goku through intelligence, he feigned ignorance. His name is Son Goku, and he's the leader of our trip, and these three children are Naruto, Sasuke, and Karin. After Kakashi finished introducing everyone, Goku greeted Inoki with a smile. Yo. My name is Son Goku. Hello, old man. Chapter 128, Sun Wukong. Are you willing to join Iwaga Cure? Son Goku, what a nice name, Inoki smiled faintly. Although the Four Tails, also called Son Goku, was their village's tailed beast, he didn't know its real name, so he wasn't surprised. The Jinchuriki, Shizuku, who knew the Four Tails' name, had left the village years ago due to personality clashes, so Shizuku hadn't reminded him. What's your name, old man? Goku patted his head and smiled innocently. My name is Inoki, the two-day scale Inoki. With ordinary people, Inoki would only state his first name, not his last name. But for someone of his equal power, like Son Goku, he would give his full name. Mr. Inoki, I'm here not only for sightseeing, but also to spar with you. Would you agree to a sparring match? Clap. Goku clasped his hands together in front of him and asked sincerely. He wasn't like Vegeta. If Vegeta were here, he'd attack without hesitation. No matter if you agree or not, if I do, you have to do it too. Otherwise, I am not to blame if you get killed. But he was different. He wouldn't force his opponent. He would only engage in a sparring match after they agreed. If they didn't agree, he'd find a way to get them to agree. Hearing this, Inoki raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. He'd assumed they'd exchange some pleasantries before making this request once they'd gotten a little more familiar with each other. He hadn't expected such directness, bringing up such a sensitive matter barely 2 minutes after meeting. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi had the same idea, and he felt incredibly frustrated. On the way here, he'd reminded Goku not to rush the sparring match and to bring it up when the mood was right. Goku had smiled and agreed then, so why had he forgotten now? He'd underestimated Goku's belligerence. It was fine until he saw his opponent, but once he did, all precautions were thrown to the wind, eager to spar with him immediately. Hey, you bastard, do you know that Grandpa is the Sasuke of our Iwagakure village? How can I just casually spar with you? If you absolutely want to spar, I can, and so can any other ninja from our village. Before Inoki could reply, Kuratsuchi, who had been waiting for a long time, raised a brow and shouted angrily. She had always disagreed with Grandpa accepting the other party's request for a sparring match. In her opinion, Grandpa, as the village cage, couldn't just casually spar with outsiders. Furthermore, Grandpa was old and had a weak back, making sparring even more unsuitable. If something went wrong during the sparring, the impact on the Iwagakure village would be immeasurable. However, even though she was his beloved granddaughter, she couldn't change his decision, so she decided to change tack and attack Konoha. If the person who wanted to spar no longer wanted to, then all problems would be solved. Grandpa couldn't just ask them to spar with him, right? After hearing her words, Goku scratched his head and looked at her curiously. Are you and the others stronger than your grandfather? If so, then we're fine, Kuratsuchi raged. She wanted to say yes, but she wasn't thick-skinned enough, and she wouldn't allow herself to deliberately slander her grandfather as inferior just for this. Haha, dear granddaughter, stand back. Don't worry about Grandpa. Inoki, watching the scene with a chuckle, raised his hand to stop Kuratsuchi from continuing. He stepped forward, looking at Goku, and said, Son Goku, I agree to spar with you, but first, I have a question for you. Huh? What question? From the way you dress, you don't look like a ninja, and I've never heard of anyone like you in Konoha before. I want to ask, are you really from Konoha? Kakashi's concern immediately sank. This old man had previously pretended not to know Goku, but now he was asking such a question, clearly having learned some information about him. Well, Goku raised an eyebrow, then said cheerfully, I suppose so now, but I'm not a ninja, I'm a martial artist. Huh? Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want Goku's true origins to be known to outsiders yet. But the next moment, his heart leaped again. Inoki, upon hearing Goku's answer, didn't inquire about the martial artist's background. Instead, he chuckled and said, So, son Goku, if I defeat you in a sparring match, how about you stay and become a member of Iwagakure? This statement was like a bolt from the blue. Whether it was Kakashi and the others on Konoha's side or Kuratsuchi on Iwagakure's, their pupils dilated at the question, their minds blanking. That old Biden. He's actually thinking of doing that, Kakashi cursed inwardly. This old man wants to kidnap Goku-sensei. Naruto and Sasuke were filled with disbelief. Goku-sensei joining Iwagakure, then I'll join too. Wherever Goku-sensei goes, I'll go, Karin thought. Grandpa actually thinks that way. No wonder he insisted on agreeing to the other party's sparring request. If they could join us, our village's strength would be greatly increased, while Konoha's would be weakened. Kuratsuchi covered her lips, feeling that she finally understood her grandfather's intentions. Inoki, at this moment, looked calm and composed. Originally, he had accepted the challenge not for this reason, but to dent Konoha's prestige, to show Konoha that, despite his age, he was still as powerful as ever. But then, he suddenly felt that denting the prestige wasn't satisfying. He had to teach that old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the truest pain. Since they had managed to get Goku to join Konoha, and only for a few months, couldn't they also get him to join Iwagakure? He didn't believe that what Sarutobi Hiruzen could do, he couldn't do. And if Goku joined Iwagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen's letter would be a self-defeating blow. Thinking of the other's expression upon hearing this news, even he, a calm old man half buried in the ground, couldn't help but feel a little overjoyed. What do you think, son Goku? I'm the shadow of this village, and I'm so old. Of course, I can't just fight you casually. If you want me to fight you, I'll have to have something in the bag. He had been trying to figure out how to lure Goku into joining Iwagakure, but from Goku's words and demeanor, he'd assumed he was a martial arts fanatic. So, he took advantage of the other's question about his sparring match and offered an olive branch. He figured if the other party truly wanted to spar with him, they'd most likely agree to his request, and most likely wouldn't regret it later. While there's no such thing as a blocked heart in the ninja world, those of great strength generally don't easily break their promises, especially a martial arts fanatic like this one. And sure enough, it was. Not long after he posed the question, Goku readily agreed, no problem, Goku-sensei. Naruto instinctively called out upon hearing Goku's agreement, his face slightly anxious. If Goku joined Iwagakure, how would he ever learn from them about training? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grab Sasuke's arm, his expression impassive, and he was furious. Why aren't you saying anything, Sasuke, idiot? Sasuke said flatly, not even looking at him. Before Naruto could get mad, he continued, have you forgotten that there's a prerequisite for Goku-sensei to join Iwagakure? A prerequisite? Naruto blinked in confusion. The next moment, as if remembering something, his eyes suddenly brightened. That's right. That old man was saying that Goku-sensei would only join Iwagakure if he defeated him in a sparring match. If he couldn't, then Goku-sensei wouldn't have to join. So, the question was, could that old man defeat Goku-sensei? Of course not. Absolutely, 1,000,000 times impossible. So, what was there to worry about? HMPH, got it, idiot. Seeing Naruto's sudden realization, Sasuke curled his lips in disdain. I really don't know how this guy manages to be so idiotic and so clever at the same time. Naruto ignored him. Instead, his eyes rolled, a thought dawned on him. He stood up, looked at Inoki, and shouted, "Stinky old man, ahem, Grandpa, since there's a prize, you can't be the only one to benefit. What good will it do us if you lose, you idiot? You should be happy that Grandpa agreed to a sparring match, yet you're still trying to make conditions," Kuratsuchi said angrily. "My dear granddaughter, he's right," Inoki stopped her again, not looking at Naruto, but at Goku confidently. "If I lose, you can make a condition. As long as it's not excessive, I'll agree to it." "Well, what are your conditions, Son Goku?" he asked, but he didn't care what they were because he had never believed he would lose. "Conditions?" Goku pinched his chin, frowning. He thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with any. "It's okay if you can't think of it now. You can think of it later," Inoki smiled faintly, adding to his mind, "then you won't have to think about it." After reaching an agreement, the two sides didn't immediately engage in a sparring match, as Goku and his companions arrived at Iwagakure nearing evening. They agreed to reschedule the sparring match tomorrow. That night, after shocking the Iwagakure side with their gluttony, Goku and his companions were ushered into their assigned accommodations. "Wow, the food here is truly delicious." In the room, Goku rubbed his chubby belly and smiled. He hadn't eaten much since entering the land of Earth, and with ample supplies this time, he devoured it with abandon, leaving Inoki stunned. It's indeed delicious. Quite different from what we have in Konoha," Naruto moaned with pleasure from his bed. Even lying there, his belly was bulging, suggesting he had consumed a considerable amount of food. "I don't know what that guy named Kuratsuchi was thinking. He actually wanted to compete with me and how much I ate, but he couldn't even eat half as much as I did." Ha ha ha! Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the thought of his face flushed with food. At the dinner table, Kuratsuchi, who had long disliked him, immediately disbelieved Naruto because he claimed he could eat a lot, and challenged him to a competition to see who could eat the most. The result was predictable. Naruto's appetite had increased significantly, reaching about 10 bowls of Ichiraku ramen, while Kuratsuchi, with his average appetite, was naturally far behind. "Goku, be careful tomorrow," Kakashi, sitting nearby, said solemnly, looking at Goku. He wasn't worried about Goku joining the Iwagakure village, because he knew Goku wouldn't lose under normal circumstances. But he was afraid Goku would be careless and get hit by his opponent's dust release, which would make the outcome hard to predict. Don't worry," at this moment, in the Tsuchikage's office. "Grandpa, are you really okay? I know you agreed to the sparring match for the good of the village, but your health is more important." Kuratsuchi looked at Inoki in his chair with concern. Beside him stood a man who hadn't been seen during the day. He was tall and muscular, with a large nose that resembled Inoki's. He was Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi's father, Wang-tu. "Father, why don't you let Han fight? He's more than strong enough to handle him." Wang-tu's voice was gruff, and he looked at Inoki with confusion. In his opinion, Han, who could perfectly coordinate with the tailed beasts, also possessed the strength of a cage, which was more than enough to deal with a man named Son Goku. And even if he lost, it wouldn't matter. He didn't think letting him join Iwagakure was a good idea. After all, their Iwagakure was a village that rarely interacted with the outside world and was quite united. How could they just let outsiders in? "Don't worry, I know my body well enough, there's nothing wrong with it." As for why Han wasn't allowed to take action, the opponent was coming for me, how could I retreat? If this gets out, that Tsuchikage will lose my face. When in front of his family, Inoki was like a naughty boy, jumping up and down on the chair. Then, he put his hands behind his back, looked at Wang-tu and said in a deep voice, "Also, Wang-tu, don't you understand it yet, huh?" "What do you mean, father? The ninja world is not peaceful now." 2 months ago, a fierce battle between two unknown strong men broke out in the Land of Fire, and the power of one of these two men even shocked me, but we still can't determine their true identities. In addition, Konoha was attacked not long ago, and a strange organization of unknown strength is suspected to have appeared in the ninja world recently. It makes me feel that the ninja world may be in turmoil again, so in this situation, we must accumulate strength and make every effort to prepare. Anything that can enhance the strength of the village cannot be missed. This Son Goku may be an unstable factor, but he may also add a lot of strength to our village, so I have to give it a try anyway, and since the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to keep him in Konoha, it means that the other party's unstable factor is unlikely to be high, which makes me more determined to keep the other party in the village. When he said these words, Inoki regained his usual calmness as at Tsuchikage. He looked out the window at the dark night sky, his eyes deep and far-reaching, as if he saw the turmoil that might occur in the ninja world in the future. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Goku and Inoki's Battle. In a gloomy underground space, two people hidden in the darkness were conversing. Did that group go to the hidden rock village? That's right. Do you know the purpose? I don't know. The defense of that Sasuke building is still very strong. Even for me, it would be difficult to sneak in quietly, and didn't you tell me not to alert the enemy now? I didn't take the risk and went in. Yeah, you did the right thing. Do you want to keep an eye on them? No, don't worry about them for now. Aren't you worried? That nine-tailed brat is getting stronger and stronger, not to mention that weird man. Humph, what are you afraid of? No matter how strong they are, they can't escape from my grasp. I admire your confidence. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. What does it feel like when you poop? Is it comfortable or uncomfortable? Get lost. Okay. The next day, the sun was shining brightly and the breeze was gentle. Outside Iwagakure village, on a little-known flatland, Inoki, Kuratsuchi, and Koto appeared with Goku and his companions. They didn't make a big fuss because, win or lose, they didn't want the news to become public. This isn't a bad place to fight, Goku said, hands on his hips. He looked around, noticing a spot surrounded by several towering mountains, a perfect place for a fight. This is where we usually train, so of course it's good. Koto gave him a blank look. Although he was ultimately moved by Inoki's words, he still couldn't warm to Goku. Is that so? Goku patted his head and smiled innocently, unconcerned with his indifference. Soon, Inoki and Goku took their positions on the field, while the others retreated a few hundred meters to watch. Goku-sensei should be alright. Karin clutched the corner of her clothes, a little worried. She knew Goku was powerful, but she had also heard that the cages of the 5 great ninja villages were among the strongest in the ninja world, which was why she was worried. Hey, don't worry, Karin. Goku-sensei will definitely win, Naruto, standing beside her, said soothingly with a grin. After she witnessed Goku-sensei's strength this time, she wouldn't have such worries anymore, he thought to himself. Not far away, Kuratsuchi and Huangtu had naturally heard Naruto's boasts. Huangtu, with a calm demeanor, didn't even glance at Naruto. Kuratsuchi, still only in his teens, had shed most of his childish nature, but he couldn't completely ignore him. He couldn't help but curl his lips and snort, HMPH, you're so arrogant. Even though Grandpa is old, he's still the strongest. He shifted his gaze to the field. Inoki, hands clasped behind his back, looked at Goku and said gravely, Son Goku, let me confirm this with you. If you lose this sparring match, you'll agree to join the Iwagakure village, right? Of course. On the other hand, if I lose, you can make an offer. Yes, I agree, Goku replied with a grin, then scratched his face in a troubled manner. But I haven't figured out what my offer is yet, haha, no rush. I always keep my word. As long as your offer isn't excessive, I'll agree. Inoki stroked his white beard and nodded confidently. It looked like their village would have a powerful new fighter after this battle. Yo, shall we begin? Goku instantly forgot about the thought and looked at Inoki eagerly. He'd been waiting all night, and it had been itching for him. Okay, Inoki nodded. This guy really seemed like a martial arts fanatic who loved fighting. A gentle breeze blew across the field. When it faded, Inoki quickly formed a hand seal, earth-style, earth-rising spear. Goku blinked, standing still. The next moment, he looked down at the ground. Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted from beneath his ground. Then, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of sharp, rock-like spears burst forth from the earth, piercing towards Goku on the ground. Sensing something beneath his feet, Goku leaped to his feet, swiftly dodging the rising earth spears, avoiding all attacks unscathed. Snap! The moment he landed in safety, Inoki had already formed his next hand seal, earth-style, earthquake core, boom. A sound even more earth-shattering than the previous one suddenly resounded. Beyond the area where Goku and Naruto were sparring, Naruto and the others, hundreds of meters away, felt the ground beneath their feet tremble as if the earth itself were shaking in anger. Karin, the weakest among them, lost her balance in the violent shaking and fell backwards. Naruto, who was beside her, saw this and quickly supported her back, preventing her from falling. Thank you, Naruto." After being helped to steady herself, Karin, still frightened, breathed a sigh of relief. "You're welcome, but Karin, you should work on improving your strength. You're too weak right now." Naruto pressed her shoulders to steady her, looking at her seriously. "Yes, I will." Karin, realizing her own weakness, unable to even withstand the aftermath of the battle, resolved to train diligently with Goku from now on. At this moment, the spectators, including themselves, suddenly fixed their gazes. What's this? A few seconds ago, when Inoki unleashed a mighty earthquake core, the ground where Goku stood suddenly sank rapidly, sinking over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Having barely touched the ground, Goku, still unsteady on his feet, had no time to react before sinking along with the hundreds of square meters of ground surrounding him. When the ground stopped sinking, Goku, without a second thought, bent his legs and leaped upward. But just as he emerged from the deep pit created by the earthquake core, Inoki, who had been waiting for him, swung his right hand, transformed into a rock fist, and delivered a fierce blow. Bang! In a split second, Goku had only time to cross his hands before being struck back by Inoki's powerful rock fist. And in his direction, another figure of Inoki had appeared. This Inoki clasped his hands together and then quickly opened them. The moment he opened his palms, a translucent white cube materialized within them, a small white energy ball suspended in the center. Dust release, origin separation technique. As the cube formed, Inoki thrust his hand forward, sending it flying, rapidly expanding from a dozen centimeters to over 2 meters. What is this? Naruto couldn't help but shudder at the terrifying aura emanating from the white cube. He felt that if he were struck by this thing, he would surely die miserably. Beside him, Kakashi and Sasuke's pupils constricted, their expressions solemn as they watched the attack. "This is the dust release I told you about. How did this old man use it? Is he actually trying to kill Goku?" Kakashi remembered that anyone touched by this move would be instantly and without a burial place. HMPH. "Don't worry, Grandpa won't kill him." Not far away, Kuratsuchi, hearing Kakashi's words, crossed his arms and smiled smugly. "Grandpa's move can control whether it kills or not, so your companion is about to lose to Grandpa." But just as she finished her words, her smug smile froze. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the scene in disbelief. How is this possible? Just as Goku was sent flying and about to collide with the attacking white cube from behind, his body suddenly vanished. The white cube then shot straight into the distance and crashed headfirst into the mountain. Boom! As it impacted the mountain, a deafening explosion erupted. When the smoke cleared, a cube-shaped crater appeared in the mountain. Though small, it was terrifying. The original mountain within the pit seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving not even a single shard to be found, as if it had completely vanished from the face of the earth. What terrifying power! The mountain wasn't far from the spectators, so Naruto and Sasuke quickly approached, their faces fixed on the pristine cube-shaped pit. "My Kamehameha wave can't block it," Sasuke said, his eyes narrowed. He was referring to his Kamehameha wave at its maximum power. "Me too," Naruto nodded. Then the two of them stared at each other, each seeing the blazing flame of fighting spirit in the other's eyes. They had to become stronger. They believed that one day, they would be strong enough to block this attack. Meanwhile, on the other side. That was so dangerous just now. I almost got hit." Goku, who had appeared elsewhere at some point, gazed at the cube-shaped pit in the distant mountain, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and exclaimed in amazement. He had lowered his chi to about the same level as Inoki's, so when dust release appeared, he clearly felt he couldn't withstand it. He didn't think to immediately raise his chi to take it, because he wanted to see how powerful the attack would be once it was unleashed. Furthermore, the duel had only just begun. If he immediately raised his chi and dominated, it would be too boring. What a speed, what a quick reflex! Inoki, not far away, narrowed his eyes, amazed at Goku's speed and reflexes. He hadn't intended to fight a protracted battle in this duel. While he was still in good health, he knew his own limitations. He was older, and the pressure of a prolonged fight like before would be immense. So he wanted to end the fight quickly. From the moment they engaged, he used that Tsuchigumo spear to take the initiative, forcing Goku to distract himself. Then, he secretly condensed a rock clone to replace his original body. His original body then used the Earth submersible technique to dive underground and sneak towards Goku's other side. Then, because this rock clone had been imbued with a significant amount of chakra, he was able to unleash his Earthquake Core and Rock Fist techniques, luring Goku into his planned trap. He would use the Earthquake Core to blind Goku from the ground, then, the moment he leaped out, send him flying, sending him careening towards his original form. His original form, however, was already prepared, unleashing the elemental separation technique from dust release, hurling the opponent into the attack without reaction. This put his opponent's death in his own hands, effectively declaring victory in the duel. However, he was surprised to see the opponent dodge at the critical moment, completely thwarting his plan. How did he manage to change direction without even having a foothold? Inoki frowned and thought. To ensure Goku's attack, he had deliberately sent him flying midair, leaving him with no foothold. Even so, he was still able to dodge, leaving him baffled. Never mind. Looks like this fight won't end so easily. I'll have to give this old bone some more work. He couldn't figure it out, and he didn't bother to think about it. Looking at Goku, who stood a little distance away, his respect for him increased even more. Yush. Old man, let's continue. After observing the power of the origin separation technique, Goku turned and said to him with a grin. As you wish, Son Goku. Earth release, rock fist technique, earth release, light and heavy rock technique. Inoki first gathered a powerful, solid rock fist in his right hand, then used the light and heavy rock technique to reduce its weight in his own. Then, with a whoosh, he shot out, approaching Goku and swinging a massive rock fist. Earth release, heavy rock technique, wow. In an instant, the previously reduced weight surged back up, not only returning to its previous weight, but far exceeding it. The already immensely heavy rock fist suddenly transformed into a small hill, its force unexpectedly overwhelming Goku, who had braced himself for it. With a bang, he was sent flying again. This punch's power has grown considerably. After a few mid-air flips, Goku landed safely, reflecting on the blow. He'd felt the force of the rock fist the first time he'd been sent flying, so he knew how much force he'd need to resist this time. But he hadn't expected this sudden surge in power, catching him off guard. Earth escape, rock cannon technique. Before he could even think, Inoki's next attack arrived. From his mouth, Inoki spat small pebbles, which rapidly expanded in the air, soon transforming into rock cannonballs the size of 2 human heads, blasting towards Goku. Bang! 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 When these rock shells hit him, Wukong didn't dodge, but swung his fists quickly, and soon, piles of rubble appeared on the ground. At this time, Inoki had already attacked him, swinging a huge rock fist from above. Boom! After he jumped away, Inoki's rock fist slammed into the ground, instantly blasting a huge crater 20 meters in radius. Countless hideous cracks arose from the center of the crater, spreading out into the distance like a twisting snake. Take my counterattack. Wukong, who had jumped into the air, looked at Inoki under his feet, suddenly raised his right leg, and chopped it down like an axe. Chapter 130 This is impossible? Not good. Inoki glimpsed the shadow on the ground, muttering to himself, and quickly retreated. The next moment, boom! A massive kick, carrying immense force, struck him where he had stood, the very center of the crater he had previously blasted. Crackling. After enduring yet another violent attack, the crater widened and sank again, its interior becoming even more fragmented, a horrific sight. Grandpa, witnessing the scene, Kuratsuchi's heart sank. Don't worry, your grandpa'll be fine. Yellow Earth placed a reassuring hand on his daughter's head, but his own heart was heavy. This guy's strength is truly extraordinary. On the field, the battle continued. After Inoki dodged Goku's attack, he immediately formed hand seals, earth release, rock clone technique. Instantly, 3 identical rock clones appeared around him. Immediately, the 3 rock clones and his original form all unleashed their rock fist technique, surrounding Goku. Bang, 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 bang. Facing the 4 Inoki's siege, Goku remained unfazed, swiftly parrying each attack from all sides, a series of fierce clashes erupting. For a moment, the battle reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, Inoki's mind struck, and his original form secretly activated a ninjutsu, earth release, super light and heavy rock jutsu, swoosh. In an instant, his original form became as light as a feather. As the 3 rock clones attacked Goku, he flashed to his side with lightning speed and laid his hands on him. Earth release, super heavy rock jutsu. Goku, who was currently engaged in combat with the 3 rock clones, was initially curious as to why they were placing their hands on him. Feeling no killing power, he made no attempt to evade. At this moment, when Inoki unleashed his super-weighted rock technique, his eyebrows shot up as he noticed his body had suddenly become significantly heavier, just like he'd been in the gravity training room. Great opportunity. Seeing Goku undergo his super-weighted rock technique, Inoki's eyes lit up, and he formed another seal, Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Wow! In an instant, the ground beneath Goku's feet softened, transforming from solid to liquid, forming a swampy, suction-filled landscape. Goku, clearly unprepared for this change, sank deep into the swamp, and looked around in amazement. Huh? At that moment, Inoki clasped his hands together again, and a white cube quickly materialized within them. Clearly, he had unleashed his incredibly powerful dust release, the elemental world separation technique. Great! Grandpa will definitely succeed this time. Kuratsuchi, watching from the sidelines, beamed with joy. She believed that Goku, struck by the super aggravated rock technique, must be too heavy to move. Furthermore, trapped in the inescapable swamp, he would no longer be able to dodge his grandfather's dust release attack as he had previously. Wang Tu smiled faintly, clearly believing his father would defeat his opponent this time. However, a casual glance at Naruto and the others nearby gave him a sudden shock. He noticed that their faces showed no sign of worry, but rather a calm and composed demeanor. Why aren't they worried? Don't they care that Son Goku lost to their father? He was filled with confusion. The next moment, a scene before him provided the answer. As Goku sank to his knees in the swamp, Inoki activated his dust release, launching himself towards Goku. While dust release was slower than normal attacks, the two were only a few meters apart, and it reached Goku in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Goku's eyes focused, and a white aura suddenly emanated from his body. Boom! In an instant, the swamp beneath his feet exploded as if bombs had been dropped. The swamp that had been sucking his legs down was visibly flung away by the white energy emanating from his feet. Whoosh! Without a single movement from Goku, he swiftly soared into the air, dodging the incoming dust release. What is this? Inoki looked up, his eyes suddenly narrowing. As Goku soared, the white energy vanished, yet his body remained firmly aloft. You can actually fly, he exclaimed in astonishment at the sight. How is this possible? How could he possibly fly? Putting that aside, even if he could, after being struck by his super amplified rock technique, his entire body would have been many times heavier, making it impossible for him to fly. Your technique is quite impressive. It actually makes me heavier, Goku said with a grin mid-air, then dropped to the ground. Well, the gravity is just a little weak. Can you make it stronger? He felt that the gravity Inoki had just applied was about 10 times stronger. This level of gravity was no more than a tickle to him now. After all, he had been accustomed to gravity like this since he first set foot on King Kai's planet 30 years ago. He had since adapted to gravity levels of 20, 50, and even 100 times stronger. Even now, he didn't know what his limit was. Inoki's eyes twitched at his words, and a question mark rose in his mind. This guy actually said the gravity he applied was too weak? This was 10 times stronger. His back was in bad shape because he had overexerted himself with this level of gravity in previous battles. Now, if he applied this level of gravity, his back would remain stiff for a long time afterwards, exacerbating previous injuries. That was why he hadn't applied it during the previous battle. Otherwise, the rock fist would unleash even more terrifying power. Is this guy's body really that strong? His heart grew heavier. Although he'd known about Goku's physical strength from intelligence, he'd never imagined it could be this strong. He could withstand 10 times the gravity like nothing happened. He could even fly. Okay, but are you sure? We're in a decisive battle now, he watched Goku nod slowly. In order to maintain speed during the fight, he hadn't pushed the gravity to its limits. Pushing it to the limit would also increase chakra consumption. He believed it wasn't necessary, as everyone would be severely affected by 10 times the gravity, except for this freak before him. It's okay. Go ahead, Goku replied without hesitation. Then, a strange scene unfolded on the field. One side actively demanded the other increase the difficulty, unconcerned about the impact and the final outcome. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Kuratsuchi had already been incredulous when he'd seen Goku unaffected by the super heavy rock jutsu, and now, seeing him make this request, He was even more stunned. How could such a person exist in the ninja world? Her father, Obito, had lost his composure, his face filled with astonishment. In his decades of life, this was the first time he'd seen someone allow his father to perform the heaviest super-weighted rock technique on them, and in the middle of a fight. Ha ha ha. As expected of Goku-sensei. So powerful and so handsome. In contrast, Naruto's eyes were filled with admiration. Goku's actions thrilled him to the point of trembling. Such confidence in his own strength was enough to allow him to act like this. He vowed that one day, he, like Goku, would possess such fearless power. On the field, Inoki slowly approached Goku and placed his hand on him with a complex expression. Are you sure? Yes, I am. Without hesitation, Inoki unleashed his full power on Goku using the super-weighted rock technique. At full power, he could exert approximately 15 times the force of gravity. Even he himself had never attempted this extreme gravity, believing he couldn't withstand it. Boom! Goku felt his body sink, but the heaviness vanished as quickly as it had come, vanishing in an instant. Is that all? He jumped in place, then raised his hand and scratched his face with regret. He'd thought the other party would surprise him more, but he hadn't expected this much. Inoki, who had been expecting him to be affected, saw him acting so calmly, and his eyes bulged. No, this is impossible, he screamed in his mind. A full 15 times the gravity. How could he be unaffected? Even the strongest couldn't remain unaffected. What kind of monster was he? This is impossible, Huangta shouted out his inner voice. As Inoki's son, he naturally learned the supergravity rock technique and knew the immense strain it placed on a person. Stronger than his father, he had previously attempted 13 times the gravity, but that was his limit. Under 13 times the gravity, his body felt like it was stuck in a quagmire, barely able to move. He was certain that even if someone in the ninja world was stronger than him, they would still struggle under 13 times gravity. But he was surprised to find someone today capable of withstanding 15 times gravity without a trace of impact. Old man, do you have any other powerful moves? On the field, Goku cast aside a hint of regret and smiled at Inoki. He had intended this sparring match primarily to see if Inoki had any unusual and powerful moves, not to fight him. He could tell the old man wasn't particularly skilled in taijutsu and was quite old, unlike Mikai, whom he could confidently defeat. So, he planned to let him unleash every powerful move he could, then try to break them one by one, ultimately defeating him with his sheer strength. Of course, if there had been no stakes, he might have deliberately let him slip a flaw to let him defeat him. After all, he felt a bit embarrassed to have such an old man spar with him. But now, he had no choice but to win. Son Goku, you've truly exceeded my expectations, I must admit, your strength is far greater than I imagined, Inoki replied, suppressing his shock. He'd thought victory was a sure thing, but it had proven so daunting. And now, he felt this match might be difficult for him to win. The fact that his opponent could handle this gravity with such ease spoke volumes about his immense physical strength and power. His explosive speed must have been astonishing, he'd merely been hiding it during the previous clash. His only guaranteed way to defeat him was dust release, but he couldn't match its speed. How could he possibly win with it? My strongest weapon is dust release, but it clearly can't hit you, he lamented, before answering Goku's question. I'd like to see that move again. Can you use it again? Goku paused in thought. Then asked seriously. In that case, I'll satisfy you. Inoki gave him a deep look, then clasped his hands together and suddenly opened them. A translucent white cube appeared in his hands. Dust release, origin separation technique. The white cube flew out quickly, expanding in the wind, and struck Goku. This time, Goku didn't dodge. Instead, he gathered energy bullets in his hands and blasted them at the white energy ball within the white cube. He sensed that the energy ball alone was the source of its incredible power. The outer cube merely served to trap it. Boom! When the energy bullets collided with the energy ball, the two energies reacted violently, exploding with a loud bang. Impossible, Inoki's eyes widened. His dust release was an extremely stable and high-level energy. Any external attack attempting to cause it to explode would be impossible. Otherwise, wouldn't those ninjas skilled in long-range ninjutsu be able to detonate it in a matter of minutes? So how had Sun Wukong done that just now? What was that energy bullet? Thinking of this, he, somewhat skeptical, unleashed a technique even more powerful than the separation limit technique, dust release, separation limit technique. Wow! Another white cube rapidly formed. Unlike the previous one, this one expanded at a much faster rate after being launched, and its range was also significantly greater. Goku could still dodge, but he didn't. Instead, he stood still, letting it envelope him. Then, he gathered another energy bullet in his hand and blasted it at the white energy ball above. What are you doing? Inoki was horrified, having never expected Goku to do such a thing. After all, the opponent was trapped in a barrier space. If the energy ball exploded, they would be reduced to ashes. He hurriedly tried to retract his dust release, but it was too late. Like an arrow shot from a bow, the energy bullet collided with a suspended white energy ball in the blink of an eye. The next moment, boom! A devastating explosion erupted within the barrier, the resulting white mist obscuring everything within. Is he crazy? Not only was Inoki horrified, but Kuratsuchi and Kotoko, who were watching, were also filled with disbelief. They couldn't imagine someone committing suicide right in front of them. Naruto and Kakashi, who were not far away, were also somewhat stunned, wondering why Goku would do such a thing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Because the distance was beyond their ki sensing range, they all rushed forward. Only when they got closer did their eyes light up and they breathed a sigh of relief. Goku's ki was still there. And intact. At this moment, the white mist dissipated. Then, Inoki, Kuratsuchi, and Kotoko, who couldn't sense ki, saw a figure standing quietly at the center of the explosion. And it was Goku, struck by the dust release attack. Impossible. At this moment, 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren shouted in unison. Chapter 131 Kuratsuchi challenges Naruto. Goku proposes conditions. Whoosh whoosh, a gritty breeze blew across the rocky ground, sweeping across the 3 stone sculptures. Inoki, Koto, and Kuratsuchi, 3 generations of grandfather and grandson, were petrified, staring blankly at Goku, who rubbed his head and grinned. At that moment, they felt their worldview shatter, a complete collapse. The dust release technique, claimed to be capable of annihilating everything, had been shattered today. And it wasn't the world's hardest substance that shattered it, but a human being, a flesh and blood being. Not only had this human not been reduced to atoms by the dust release explosion, but they had remained unscathed, not even their clothing a scratch. Snap! Kuratsuchi sank to her knees, her eyes glazed over. She couldn't accept the fact that her grandfather's dust release had been broken in such a way. After a long moment, Inoki was the first to regain consciousness. With a slight tremor, he stroked his white beard, trying his best to calm himself. He knew he'd lost this fight, completely. If the opponent could withstand a dust release attack head-on, what other attack could possibly harm him? Genjutsu? He wasn't sure if it would work. Even if it did, it wouldn't matter to him, as he knew nothing about Genjutsu. Then, all his methods would be completely useless against him. After a long pause, he looked at Goku with a complicated expression. I lose. Although the fight wasn't technically decided, as he hadn't been defeated, he knew it was inevitable. So, always unyielding, he chose to concede. Huh? Goku, who had been dealing with Naruto's flattery, looked at Inoki's sudden surrender with a hint of surprise. He then stepped forward and extended his hand to Inoki. Old man, your move just now was powerful. Just now, when he'd taken Inoki's dust release, he boosted his ki tenfold to survive. In other words, the dust release technique can injure an enemy many times over, making it a powerful move. Seeing his sincere expression, Inoki somehow felt a lingering reluctance to admit defeat dissipate, and at the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the man before him. He grasped Goku's hand, a self-deprecating smile on his face. Young man, you're more formidable than I am. I've lived a long life, and I've never met anyone as formidable as you. In his youth, he'd witnessed Uchiha Madara battle his master, Mew. Even a formidable figure like Uchiha, surpassing cage-level power, wouldn't dare withstand Mew's dust release. He didn't know who was more powerful overall, Goku or Uchiha Madara, but he knew Goku was undoubtedly superior in defense. Goku smiled, rubbing his head, but didn't respond. Yosh. Goku-sensei wins after all. Nearby, upon hearing Inoki's admission of defeat, Naruto leaped to his feet in joy. Kakashi and Sasuke also smiled faintly. As for Karin, she clattered over to Goku, grasped the hem of his shirt, and exclaimed, eyes sparkling, Goku-sensei, you're so amazing. She hadn't expected Goku's strength to be so formidable that even at such age would be defeated. At that moment, She recalled what Naruto had said to her earlier. Goku-sensei will definitely win. It was indeed true. Naruto truly lived up to her promise. She thought to herself, and her resolve to train diligently with Goku-sensei and become a powerful warrior soon was reaffirmed. Ultimately, Goku's sparring match with Inoki ended with Inoki conceding the defeat. After their sparring session, Naruto considered sparring with the seemingly formidable Koto, but seeing him appear somewhat dazed, he abandoned the idea, planning to spar with him later. Inside Iwagakure village, Kari was taking Goku and his group on a tour of the streets. While explaining the village's customs and practices to Goku and his friends, he inwardly sighed, "Son Goku, where did this powerful being come from?" His own Sasuke had unexpectedly lost by a single move. Indeed, before meeting Goku and the others, he had received word that Inoki had lost a narrow sparring match against Goku, a close loss. He had no idea that Inoki had conceded defeat, much less that Goku had been able to break dust release. This was also the agreement Inoki had made with Goku and the others, to keep the true details of the sparring secret. After all, if such news were to spread within the village, it would easily cause unrest. In return, Inoki treated them as friends of the village, allowing them to reside indefinitely and promising to help Naruto and Sasuke find suitable opponents for sparring. "You want to spar with me?" A day later, Naruto, being led by Kari to a special breakfast, looked at Kuratsuchi with surprise, looking serious. "Yes, I want to spar with you." Kuratsuchi stared at him intently, as if she wouldn't leave unless he agreed. Naruto scratched his head. To be honest, he felt Kuratsuchi was a bit weak, unable to bring him the thrill of battle, so he was hesitant at the moment. "Are you looking down on me? I'm telling you, I'm quite capable too." Kuratsuchi raised his eyebrows, his expression filled with indignation. "Kuratsuchi, let's just forget it," said Sho, who was standing by and trying to dissuade him. "Uncle Sho, leave me alone. I've made up my mind." She knew Naruto was incredibly powerful, capable of defeating even foes Sho couldn't, but she still wanted to see just how big the gap was between them. And as Inoki's granddaughter, she was one of the most skilled young men in the village, so she didn't expect a disastrous defeat. "Alright, I promise." Seeing her seriousness and determination, Naruto grinned and agreed. The other person's expression was no different from when he'd challenged a powerful opponent. In a deserted training ground, Kuratsuchi and Naruto stood on the field, their eyes fixed on each other. On the sidelines, Goku, Kakashi, and the others, with nothing better to do, had joined in as spectators. "I won't hold back. Don't blame me if you get beaten to tears," Naruto, hands on his hips, said with a grin, looking at the delicate Kuratsuchi before him. "HMPH. Go ahead," Kuratsuchi snorted. "Then let's begin." Naruto twisted his neck to warm up, then raised his hand and beckoned. Whoosh! Seeing this, Kuratsuchi didn't hesitate. Like an arrow, she shot straight at Naruto. Once she reached Naruto, she thrust her long legs wide and launched a sideways kick. Pa! Naruto raised his hand to block the attack, easily blocking it. Then, unleashing a sudden, impolite kick with his right foot, Kuratsuchi was ready. Boom! Kuratsuchi, prepared, blocked the attack with both hands, using the force to fly backwards while forming hand seals, melting release, lime solidification jutsu. A stream of grayish-white cement slurry erupted from her mouth, shooting straight at Naruto. Although Naruto didn't recognize the object, he quickly jumped to his feet, dodging it. Snap! As the cement slurry hit the ground, he peered intently and saw it solidify rapidly. "So they were trying to seal me in. Luckily I dodged it." He raised an eyebrow, interest flickering in his eyes. It seemed that Kuratsuchi, despite her weakness, could still provide him with some fun in combat. Seeing her first strike fail, Kuratsuchi attacked again. Earth escape, rock fist technique. Her swaying white right hand suddenly solidified into a ring of rock, hurling it towards Naruto with immense force. Meeting this blow, Naruto swung his right fist in response, preparing to meet it head-on. Bang! As the two fists collided, a dull thud echoed across the field. Then, with a crackle, the rock encasing Kuratsuchi's right fist shattered. What a powerful force! Witnessing this, and feeling the numbness in her hand, Kuratsuchi's expression darkened. Immediately, she unleashed the rock fist technique on her left hand, striking Naruto once again. Again, Naruto was a little surprised, his left fist meeting the blow fearlessly. Bang! His expression darkened after this collision, and his body involuntarily lurched back several steps. How did your strength suddenly increase so much? Feeling the tingling in his hand, he looked at Kuratsuchi in surprise. Was she trying to hide her strength? HMPH. Guess, Kuratsuchi teased him with a pleasant smile. Naruto felt her fist grow heavier because she had secretly applied a rock weighting technique to her rock fist, catching him off guard. I wouldn't guess. Since you have such immense strength, I'm relieved. Naruto, assuming she was trying to hide her strength, grinned even wider, and then, with a whoosh, he launched an attack. Bang! Now it was Kuratsuchi's turn to look pale, as she realized Naruto's strength had increased dramatically, surpassing even the strength of her own rock fists, enhanced with a rock technique. Bang! Boom! Boom! Bang! Boom! Boom! Naruto, with no regard for leniency, unleashed his fists at Kuratsuchi with a furious fury. Kuratsuchi struggled under the onslaught, like a small boat adrift in a turbulent ocean, threatened to capsize at any moment. Finally, after catching another powerful blow from Naruto, her strength gave way, and she was sent flying. Who? She panted heavily as she fell to the ground, beads of sweat dripping down her face. Hey, you're not going to die, are you? Naruto said, his expression teasing. Kuratsuchi didn't reply, instead rapidly forming hand seals with her hands, earth style, earth stalagmite. Without stopping, she unleashed her next jutsu, earth style, earth dragon hidden jutsu, boom boom boom. As the earth stalagmite was unleashed, dozens of sharp rock spears, like bamboo shoots, suddenly emerged from where Naruto stood. Swish, swish, swish. Naruto dodged these spears, managing to avoid being stabbed, barely catching a single scratch. Just as he dodged, Kuratsuchi's figure suddenly emerged from a rock spear behind him, and like a ghost, she launched a sneak attack from behind. Kuratsuchi's eyes flashed with excitement as she watched Naruto's back approach. This attack, she could definitely pull it off. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto, despite having his back to her, was fully aware of the attack from behind. Swish! Just as her attack was about to strike Naruto, he suddenly vanished, causing her eyes to widen. Then, she was suddenly struck hard from behind, sending her flying forward uncontrollably. With a whoosh, her limbs danced wildly in the air, and with a thud, she slammed into a rock less than 3 meters in front of her. Then, like a dead fish, she slid slowly down, falling head first. Her limbs spread out like an octopus, and swirling stars flashed in her eyes. Furthermore, a red mark was clearly visible on her fair forehead. Kuratsuchi, Kari, who was watching from the sidelines, quickly arrived and leaned over to check on Kuratsuchi. He breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered she had merely fainted. Don't worry, she's fine. I was very measured. Naruto, standing nearby, smiled and touched his nose. A long time later, still at the training grounds, Kuratsuchi, with a bandage wrapped around her forehead, stood beside Inoki, glaring at Naruto. Naruto winced at her gaze, ignoring her and looking at Goku beside him. Not long ago, Goku had told them about a training method that would help them improve faster, which had piqued his and Sasuke's curiosity. He was now eager to know what the method was, and why Inoki had been summoned. Mr. Goku, what do you want from me? After losing to Goku, Inoki stopped addressing him by name and used a respectful title. Haha, old man, didn't you say you could agree to one condition? I've got it in mind, Goku said with a silly smile, rubbing his head. Oh? What's that condition? Tell me. Inoki was true to his word, not deliberately playing fast and loose. Well, first, I'd like to ask, how long can you maintain the weight you applied to me last time? Inoki was stunned, puzzled by the question. It's hard to say. The heavier the weight, the shorter the duration. For example, the weight I applied to you the first time, it probably only lasted 10 minutes, and the maximum weight I'll apply the second time, it probably won't even last a minute. Well, what if I double the weight? That should last for a few hours. I haven't tried it, so I don't know the exact number. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes lit up. Yosh. That's enough. My condition is that you apply double the weight to these two children every day for the next few days. He turned his head and pointed at Naruto and Sasuke beside him. Indeed, after witnessing Inoki's abilities, he had the idea of having Naruto and Sasuke undergo gravity training. You know, gravity training is far more effective than weight training. He relied on this technique to achieve a dramatic increase in strength in just over a year, soaring from a combat power of a few hundred to nearly 100,000. It was precisely because of this that he was able to defeat one powerful enemy after another, laying a solid foundation for his subsequent journey to becoming a superpower. Twice the weight on these two kids. Inoki raised an eyebrow in surprise, immediately understanding Goku's intention. His son, Gento, had also used this method to strengthen his body, but he gave up after realizing the effort wasn't worth the reward and the strain was too much. No problem, I can do it. The offer was too easy for him, he didn't even have to think about it and agreed without hesitation. However, he wasn't optimistic about Naruto and Sasuke, as this training method was far too strenuous. Even with their strength, these two kids wouldn't be able to stick with it. The reason I wanted to write about Tiga was, firstly, because it looked fun, and secondly, because the combat power in Tiga's world was quite high. Goku wouldn't have to suppress it and could fight with all his might. Personally, I think some monsters would need to become Super Saiyans to be defeated, based on their strength stats. Of course, nothing has been decided yet. There's still a lot left to write in the Naruto arc. Chapter 132 Gravity Training in the Ninja World. Gravity training. Naruto and Sasuke were both intrigued after hearing Goku's introduction. They'd been doing weight training all along, but this was the first time they'd heard of it. Goku-sensei, isn't double too little? I'm carrying thousands of pounds, and double my body weight is only 200 pounds. I think we should at least try 10 times. Naruto looked down on the double and eagerly considered the tenfold. What did you say? You're carrying thousands of pounds. Before Goku could reply, Kuratsuchi, upon hearing this, darted in front of Naruto and scrutinized him thoroughly. You were carrying weights when you fought me. After examining him, she stared at Naruto intently. Yes, Naruto rubbed his head and grinned. These days, he won't remove his weights unless he faces a formidable foe. Kuratsuchi certainly wasn't a formidable foe, so there was no need for him to do so. Kuratsuchi bit her lip, unable to believe she'd been defeated by Naruto, even with a weight. She turned to Inoki and said, Grandpa, I can also give him double the weight. Let me do it. She couldn't currently apply 10 times the weight, as 10 times the weight fell under the category of the super-weighted rock technique, a skill she hadn't mastered yet. But double the weight wouldn't be a problem, she just needed to master the weighted rock technique. After Inoki nodded, she grabbed Naruto's arm and said, Earth-style, weighted rock technique. Naruto felt his body sink as she grasped his arm. Then, wah! As Naruto, face smashed into the dirt, was stunned, his teeth gnashing. But, damn it, how could it be so heavy? He felt as if a mountain were pressing down on him, completely immobilizing him. This feeling hadn't been experienced since his first time carrying a multi-thousand-pound load. A sudden burst of white energy erupted from his body, clearly preparing to use the energy to propel him forward. A crackle. He struggled to support himself with his hands on the ground, then slowly, bit by bit, to his feet. The entire time, his veins bulged and his teeth clenched, as if any slack would cause him to collapse again. Why is it still so heavy? He mentally yelled. His strength would be significantly increased after the energy burst, and he'd assumed that even if he couldn't move freely, he could easily stand up. But why was it still so difficult? Seeing his expression, Goku blinked, then looked at Kuratsuchi. He really is carrying a weight. You didn't double the weight on him, did you? In his opinion, Naruto would undoubtedly be slowed down by the weight, but it shouldn't be this difficult. Kuratsuchi's eyes evaded, hesitating slightly after Goku's question. Indeed, she still didn't believe Naruto was carrying a weight, so when she applied the weight just now, she had doubled the weight on Naruto's body and everything on it. Kuratsuchi, seeing her granddaughter's expression, Inoki knew Goku was right, so he gave her a look. I know, Grandpa. Kuratsuchi, realizing her mistake, quickly leaned over and placed her hand on Naruto's back, restoring the weight to its original value. Naruto, who had been struggling to hold on, suddenly felt his entire body lighten, and suddenly leaped to his feet. That's right. He dispersed the white aura and tried to move a few times. Finding his body slowed down, it was still within his tolerance, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with gritted teeth, he glared at Kuratsuchi. Hey, you bitch, you did that on purpose. He figured Kuratsuchi must be holding a grudge against him for losing that morning, so she deliberately played a trick on him. Kuratsuchi was about to apologize, but hearing that, she immediately gave up the idea. She folded her arms, tilted her head back, and snorted, Yeah, I did it on purpose. Who knew you were so weak? I knew it, Naruto was furious. It was that bitch who had caused him such a humiliation. Hey, give me double the weight too. Just then, Sasuke stepped forward, ignoring Naruto's rage, and addressed Kurotsuchi calmly. How much progress could he make with double the weight? He was somewhat excited. On the training ground, Naruto and Sasuke did push-ups, one on each side. Beneath them, countless drops of sweat pooled, forming a small puddle. 5 hours had passed since they'd been subjected to the double weights. For those 5 hours, they'd been practicing various drills. How could they last this long? Kurotsuchi, who had been watching them train for the past 5 hours on the edge of the training ground, was filled with astonishment. She'd tried to apply the double weights herself before, but it had been a state of excruciating discomfort. Without the added power of chakra, relying solely on physical strength, every movement was shaky, as if she'd become a decrepit old man. Now, Naruto and Sasuke were not only subjected to the double weights, but also wearing thousands of pounds of weights. She couldn't imagine how they could train for 5 hours straight under these conditions. 997, 998, 999, 1000, ha, Sasuke, I finished faster than you again this time. When the count reached 1000, Naruto stopped doing push-ups, rolled over and sat on the ground, panting for air as he looked at Sasuke, who was still doing push-ups, and laughed. Sasuke ignored him, concentrating on counting, 990, 991, 999, 1000, ha. After completing 1000 push-ups, he also rolled over and sat on the ground, panting. As he panted, he glanced at Naruto and thought to himself, damn it. He beat me again. How did he do that? They had previously trained with squats, frog jumps, sit-ups, and other exercises, and Naruto had always been the first to complete each one, leaving him feeling frustrated. That night, after dinner, Sasuke found Kurotsuchi alone. Hey, can you put triple the weight on me? His eyes shone brightly in the night. What? Are you crazy? Kurotsuchi was stunned. Naruto and he had spent 6 hours practicing gravity training today, and she could feel the exhaustion in both of them by the end. And now he wanted to do it again, and at the even more difficult triple gravity. Can you do it? You can't do it, right? If not, I'll ask your grandfather. Sasuke, growing impatient, challenged him. Kurotsuchi knew he was goading her, but anger still welled up inside. She had told her grandfather she'd take on the waiting task. If Sasuke asked him, wouldn't it mean she was being looked down upon? Of course I can do it, but don't regret it. If I don't remove it, this weight can last at least 3 hours. Oh? Just what I want. Sasuke's eyes lit up at the word 3 hours. 3 hours, no more, no less. Just enough time for him to sleep afterward. The next day, on the training ground, Naruto glanced around, scratching his head in confusion. Strange, where did Sasuke go? He hadn't seen him at breakfast, and he was puzzled by the same thing now. Don't worry about him. He won't be here today, Kurotsuchi said calmly, arms folded, looking at him. After applying triple the weight to Sasuke last night, she hesitated for a moment before accompanying him to the training ground to observe his training. She did so out of fear that Sasuke might experience any problems during training, so she could remove the weights immediately. Sure enough, after about an hour of training, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. So she hurriedly removed the weights. Just as she was trying to find someone to take him back to his lodgings, Goku suddenly appeared, thanked her, and took him away. How did you know? What was he doing? Why isn't he coming? Hearing her sudden words, Naruto leaned forward with a look of suspicion, peppering her with questions like a machine gun. Kurotsuchi shrugged and spread his hands. Just ask him. Last night, Sasuke had told her not to tell Naruto about his extra training, and since she already disliked Naruto, she was naturally happy about it. Tisk, don't tell me. I'm better off training alone without him. So, to allow Naruto and Sasuke daily weight training, Goku and his companions temporarily settled into the Iwagakure village. Within 2 days, Naruto learned of Sasuke's secret extra training, and infuriated, he joined in, even wanting Kurotsuchi to use 4 times the weight. Of course, Goku stopped him, believing that 4 times the weight was too much for their current bodies and the training wouldn't be worth the effort. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, they had already been living in the Iwagakure village for half a month. That day, Naruto and Sasuke didn't train anymore, because Inoki said he had found a suitable opponent for them. On the training ground, Naruto and Sasuke rubbed their hands, excited as they watched the two towering figures before them. Intuitively honed from countless battles, they believed the two men before them would be formidable opponents. "By the way, who of you would be my match?" Naruto asked curiously, but then he grinned. "Never mind, it doesn't matter who it is, I'll be your match, little one," a cold voice rang out. Naruto looked closely and saw that the voice came from the tall man he had met on the street on his first day in Iwagakure. "It's you. I think your name is something." Naruto scratched his head, but couldn't recall the name he had heard at the club. "My name is Han." Han smiled slightly, but because he was wearing a mask, no one could see his smile. It was he who had initiated the fight with Naruto this time. He had originally wanted to fight Goku, but after learning of Goku's strength from Inoki, he abandoned that idea and instead set his sights on the little man who also possessed a tailed beast within him. His tailed beast king informed him that this youngster had yet to communicate with the tailed beast within him and couldn't freely utilize its chakra. So, how did he possess such formidable strength at such a young age? He was curious. "No need to introduce me, you all recognize me," Wang Tu said calmly. He was Sasuke's opponent this time. "Rock, paper, scissors, ha ha ha. I win." "Sasuke, just wait a little while." After figuring out their respective opponents, Naruto and Sasuke played rock paper scissors to decide who would fight first. Clearly, Naruto won. Watching Naruto walk onto the field with a reckless gait, Sasuke curled his lips, thinking he'd have to wait until he opened his Sharingan before playing rock paper scissors again. With his powerful dynamic vision, he didn't believe Naruto could defeat him. Soon, only Naruto and Han remained on the field. The rest, including Goku and Kakashi's team and Wang Tu's Iwagakure team, watched from the sidelines. "Little guy, let's get started then. Let me see your strength," Han chuckled at Naruto. Just what I want. "I can't wait." Naruto flexed his fists, crackling with a sound of cartilage. Swoosh! As a dead leaf, drifting from nowhere, fell to the ground, the two men suddenly moved. The next moment, bang! A thunderous sound of flesh colliding echoed across the field. Immediately afterwards, bang boom boom. Bang boom boom boom. The sound continued, and countless powerful winds erupted from the field, whirring and filing the air with dust. "Damn it! He retained so much strength when he fought me." Seeing this, Kuratsuchi clenched her fists, furious. This anger wasn't at the other party for letting her off, but at herself, so weak that she couldn't even unleash even half of his opponent's strength. Bang! After another collision, Naruto and Han retreated in unison. "You're so strong, uncle." Naruto shook his numb hands, his gaze blazing. The other man was equally adept in taijutsu and possessed immense strength, a pressure he'd never felt before. "You're not weak either, little one. When I was your age, I wasn't nearly as strong," Han praised generously. His taijutsu skills were arguably the strongest in the Iwagakure village. Even at this moment, when he wasn't unleashing his full power, it was still overwhelming for ordinary people, yet Naruto was able to hold his own. "Hey, uncle, you've got quite a bit of hidden power, haven't you?" Naruto asked, his tone laced with conviction. "You figured that out, of course, because I have hidden powers too. I guess we can conclude our warm-up now, huh?" Naruto twisted his waist and neck, causing his joints to crackle. And then, bang! A surge of white flames suddenly erupted from his body, and his aura soared like a rocket. Seeing this, Han's eyes lit up, and a large amount of white steam rose from his armor. This is why he is called the Steam Ninja. Once the Steam Armor mode is activated, his power will undergo a huge leap, making most people in the ninja world tremble with fear. Chapter 133, Han's announcement. Naruto wants to make friends with a nine-tailed fox. On the field, as the two unleashed even greater power, their imposing auras collided fiercely like a tornado, whipping up gusts of wind. "Damn it! Is the gap between him and me so huge?" Kuratsuchi raised her hand to block the incoming wind, her half-lidded eyes fixed on Naruto. She had assumed Naruto had already unleashed his full potential, but she hadn't expected him to hold back Inoki, who had reappeared out of nowhere. Watched the scene with a heavy heart. The young are truly formidable. Such prowess at such a young age. Konoha truly has an endless supply of talent. Bang! As their minds diverged, Naruto and Han moved again, their fists, as strong as steel, clashing with a resounding roar far surpassing the previous one. After the blow, the two separated, launching round after round of fierce attacks at each other. Bang, boom, boom. Bang, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows of knees, fists, and other violent collisions, sending resounding drum-like reverberations reverberating across the field. A gust of wind whipped through the air, sending sand and rocks whirling. Suddenly, Han's eyes focused, boiling release, unparalleled strength. With a single breath, he pumped his chakra to boiling point, and a cloud of white steam instantly erupted from his armor. Immediately afterwards, he launched a powerful kick, striking Naruto with speed far exceeding his previous attack. Bang! Naruto's pupils suddenly constricted, and he barely had time to shield himself with his hands before the blow, like a massive boulder, was delivered. Then, like a cannonball, it shattered a gaping hole in the wall behind him. What a powerful force! Observing the fight, Sasuke narrowed his eyes, deeply impressed by Han's immense strength. Without unleashing the ultimate Kamehameha, he and Naruto would likely be no match for such a formidable opponent. Clang! With the sound of several stones sliding, Naruto rose from his position in the rubble. He looked down at his trembling hands, a gnashing feeling in his teeth. How could the opponent's power have suddenly increased so dramatically? Could this be his true strength? He was filled with confusion and astonishment, yet also with a subtle excitement. It would be wonderful to fight such a powerful being. With this thought, he unleashed his white ki once again, this time with an even greater surge, clearly increasing his ki output significantly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Han, raising his mighty iron fist to strike him in the face. Han's pupils shrank slightly, clearly not expecting his speed to increase further, and he only managed to duck slightly. Swish! The punch missed, but the sharp wind, like a blade, sliced a bloody gash across his cheek. Feeling the pain on his face, Han remained calm and clenched his fist, striking Naruto in the stomach, but the blow missed. Naruto had vanished into shadow, while Han had slipped behind him and delivered another powerful punch to his back. Bang! This time, Han couldn't dodge and was sent flying. Suddenly, another gaping hole appeared in the wall. Little guy, your strength continues to surpass my expectations. As Han climbed from the shattered rocks, he couldn't help but exclaim at Naruto again. Then, his expression darkened. In that case, I'm going to unleash my true power. What? Naruto's face changed. The next moment, he felt the other man's aura surge. At the same time, his pupils narrowed as he noticed a massive white tail sprouting from behind Han. What was that? Kakashi, on the sidelines, stared intently. Has he used the power of a tailed beast? Hey, uncle, why do you have a tail growing behind you? Naruto asked curiously. He sensed a powerful aura emanating from Han, which merged perfectly with his own, forming an immensely powerful force. This feeling was familiar, having witnessed the same transformation in Gaara before. Could it be that the man before him was also a Jinchuriki? He wondered. Little one, I'll tell you after the fight. Han didn't answer his question, instead giving an enigmatic smile. Then, with a sudden movement, he charged towards Naruto with lightning speed. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his doubts cast aside, and he too charged head-on. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. Snap, snap. Thunderclaps echoed across the field again. After an unknown amount of time, Han's aura shifted once more. Dark red chakra energy rapidly emanated from his body, completely enveloping it. Furthermore, his tails multiplied into 5, each shrouded in dark red chakra. Boom! As he completed this transformation, a surge of power erupted from him, forcing Naruto, facing him, to raise his hands to block. Wow, such an astonishing aura! Naruto gritted his teeth, his cheeks undulating like waves as the gusts of wind buffeted him. He had never expected his opponent's strength to rise so much after his previous transformation. Bang! Before he could even think, Han had already rushed in front of him, sending him flying. Then, he unleashed a torrent of attacks, each one packed with a force of thunder, leaving him helpless to defend himself, unable to mount a counterattack. Finally, his body numb, slowing his reaction, caught him by a powerful punch. Before he could block it, he was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Boom! This time, he struck a mountain, a natural barrier, and slammed into the mountain's core, burying him beneath a massive rubble. Naruto, Karin, a spectator, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Don't worry, he's got plenty of power. This time, it was Sasuke who soothed her. Crash! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of falling gravel echoed from the cave entrance, and a battered Naruto slowly emerged. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Naruto grinned at Han. Uncle, that attack really hurt, he grimaced, as if irritated by the pain. Ha ha ha, little one, that's about all you have right now. Han, having retracted his tailed beast's chakra and returned to his original form, laughed at him. Well, that's about right, Naruto frowned, pondering for a moment before nodding. Although he had Kamehameha waves and his own Kikune yet to be unleashed, the two had so far relied solely on taijutsu, their tacit understanding with each other, so it wasn't wrong to say they had already demonstrated their full taijutsu prowess. Furthermore, with the speed the opponent was currently displaying, these two moves might not even be able to counterattack. Then let's call it a day. Any further fighting would make too much noise, and you can't defeat me at this point, Han chuckled. Well, alright then. I really can't beat you right now. Naruto was tempted to refuse the fight, as he was already engaged. But then he thought, with the opponent's current strength, unless he used the aerial dance technique to prevent him from hitting, he would likely be beaten continuously. Neither using the aerial dance technique to dodge nor being beaten continuously was what he wanted to face the opponent head-on. Hearing Naruto agree, Han raised an eyebrow and gave him a more respectful look. In his opinion, most youngsters with such formidable strength at such a young age would be arrogant and unwilling to accept defeat easily. However, Naruto was different, accepting his defeat with equanimity. Thinking of this, he glanced at Inoki, then at Kakashi, then gently addressed Naruto. Didn't you ask me what the tail behind me was? It's a tailed beast tail I created by borrowing from the tailed beast within me. Do you know what a tailed beast is? Naruto's eyes lit up at that. He was right. Like Gaara, he possessed a tailed beast within him, meaning he was also a Jinchuriki. Seeing his expression, Han understood immediately, and asked, Little one, do you know you have a tailed beast within you, too? Boom. The words resonated like thunder in Naruto's ears. His eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. Me? He pointed at himself blankly. It seems you don't know yet. Yes, you too have a tailed beast within you. You're a Jinchuriki, just like me, Han chuckled. Swish. At that moment, Kakashi appeared beside Naruto, gave Han a deep look, and said, Naruto, come with me. I have something to tell you. Oh, Naruto looked at him, stunned and nodded. The two of them then left, leaving Han in a state of confusion and the spectators on the sidelines reacting to the news. Naruto is a Jinchuriki. Sasuke was filled with shock. He had never imagined his companion could have such a status. Karin looked puzzled. What's a Jinchuriki? What's a tailed beast? Goku rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No wonder he could occasionally sense another aura within Naruto. It wasn't just an illusion. Elsewhere, Kakashi led Naruto to a secluded location and set up a soundproof barrier. Looking at Naruto, who was still a little dazed, Kakashi took a deep breath and said solemnly, Naruto, before I tell you, I want to apologize. Please forgive me for not telling you this. Seeing his serious expression, Naruto seemed to understand something. He frowned, then grinned. It's okay, Kakashi-sensei, just tell me what's going on. Although he appeared nonchalant, he was secretly worried. Why did he have a tailed beast within him? Why didn't he know about this all this time? And other questions flooded his mind. First, I want to tell you that you do have a tailed beast within you. It is also said to be the most powerful of the tailed beasts, the nine tails. The nine tails? The most powerful? Naruto instinctively opened his mouth. Kurama, who had been keeping a close eye on the situation within him, yawned. This white-haired brat really can't talk. I'm the strongest, so what's the point of saying it or not? And the reason I didn't tell you before was because I wanted to wait until you were more mature and stronger, but actually, I've been considering telling you sooner rather than later. With your current rate of improvement, you might discover it yourself one day, but I didn't expect someone else to beat you to the punch today. Sorry, Naruto, Kakashi apologized again. Seeing Naruto's sincere expression, Naruto paused for a moment before grinning. Everyone said it's okay, Kakashi-sensei, I don't care about these things, so, I have a tailed beast called the Nine Tails within me, so why didn't I realize it? Perhaps it's because the seal is strong, and it hasn't revealed its existence, Kakashi replied after a moment's pause. Compared to the original story, this world's Naruto has never suffered a serious injury or encountered anything that would make him extremely angry, so the Nine Tails chakra has never been leaked. Kakashi didn't know these reasons could cause the Nine Tails chakra to leak, so he could only infer the other two. So now I know it, can I communicate with it? I don't know that either, But I know that if it wants to communicate with you, you can definitely communicate with it, is that so? Naruto paused, then suddenly shouted, "Hey! Ninetales! My name is Uzumaki Naruto, can you hear me? Duh. Duh. Duh." 3 crows seemed to fly overhead. After he finished shouting, no one answered him. Just as he opened his mouth to shout again, Kakashi interrupted him. "Ahem, Naruto, you don't have to shout it out loud, just say it in your mind. Besides, it's said that the tailed beasts are hostile to humans," so, Kakashi didn't finish the rest of his sentence, but Naruto understood his meaning. He suddenly remembered that he had seen Shukaku before, with an expression of hatred and a desire to kill humans. He also thought of how pitiful it was that he had spent so many years in darkness within Gaara's body. So, the same must be true for the Ninetales within him. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and silently said to himself, "Hello, Ninetales, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Let's be friends." After a moment, no sound came from his mind. So he repeated, "Ninetales, if you don't want to be friends right now, that's fine. We can chat and get to know each other." Still no sound. He frowned, then a thought struck him, "Kakashi-sensei, it's within me. Can I find it, That's right. It's said that within a Jinchuriki there's a tailed beast chamber. If you enter that chamber, you can see the tailed beast." Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied. Naruto's eyes lit up at the answer, and he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Since the Ninetales ignored him, he'd take the initiative to find it. He didn't believe it would still ignore him after they met. "After learning to separate my consciousness, why didn't I think of exploring it within my body?" he muttered to himself, closing his eyes. Previously, Goku had taught them a training method called meditation. This method allowed one to temper their spirit and separate a trace of consciousness, allowing them to battle with another person who had also separated their consciousness in a created spiritual space. After learning to separate their consciousness, he excitedly engaged in spiritual battles with Sasuke, Rock Lee, and others, never considering exploring his own body. But now, because of this incident, he finally thought about it. Chapter 134, Iwagakure. Interesting stories, news from Konoha. Tick. Tick. In a dark, dripping space, Kurama lay resting within a vast prison. Hearing Naruto's voice from outside, its closed eyes showed no sign of opening, and its ears remained motionless, as if it were oblivious to the sound. Soon after, Naruto's voice reached its ears again. Unlike before, this time, it was resoundingly clear, almost as if it were ringing right next to it. "You're the Ninetales, huh? So you were sleeping? No wonder you ignored me before." In front of the prison, Naruto first glanced curiously at the giant fox within, then smiled, holding his head. With his ability to separate his consciousness, he naturally found this mysterious dimension hidden within his body. Unlike in the original story, he needed Jiraiya to throw him off a cliff, only to have Kurama actively pull his consciousness into the dimension in a life-or-death situation. "Hey, why aren't you answering? Are you still asleep? Hey, did you hear that? Did you fall into deep sleep?" Seeing Kurama still ignoring him, Naruto continued to chatter. "Shut up, you little brat." Finally, annoyed by his incessant chatter, Kurama couldn't help but half open his eyes and shouted at him impatiently. "Are you awake? I told you, how could you not hear me?" Seeing the Kyuubi finally respond, Naruto was delighted. But then, he frowned. "Who are you calling, little brat? My name is Uzumaki Naruto, remember that?" "Oh, little brat, I know, you." Naruto was furious, but a thought flashed through his mind, forcing him to suppress his anger. It was just a poor, stinky fox. Naruto was too broad-minded to hold a grudge. "Hey, Kyuubi, why haven't you come to me all these years? Do you hate humans?" He looked at the other person seriously and asked. "You're right, I hate humans, especially little brats like you." The Kyuubi closed his eyes again and replied lazily without looking up. "Then why do you hate humans?" Humans are such ugly creatures, only capable of hatred, betrayal, and war. The sight of them makes me sick." "Who said that? We humans have many kind, loyal, and peace-loving people too. How could they be as despicable as you say?" Naruto frowned, retorting with dissatisfaction. That's because you, a stinking brat, haven't seen enough. If you lived for 1,000 years like I have, you'd know that humans are inherently despicable." The Kyuubi opened one eye, its gaze filled with disdain. Outside, Kakashi sat bored, using his aura to sense the surroundings. Watching Naruto close his eyes for a long moment, he wondered to himself, did Naruto succeed? Just then, his gaze shifted to see Naruto open his eyes, cursing. You stinking fox, you stinking fox, you deserve to be in there with such a foul mouth. Naruto's teeth were gnashing with rage. He had already given up on getting angry with the Kyuubi, ready to have a sincere and serious conversation. But during the subsequent conversation, the Nine-Tails continued to call him a brat, and he was annoyed by his opponent's criticism of humanity, which made him angry again. So, after a few words, he stormed out of the tailed beast dimension. Kakashi smiled at his expression. It seemed that, just as he had expected, Naruto's first communication with the Nine-Tails had not been smooth. Then his eyes flickered again, and he hesitated whether to reveal the details of the opponent's biological parents. After a few seconds, he dismissed the idea. Firstly, this was in his village after all. Even if he set up a soundproofing barrier and used his aura to sense the surroundings, there was no guarantee that their conversation would be safe from anyone who was interested. Secondly, he felt that Naruto needed to first digest the news of his status as a Jinchuriki. He was afraid that if he also revealed the details of his biological parents, he would not be able to accept it. Kakashi-sensei, let's go back and watch Sasuke's match. After calming down, Naruto looked at him and grinned. Okay, time flowed like a slow, unnoticed river, slowly but quietly slipping by. Unconsciously, Goku and his companions had already resided in Iwagakure for another fortnight. During this time, Naruto and Sasuke had persisted in their strength training while occasionally sparring with Han, Wang-Tu, or other skilled Iwagakure ninjas. Notably, Wang-Tu was equally powerful, so Sasuke was defeated in their sparring matches. Even so, Wang-Tu was deeply shocked. Sasuke's strength was almost equal to Naruto's, having already crossed the threshold of elite Chunin. He had assumed Naruto was the only demon, but he hadn't expected there to be another demon. He couldn't help but question why all the demons appeared in Konoha, and why none were given to the Iwagakure. Besides Naruto and Sasuke, Karin was also training under Goku's guidance, while Goku indulged himself in feasting and drinking in Iwagakure. During this time, an interesting incident occurred. A new burger shop opened in Iwagakure village. On its opening day, it announced a challenge for anyone who could finish 20 giant burgers within half an hour for a free meal. Of course, anyone who took even a second longer would fail the challenge. That day, the owner of the burger shop was grinning from ear to ear as he watched the endless stream of customers come to challenge them, secretly proud of his clever idea. Since most of these challengers could only finish a dozen, none could reach 20. To get a free meal, these customers devoured the burgers to their heart's content, pushing their appetites to the limit, effectively increasing their spending and making them a tiring profit. Just as the owner was secretly excited by the rapidly growing cash in the register, the arrival of Goku and the others put a damper on his spirits. With the exception of Kakashi and Karin, Goku, Naruto, and Sasuke all successfully completed the challenge, leaving him out of pocket for 60 burgers. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief at the two bulging little kids, shaking their heads, indicating they couldn't eat any more, the orange-clad man grinned and declared he wasn't full yet. Then, his nightmare began. His heart trembled as he watched Goku finish another 20 burgers at undiminished speed. His legs gave way as he watched Goku finish 50 more. And when he saw Goku finish 90, then 200, he slumped to his knees, his vision darkening and his head spinning. If Goku waived this bill, along with Naruto and Sasuke's, he wouldn't have made any money that day, but would have actually lost a significant amount, experiencing a far more painful experience than losing everything. It was as if Goku and his companions had sent him plummeting from heaven to hell, teaching him for the first time what it felt like to feel like crying without tears. Fortunately, Goku and the others, seeing his vacant eyes, couldn't bear it and gave Goku back the money for the burgers after his 20th. Thank you. Thank you. You're the nicest and kindest people I've ever met. Next time, I'll give you 90% off. After accepting the money, he burst into tears of joy and practically knelt before Goku and the others. He had originally intended to offer them a 20% discount on the cost price, but when he thought of Goku's prodigious appetite, he immediately changed his mind and said 10%. After sending Goku and the others 100 meters away, he hurried back, kicked the challenge sign outside the shop, and spat bitterly. What idiot came up with this? That day, Kakashi received a message from Konoha, stating that in the Demon Kingdom, a demon that once threatened to destroy the world had been unleashed, and its undead army was wreaking havoc there. Therefore, the demon country requested support from Konoha, hoping that Konoha would send ninjas to help. Sarutobi Hiruzen, thinking of them as being closest to the demon country, passed on the message, hoping they could go and help. Of course, he had also dispatched other ninjas, so if Kakashi and the others were tied up, there was no need to worry. Upon receiving the news, Kakashi immediately approached Goku, Naruto, and the others to discuss the matter. Go. Of course. These are monsters. I don't think I've ever seen anything like them. Naruto was the first to voice his support. In the original story, he was deeply afraid of ghosts and monsters, so the news of going to the demon country to help terrified him to the point of turning purple. In this world, he was different. After countless battles and under the influence of Goku, he had become fearless. Monster or not, look how Naruto would handle them all. I agree. Sasuke folded his arms and nodded calmly. Karin's face paled, clearly terrified of these things. But she didn't refuse. Instead, she glanced at Goku and said weakly, I'll listen to Goku-sensei. As long as Goku-sensei went, she wasn't afraid. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Goku scratched his head and smiled innocently, then go. I've been here for quite a while now, so it's time to leave. He had already tasted all the local delicacies this month and had fought Inoki, the man he most wanted to fight. It could be said that his journey had been complete. Okay, then we're unanimous in this decision. After Goku made his decision, Kakashi made the final decision. You're leaving? To the land of demons, in the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki raised an eyebrow in surprise when he saw Goku and his group coming to say goodbye. He'd assumed Goku and his group would be staying for quite some time. After all, Naruto and Sasuke had been training so intensely that they looked like they weren't going to leave. Yes, we've been bothering you a lot, and this is a good opportunity to say goodbye, Kakashi replied politely. During this time, Iwagakure treated them like VIPs, providing them with free food, drink, and lodging. If they hadn't felt bad and decided to pay for it themselves, they would have truly spent a month there for free. Of course, he knew that Goku's presence was a big part of the reason they were doing this, but he couldn't take it for granted. He still had to show the proper attitude. I know about it. I'm also aware of the demon country incident. They've also requested our assistance, and I just sent some people there. If you had told me beforehand, you would have gone with them. Inoki didn't try to persuade them to stay. After all, some of those who hated Konoha had been complaining about Goku and his group staying in the village for so long. If it weren't for his immense prestige within the village, which helped suppress these objections, the village would have probably erupted in unrest. Haha, it's because we only heard the news today, Kakashi smiled. Would you like me to send someone to go with you and show you the way? The land of demons borders the land of earth, and reaching it from the village requires a considerable walk through the land of earth itself. A guide would certainly make the journey much faster. No need, we appreciate your kindness. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. Goku and his companions quickly said goodbye to Inoki and, led by Kuratsuchi, left the village. Bye, we're leaving. I hope you'll be stronger next time we meet. Naruto smiled and waved goodbye to Kuratsuchi. Although their initial encounters were somewhat unpleasant, their relationship had improved significantly after a month of spending time together. Huh? Of course, I'll definitely defeat you next time we meet. Kuratsuchi folded her arms, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Soon, watching Goku and his companions retreat, she lowered her arms, her expression becoming complicated. In the end, I still didn't speak, she thought quietly. After spending so much time together, she already knew Naruto and Sasuke practiced a form of energy called chi. It was this practice that made them so powerful. The person who taught them this method was none other than Goku, the man who easily defeated her grandfather. She'd considered asking Goku for advice on how to cultivate chi, but she hadn't made up her mind. There were many reasons for this, but now, she didn't have to worry about it anymore, because she no longer had the chance to learn from him. The monster we're fighting is called a Oraio. It's said that the only one who can subdue it is the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons. The previous Shrine Maiden was the one who sealed it. She sealed the Oraio's soul in the Land of Demons and its body in the Land of Swamps. This time, the seal that was broken was the seal of its soul, allowing the Oraio to resurrect its undead army. These undead armies are said to be invulnerable and immortal. The Oraio's soul must be sealed again before they can be destroyed. Thus, our mission this time is to help the current Shrine Maiden seal the Oraio's soul. After leaving Iwagakure village some distance away, Kakashi began to explain their mission to the others. I have a question, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, raising his hand after hearing the mission. Oh? You mean, where did this demon called Wulian come from? Is there really no way we can defeat it besides stealing it? Well, I don't know where it came from, and I don't know if we can defeat it. After all, I've only read about it in literature. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. He was actually quite curious about why such a bizarre creature existed in the ninja world. Yosh. In that case, I'll see how powerful it is. Naruto clapped his fists, his face full of fighting spirit and excitement. Goku-sensei, can you sense it, Sora? If so, we can teleport over there. Hearing this, Goku shook his head. I just sense it, and I didn't sense anything special. Huh? Is that so? No problem, let's fly over there. Since the demon is rampant, we should get there early. Goku's face showed a rare seriousness. The original story doesn't specify the time of the Demon Kingdom incident. It should have occurred between 1 and 3 years after the Chunin exams, but here it's brought forward. Anyway, it's just a theatrical version that doesn't involve the main storyline, so a year or two early isn't a big deal. Off topic, my head hurt again today. It took an hour or two to get better, and I almost thought I couldn't write anymore. I saw some readers complaining about the lack of updates. It's not that the author doesn't want to update more, because more updates can also earn more money. Why doesn't the author update more? It's really because the author has no ability. I originally planned to write over 6,000 words a day after the release, but I didn't expect to be able to write only 4,000 or 5,000. Sigh, it was too idealistic after all. Chapter 135. What a hard guy. Run. 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 A small village of a few hundred people was now filled with shouts, cries, and the crash of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Flames and dust intertwined, filling half the village sky. Amidst the flames, dark and gray figures advance in unison, crushing any obstacles that stood in their way. Damn it! They've destroyed our home. I'm going to fight them. Among the fleeing villagers, a tall man watched his home being destroyed by these evil creatures, his eyes blazing with rage. He refused to flee. He had to protect the home they had passed down through their generations. Don't be impulsive. Shuchi, we can't defeat them. A woman clutched his arm tightly, refusing to let him pass. It's not like anyone in their village had tried to resist before, but they'd all perished. Only her husband, saved by her intervention, had survived. Damn it. I can't accept this. This is the house that's been passed down through our family for generations, and it's being destroyed like this. I can't bear this. Shuchi clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. But after glancing at the woman pleading beside him, he hesitated to take the step he wanted to take. And then, his gaze suddenly fixed. About 50 meters ahead of the village destroyers, a little girl of 6 or 7 was stumbling along. She looked panicked, her body covered in dust, and her arms were bleeding from several cuts, evidently from falling and scratching while fleeing. Is this Yoshimi? Shuchi blurted out. He knew everyone in the village, and this little girl was especially familiar to him. She was his brother Taro's child. Damn it! How could I have forgotten her? Shuchi slapped himself in the face, as if a thought had occurred to him. He had been so preoccupied with worrying about the house that he had forgotten that his brother had gone out that morning to do some shopping, leaving Yoshimi alone at home. With this thought, he abruptly shook off the woman's hand and ran towards Jimmy at breakneck speed. It would have been fine to flee, disregarding the hatred of his home's destruction, but he couldn't possibly ignore his brothers and children and run off on his own. Shuichi, the woman, having been freed, screamed at the top of her lungs, but it was no use slowing him down. Thump. 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 The village destroyers weren't human, but rows and rows of terracotta warriors, armed with weapons. Though they advanced in rows, occasionally encountering obstacles, their pace was unwavering, rapidly closing the gap between them and the weakened Jimmy. Snap. Finally, Jimmy fell again, this time without the strength to rise. She stared in horror at the approaching terracotta warriors. Dad, where are you? She hugged her knees, tears streaming down her face, helplessly calling out to her father. Don't be afraid, Jimmy. Uncle's here to save you. Just then, a voice from behind her made her turn around. She saw a figure sprinting from behind, rapidly closing in on her. Uncle Shuchi, she cried out, her face shimmering with fear, giving way to delight. But before Shuchi could reach her, the joy on her face froze. The terracotta warriors behind her were less than 3 meters away, and Shuchi was still over 10 meters away, clearly too late to save her. She turned, the towering figures of the terracotta warriors reflected in her pupils, reflecting her inner despair. No. Jimmy. Seeing Jimmy about to be mercilessly trampled and devoured by the torrent of terracotta warriors, Shuchi's eyes were bloodshot, yet he felt helpless. He only wished he hadn't run faster. If only he had, he could have saved Jimmy. Just as both of them were filled with despair, whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures, radiating white auras, suddenly descended from the sky. One of them lifted Jimmy up with one hand, then quickly darted to Shuchi's side, clutching him and flying backwards. The other two, taking advantage of the downward momentum, delivered a powerful kick to the faces of the 2 terracotta warriors closest to Yashimi. Boom boom boom. With a chorus of thunderous explosions, the 2 terracotta warriors flew backward like cannonballs, knocking down a dozen others in a line behind them. Hiss. So hard, when the attack was complete, one of the warriors who had sent the terracotta flying clutched his foot and gasped. The other, though silent, shook his foot, clearly feeling some discomfort. These 2 were none other than Naruto and Sasuke, who had arrived in the land of demons. Are these the undead legions so supposedly invulnerable? They're truly tough. Naruto lowered his foot, his teeth clenched as he gazed at the dense mass of terracotta warriors before him. After Goku suggested using the sky dance technique to speed their journey, they had flown all the way from the land of Earth. During this time, he, Sasuke, and Kakashi experienced excessive ki depletion, which Goku resolved by providing them with ki. After they flew to the land of demons, they stumbled upon a village ablaze. Seeing the little girl in distress, they descended without a second thought. It seems so. These things are truly bizarre. They have no aura at all. If you couldn't see them, you wouldn't even notice their presence, Sasuke observed carefully, keeping his distance from the other terracotta warriors. They're so tough, try my punch. Undeterred by their toughness, Naruto clenched his fist, dove in front of a terracotta warrior, and unleashed a punch. This punch, too, was the one he'd learned from Goku, a punch that could penetrate the enemy's body. Bang! As the punch impacted the terracotta warrior, its advancing steps faltered. Then, a series of crackling sounds echoed, and countless tiny cracks appeared, visible to the naked eye. Then, with a loud bang, the terracotta warrior shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Yosh! I knew it would work. Naruto's face curled with joy at the impressive effect of his attack. But the next second, his smile froze. The fallen terracotta warrior fragments suddenly soared into the air, then gathered together like water droplets. In an instant, the terracotta warriors he had previously shattered were restored to their original state. How, idiot, have you forgotten what Kakashi-sensei said about them being immortal? Sasuke smiled wryly at this. Tisk. Of course I know. I just wanted to test their ability. Naruto crossed his arms, his head turned to the side, his face stubborn. He wouldn't admit that he'd truly forgotten the information Kakashi had given him. So, how are we going to deal with these guys? Are we just going to watch them trample this village to the ground? After his stubborn words, he looked at the terracotta warriors before him and said solemnly. I wonder if Kamehameha can completely destroy them. The 2 exchanged glances, their minds reaching a decision. In this situation, the only option was to unleash their Kamehameha Kigen. After all, none of their other attacks had the slightest chance of completely destroying the enemy. With this thought in mind, they both leaped a distance apart, their hands placed at their waists in the shape of a calyx. Kamehameha, 2 blue orbs of light appeared in each of their hands. Then, to increase their chances of destroying the terracotta warriors, they concentrated even more energy. When they felt a blue orb's energy reach double that of the initial ones, they thrust their hands forward simultaneously. Kamehameha Kigen wave, whoosh! Like meteors, the 2 blue orbs darted across the ground, each crashing into the surging stream of terracotta warriors. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed out of nowhere, drawing the attention of the fleeing villagers in the distance. What's this? 2 smoke-filled corridors now pierced the vast terracotta warrior formation. Amidst the thick smoke, an entire row of terracotta warriors had been ripped from the knees, demonstrating the immense power of the Kamehameha blast. Huh? We've already taken most of their bodies off. They can't possibly be revived, right? Naruto asked uncertainly as the smoke gradually cleared, surveying the scene. This time, the terracotta warriors didn't shatter like before, but were reduced to dust. He doubted they could ever recover. Even so, We can't wipe them all out. Sasuke wasn't pleased by the scene. He and Naruto had only taken out 1 row of terracotta warriors each, and there were a full 20 rows here. Elsewhere, in a wooded area behind the village, a large number of villagers had gathered, fleeing the disaster. Many of these villagers had been injured while fleeing, some even suffering serious injuries, lying on the ground, nearly dead. Karin, who was bandaging the wounds of the less seriously injured villagers, heard the loud commotion behind her and glanced over with concern. Naruto, are they okay? No, don't worry. I can sense their situation. After rescuing the dying villagers and rescuing them from danger, Goku gave them a reassuring smile. Suddenly, Kakashi arrived, holding a little girl. He put her down, patted her head, and said gently, "Little girl, you're safe, stay here. Your uncle will be here soon." The little girl was none other than Yashimi. It was Kakashi who had rescued her earlier and helped her uncle, Shuchi, escape danger. Later, during the retreat, Shuchi asked Kakashi to put him down so he could reunite with his wife, who was waiting behind. He then asked Kakashi to take Yashimi to this safe place while he and his wife arrived. Yes, thank you, uncle." Yashimi was still visibly shaken, but upon seeing the familiar villagers around her, her uneasy heart finally settled. After comforting Yashimi, Kakashi stood up, glanced back at where Naruto and Sasuke were, and then looked around. Then, looking at Goku, he said, "Goku, I'll take care of this. Naruto and Sasuke might be overwhelmed, so I need your help." There had been a lot of commotion behind him, and he had glimpsed 2 blue lights, guessing that Naruto and Sasuke had used Kamehameha. But he didn't think it would be very effective. Even if Kamehameha could destroy the undead soldiers, Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't be able to destroy them all even if they used up all their ki. After all, there were simply too many of them. "No problem, Kakashi," Goku said with a smile. And then his body suddenly vanished, leaving the villagers staring in amazement. Who were these people? Could their village be saved? Meanwhile, in the village, hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones were busy fighting, kicking back the unstoppable soldiers. Damn it! These things are so intractable, they just keep coming. Naruto, as his true form, didn't join in the fight, but stayed back with Sasuke, watching the battle. After they dispatched 2 rows of terracotta warriors, they realized they couldn't finish off the rest, so they conserved their strength and stopped using Kamehameha. Instead, they held back the warriors, preventing them from trampling over the village behind them. This was done to protect the village while also waiting for Goku's arrival. They knew that once Goku arrived, the warriors would be annihilated. Something's wrong. Sasuke's eyes suddenly darkened, and he leaped high into the air, his 2 glowing sharingans carefully counting the warriors below. When he landed, a solemn expression settled on his face. "What's wrong, Sasuke?" Naruto's heart sank at his expression, knowing Sasuke must have noticed something wrong. The number of warriors is exactly the same as at the beginning. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine as he spoke. Since arriving here, he had used his powerful eyes to determine the exact number of warriors. These terracotta warriors were arranged in rows of 20, for a total of 400. Previously, he and Naruto had used Kamehameha to destroy 2 rows, meaning 40 of them. They observed that the terracotta warriors, whose bodies were reduced to only their calves, had fallen to the ground, showing no signs of recovery as before, so they had assumed they had truly destroyed them. But just now, after he leaped high into the air to count them again, he discovered that the number of terracotta warriors had returned to 400. In other words, the terracotta warriors they thought had been destroyed hadn't been, but had instead recovered without their knowledge. "What? Are you serious, Sasuke?" Naruto's face drastically changed upon hearing this news, and he quickly came to Sasuke, staring at him intently. Yet, seeing Sasuke nod, Naruto immediately grabbed his hair, looking like he had a headache. How could this be? Are they really impossible to destroy? How can such things exist in the world? Just when the two were at their wits' end, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. It was Goku, who had arrived late. "Hey, can't you two deal with them?" Goku first glanced at the terracotta warriors in front of him, then looked at Naruto and Sasuke and said with a smile, "Goku-sensei, you're finally here. These things are so weird. We used Kamehameha to blast them to the point where only their legs were left, but they still recovered." Seeing Goku finally arrive, Naruto's face lit up, and then he complained to him. "Oh? Really?" Goku raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Could it be that this world also has beings like Buu? who can recover as long as some body tissue remains? However, these things are not alive. He couldn't sense any life in them. This is interesting. He thought so. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 The Frightened Otsutsuki Tonari. Damn you, take my kick, quick, 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 here come a few more, help me kick them away, hiss, my feet hurt, I can't take it anymore, I'm leaving first, bang. Naruto's shadow clone, the last to speak, instantly dissipated in white smoke. At this moment, hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones blocked the terracotta warriors, kicking them back again and again. Some of the clones, having kicked the terracotta warriors so many times, had reached their pain threshold and dissipated. Goku-sensei, although it's unacceptable, this is all I can do right now. Not far behind the clones, Naruto's original form, Goku, and Sasuke stood together. Naruto, with a complex expression, took in the scene before him and said angrily to Goku. He had vowed to annihilate these undead monsters before arriving, but finding himself unable to do so left him feeling somewhat frustrated. Haha, it's okay, you've done a great job. These things are not for ordinary people to deal with, Goku said, patting his head with a reassuring smile. However, Naruto, who was being comforted, felt no comfort at all. Instead, he became even more dejected. His head drooped, and the dejection surrounding him seemed to crystallize, emitting a faint blue-purple glow. So, even now, he was still just an ordinary person. Ignoring Naruto's solitary grieving, Goku scrutinized the terracotta warriors, chin in hand. Then, he suddenly dove in front of one, snatched it up and flung it into the air. Immediately, he raised his hand and unleashed a blast of energy. Boom! The white energy wave struck the terracotta warrior, instantly shattering it into a cloud of shattered fragments that fell like snowflakes. Swoosh! Goku arrived at the spot where the fragments had fallen and paused, observing their movements. Sasuke and Naruto, who had recovered from his depression, also joined him in observing. About a minute later, the falling fragments finally began to stir. They first began to wriggle like worms, swarming toward the other debris. Once they converged, they strangely merged, then joined the rest of the debris and merged once more. The debris gradually expanded, transforming into small fragments, then larger fragments, and finally into individual body parts. Finally, a restored terracotta warrior reappeared. Hiss! So that's how it heals, Naruto gasped, having watched the entire process. No wonder he hadn't noticed the 40 terracotta warriors recovering before. It took so long, and the recovery process was so subtle. The field was filled with other terracotta warriors, making it even more difficult to detect. If it weren't for Sasuke's Sharingan's exceptional observational abilities, they wouldn't have known the 40 terracotta warriors had recovered. Boom! As the singled-out terracotta warrior recovered, Goku casually unleashed another ki blast. This time, the terracotta warrior was shattered into fragments even smaller than the previous fragments, undetectable without close observation. After his attack, Goku continued to stand and wait. This time, it took even longer. 10 minutes later, the scattered particles, along with a few that had been blown away by the wind, finally coalesced, gradually fusing into the original terracotta warriors. They can actually recover. This is insane, Naruto rubbed his teeth at this, goosebumps breaking out. If they can recover, how can we fight them? No matter how hard we hit, they're indestructible. No wonder they're called immortal. They're right. Well, they're certainly formidable creatures, Goku confirmed, pinching his chin. Then, he grinned, but I already know how to completely destroy them. Naruto and Sasuke looked at him in surprise, and Naruto blurted out, "What? Goku-sensei, have you come up with a good idea?" He had already firmly believed that these creatures were invincible, but Goku had given him new hope. "Naruto, do you know what absolute power means to destroy?" Goku asked, smiling at him instead of answering. Absolute power, Naruto blinked, as if understanding something, yet also not. The clever Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly, as if he had guessed something. Could it be? Reclaim all your clones, Naruto? Okay, Naruto nodded naively at Goku's instruction and recalled the shadow clones engaged in a fierce battle with the terracotta warriors. Freed from the restraints of the shadow clones, the terracotta warriors seemed to have thrown off their shackles and once again charged towards the village. Seeing this, Goku said nothing more. He raised his hand and ignited a stream of energy towards the terracotta warriors. The energy reached the terracotta warriors, but instead of attacking them, it suddenly expanded, enveloping them like a ball of water. Then, Goku's mind moved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terracotta warriors, controlled by their ki, flew into the sky and, under Goku's control, formed a single row. It was a magnificent sight. What's going on? Naruto gaped in confusion at the scene. But the next moment, seeing Goku's movements, his eyes widened and he realized what was happening. Goku placed his hands at his waist in a calyx-shaped formation. This movement was incredibly familiar to him. It was the opening move of the Kamehameha. Meanwhile, in the distance, Karin had bandaged the wounds of all the injured villagers. She, Kakashi, and several other villagers stood in front of the woods, gazing towards Goku and the others. What's that? Karin's face flickered with confusion as she saw a sudden black streak rise above the village. Those undead terracotta warriors. Kakashi pulled up his forward protector and took in the side of them through his Sharingan. While the Sharingan's vision wasn't as good as the Byakugan's, it was still significantly better than normal eyes. Was this done by Goku-sensei? Karin asked again. This time, Kakashi shook his head. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing they are. Two ninjas. Are those the monsters that destroyed our village? Can your companions really help us eliminate them? At this moment, the village chief, an elderly man in his 70s or 80s, trudged over with the aid of a cane, looking at them with a hopeful expression. Behind him, many villagers also looked on, their eyes filled with hope. Looking at these ordinary people, covered in dust as they fled, Kakashi felt a surge of sympathy. These villagers had lived here their entire lives. This was practically their home. If their homes were destroyed, how heartbroken and helpless they would be. Thinking of this, he smiled faintly. Don't worry, Before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized something and jerked his head towards the village. Boom! A blue ball of light, emitting a terrifying aura, suddenly rose from the village and slammed directly into the terracotta warriors at the head of the formation. What is this? Time flashed back a few seconds. When Goku performed the opening move of his Kamehameha, Naruto suddenly understood Goku's intention to destroy the terracotta warriors with this move. But he was also skeptical. These warriors were truly abnormal. While Goku's Kamehameha was powerful, could it truly completely destroy them? In less than a second, his expression changed. From his immediate proximity, he could sense Goku's ki surge as if on a rocket, reaching a strength he had never felt before in just half a second. At the same time, a seemingly ordinary blue orb, yet brimming with terrifying energy, suddenly materialized in Goku's hands. Is this Goku's true power? Sasuke, standing beside him, also sensed this terrifying aura that terrified him. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with shock. Before this, whether he had demonstrated the mountain blasting technique or eliminated the previous Hokage, Goku had never displayed ki of this magnitude. Having resisted Inoki's dust release not long ago, they were too far away to sense Goku's sudden surge of chi. Even if they had, it wouldn't have mattered, because Goku's chi was now far greater than before. Well, that should be enough, Goku smiled after concentrating his Kamehameha wave. To absolutely guarantee the complete annihilation of the terracotta warriors, he had deliberately increased his chi a bit more. And it was this very small increase that astonished Naruto and Sasuke. Watch out, Naruto, Sasuke. Goku didn't rush to fire, but glanced sideways at Naruto and Sasuke. Kudong, Naruto and Sasuke swallowed in unison and nodded in unison. Seeing this, Goku turned back and, gazing at the terracotta warriors frozen in the sky, awaiting their execution, thrust his hands forward. Kamehameha wave, whoosh! A blue ball of light shot forth, trailing an incredibly thick, meteor-like tail as it shot straight towards the terracotta warriors. During this process, it expanded rapidly, and by the time it reached the front of the terracotta warriors, its size was large enough to envelop them entirely. Boom! In an instant, the blue ball of light made direct contact with the first terracotta warrior. The terracotta's entire body began to annihilate upon contact. It was a complete annihilation, with not even a single atom left. It was even more terrifying than Inoki's dust release. The entire process was incredibly fast. To Naruto and the others, it seemed like the blink of an eye, and the first terracotta warrior was reduced to ashes. Immediately afterwards, the blue ball of light continued its momentum, annihilating the remaining 399 terracotta warriors at the same speed. Without looking back, it soared high into the sky, shooting straight into the sky, degree Greek letter Omicron degree. When the blue ball of light no longer appeared in their sight, Naruto and the usually aloof Sasuke shared the same expression. Their minds went blank, and they couldn't recover for a long time. At this moment, in space, a blue ball of light, emitting a formidable aura, was speeding, its direction surprisingly close to the moon. Compared to when Goku first launched it, its aura had been reduced by about half. Even so, it still struck fear in those who encountered it. This was the case with Tonari Otsutsuki. On the moon, Tonari, a descendant of Hamura Otsutsuki and the last scion of the branch clan that remained, sensed this terrifying energy ball. A look of fear crossed his usually impassive face. Such an attack. Where on earth did this man come from? As someone responsible for monitoring the ninja world, he had naturally long been aware of the presence of a powerful figure like Goku. But he hadn't initially taken it too seriously. For now, his sole concern was to monitor the ninja world and determine whether the world created by the six-path sage was a failure. All involvement in the ninja world was of no concern to him. Furthermore, even if he later concluded that the ninja world was a failure and needed to be destroyed, he didn't believe Goku would have any impact on him. Because by then, once he awakened the Samsara Eye, his power would be the most formidable in the ninja world, unstoppable by anyone. However, after feeling the terrifying attack of the blue ball of light, his original conviction began to waver. Even with the awakened Samsara Eye, could he truly withstand an attack of this magnitude? For a moment, his mind was in turmoil. Just as he was wavering, a Kamehameha wave from space zipped past the moon. After traveling a considerable distance, it slammed head-on into a massive meteorite floating in space. Boom! With a giant, white-lit firework, the meteorite, half the size of the moon, vanished silently, forever reduced to cosmic dust. Such power, witnessing the scene, cold sweat broke out on Otsutsuki Tonari's forehead, his heart pounding. If that attack had struck the moon, wouldn't it have been reduced to dust as well? In front of the woods, Kakashi's face lit up with shock as he watched a blue ball of light completely obliterate all the terracotta warriors. These supposedly immortal terracotta warriors were completely annihilated just like that? Goku, you truly astonish me time and again. He took a deep breath, regaining consciousness and looking at the village chief and villagers beside him, who had also noticed the scene and were now gazing intently at him, eager for more information. Everyone, those monsters have been vanquished by our companions. You are safe, and the rest of your home is saved. He smiled at them, his eyes curved into crescents. 1 second. 2 seconds. The villagers froze, seemingly unable to register what Kakashi had said. It wasn't until the village chief, the first to recover from the good news, threw down his staff and raised his arms to the sky, shouting, "Families, our home is saved. Ninja-sama helped us destroy those creatures," that the villagers finally came to their senses, their faces filled with excitement and surprise. "Ah! Our home is saved, long live the Ninja-sama," the villagers cheered in unison, many even kneeling on the spot and kowtowed to Kakashi and Karin, frightened enough to quickly help them up. "Everyone, it wasn't us who saved your home, but our companions. You should thank them, not us, Ninja-sama. I don't know about the others, but I should thank you. If you hadn't intervened earlier, Yoshimi would have died." Shuchi walked forward, holding Yoshimi and bowing sincerely to Kakashi. In his arms, Yoshimi blinked her eyes and thanked Kakashi again, crisply, "Thank you, Ninja-sama, yes, and this Ninja-sama, you helped so many of us bandage our wounds. We should thank you too." Many more villagers stepped forward and bowed to the bewildered Karin. To them, no matter who helped them, even the unknown Naruto and Sasuke, they were worthy of gratitude. Chapter 137 Rescue arrives in time. In a hidden cave within the Ghost Kingdom, a middle-aged man with long hair sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in repose. He was Wang Quan, the mastermind behind the release of the spirits. Suddenly, a frightened and angry voice echoed from within him. "Damn it! Why has part of my undead army lost its sensitivity?" With a swish, Wang Quan opened his eyes and, somewhat startled, asked the voice within, "Master Wulian, what did you say?" "I said, part of the undead army I sent out has lost its sensitivity. I can no longer sense their presence," the spirit possessing him shouted in exasperation. Those were powerful, immortal weapons it had created. Since its creation, this phenomenon had never occurred before. What had happened now to cause these undead weapons to lose their sensitivity? Lost their sensitivity. This time, Wang Quan finally confirmed he had heard correctly, and his brows furrowed. How could this happen, Master Wu Lian? How many have experienced this? There were well over 1,000 undead warriors, nearly 1,000 of whom had been sent to attack the land of demons and surround and kill the current shrine maiden. The remainder remained by their side as guards. 400, Wu Lian said angrily. Wang Quan's heart sank upon hearing this. They had only sent out 2 waves of undead soldiers, one of which consisted of exactly 400. This meant that all of them had lost their senses, and they still didn't know why. We can't wait any longer. Don't you have 4 disciples? I can empower them and have them kill the shrine maiden immediately. After calming down, Wu Lian made a quick decision. Yes, Master Wu Lian. As Wu Lian's most loyal subordinate, Wang Quan naturally accepted without hesitation. In the village, Wu Kuang and the others encountered Shou, an old acquaintance they had seen frequently. How did you get ahead of us? Upon seeing Goku and his group and learning their purpose, Shou was bewildered. He was the captain of the Iwagakure squad, sent by Inoki to support the land of demons. Their squad had departed from Iwagakure village a day earlier and had just arrived this morning. Upon arriving in the land of demons and connecting with the local defenses, they immediately deduced the possible routes of the 2 undead warrior armies based on their intelligence. Following the route of the nearest unit, they discovered a partially destroyed village. Then they spotted Goku and his group. Hey, guess, Uncle, Naruto said, grinning, deliberately keeping things in suspense. Never mind, I'm too lazy to know. Seeing they didn't explain, Shou didn't want to press the issue, as it might involve their secrets. So he turned and asked, since you're here, this village must have been protected by you. What about those immortal soldiers? Why are they gone? Upon meeting Goku and the others, he only asked them why they were there, not about the immortal soldiers they had been following. Them. Naruto's face was solemn. What happened to them? Seeing his expression, Shou immediately became nervous. Ever since he knew this young man possessed greater strength than himself, he no longer treated him as an ordinary boy, but instead treated him with caution. Therefore, seeing the other man's solemn expression, he subconsciously assumed that something bad had happened. They were eliminated by Goku-sensei. Just as he was feeling a little uneasy, Naruto suddenly grinned, holding his head and grinning. Shou immediately froze, 3 question marks slowly appearing above his head. Was he hallucinating? So he asked cautiously again, can you repeat that? I said, those strange, supposedly immortal, terracotta warriors were wiped out by Wukong-sensei in one fell swoop. They'll never be resurrected again. This time, Shou was finally certain he'd heard correctly. His eyes twitched. No, those creatures were wiped out by Wukong-sensei. What was that expression you just had? Wait a minute. He suddenly realized he'd overlooked something. The immortal terracotta warriors were wiped out? Never to be resurrected? Not long after. Then it's settled. We'll go protect the Miko, and the other immortal terracotta warrior army will be in your care. Outside the village, Shou said goodbye to Wukong and the others. He had accepted Wukong's complete annihilation of the immortal terracotta warriors, but the shock still lingered. Having accepted this, he immediately told Wukong and the others the possible location of the other immortal army, asking them to help deal with it while they rushed to the Miko's location to protect her. After all, the safety of the Miko is also of utmost importance. Without her power, they cannot seal the monsters. Wait a minute, with Goku's power, is there a way to directly destroy the other party? This question suddenly popped up in Shou's mind. Looking at Goku, who is always smiling, he wanted to ask this question, but after thinking about it, he decided not to ask it. Forget it, things will work out when the time comes. Soon, he left with his subordinates. And after they left, Yoshi. Then let's go deal with the other undead soldiers. Goku looked at everyone and smiled. So after a while, they soared into the sky and flew in the direction Shou pointed. It is worth mentioning that since Karin has not yet learned the air dance technique, she is sitting on Goku's back, just like before. Half a day later. How could it be gone? Could that old man's information be wrong? In a valley, Goku and his companions, searching fruitlessly for another army of undead warriors, landed there. Naruto, almost losing patience, frowned and said in frustration. Following Kari's intelligence, they had begun searching from the air. After searching for a while with no results, They dispersed and searched further, expanding their area. Even then, they still found nothing. "No, Carrie's information must be correct," Kakashi said, shaking his head. "I found traces of the undead warriors march in a canyon, but strangely, they suddenly disappeared halfway through the canyon." It was during their dispersed search that Naruto, drawing on his years of ninja experience, discovered clues left by the undead warriors. He then followed their trail until they lost their clue in the canyon. Even now, he still couldn't figure out why the traces of the undead warriors had suddenly ceased. Had they vanished into thin air? There couldn't possibly be another person as powerful as Goku who could destroy them. What he didn't know was that the Wulian had actually reclaimed the undead soldiers. After losing 400 of them, it no longer dared to allow the others to run rampant. After all, with its current strength, it couldn't create more of these undead soldiers, and losing even one would be heartbreaking. How could this happen? What should we do now? Should we continue searching? Naruto scratched his head. Continuing this search would probably be a waste of time and futile. We should reunite with the hunters and protect the Miko. After all, they sent the undead soldiers specifically to kill her. Now that they've disappeared, there's a good chance they've changed their attack methods. What do you think, Goku? Kakashi, after compiling the current information, pondered and came to this conclusion. Of course, he didn't forget to ask Goku's opinion. After all, Goku was more powerful than him and might have different ideas. "Well, I think your idea is a good one. I'll do as you say." Goku pinched his chin, pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. If the other party had chi, he could try searching. If not, he was at a loss. He couldn't possibly search the entire land of demons. With his agreement, Naruto, Sasuke, and Karin naturally agreed. Then Goku placed his sword finger between his eyebrows and began searching for Carrie's chi. When he had separated from Carrie, he had specifically memorized her chi so that he could easily reach the Miko's location through it. Within a short moment, he sensed her chi. Upon sensing it, he raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise on his face. The other party's chi was fluctuating violently. It was clear a battle was underway. Meanwhile, far away, before a vast palace, Carrie and his men were engaged in a fierce battle with four eerie figures in white robes. Their faces were covered in strange patterns, their teeth were pointed, and their eyes were completely black, giving them the appearance of demons from hell. They were Wang Quan's four disciples, empowered by the Wuling, and ordered to slay the Miko. "He! You can't defeat us. Get out of the way, Iwagakure ninjas," they roared with eerie laughter as they fiercely attacked Sho and his companions. Having gained the immense power of the Wuling, they had somewhat lost themselves, becoming neither human nor ghost. HMPH. "You vile creatures, relying on external powers, you think you can defeat us?" Sho had long since recognized that the immense power they now possessed was not their own, and he held them in contempt. "He! If that's the case, I'll take your lives first, then that Miko's." Enraged by Sho's words, Wang Quan's four disciples' faces instantly turned fierce. "Earth escape, Earth corridor." The white-haired man named Yite pounded his fist into the ground, and the earth shook violently. Rumble. In less than a second, a massive mass of rock suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping Sho and his men in a vast, rocky corridor. What's this? Seeing an unsealed cave entrance not far away, Sho and his men instinctively rushed towards it. However, they stopped before reaching the entrance, as the orange-haired woman named Shizuku unleashed a ninjutsu towards them. Fire style. Flowing fire, a blazing ring of fire whizzed towards them. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing this, they dodged it with a quick move. But then, as if realizing something, Sho's expression darkened, and he leaped upwards. Explosion style, landmine fist, boom. With a resounding explosion, a gaping hole was blasted through the rock wall that had previously sealed them. Without a second thought, he shouted to his men, "Get out!" The moment he finished shouting, a blue-haired man named Setsuna, standing at the cave entrance, shouted, "Wind style, divine wind, whoosh!" A sudden gust of wind arose, whistling into the cavern. When the wind met the ring of fire ahead, it fanned the flames, and in an instant, the flames surged, sweeping across the corridor. "Damn it! We almost died." Three of his men, having managed to escape the shattered hole at the last moment, were struck by the massive column of flames rising from the entrance, sustaining varying degrees of damage. They were all terrified. Had they been a step later, they would have been reduced to ash by the raging flames. Seeing that his men were safe, Sho averted his gaze, looking down. 1, 2, 3, no. One more person is missing. At this moment, he observed that only 3 of the 4 enemies who had previously besieged them remained, with one missing. His face darkened as he glanced towards the open palace gates, instantly realizing the man had gone to attack the Miko. Damn it! Without a second thought, he sprang towards the palace, but before he could get far, the 3 remaining enemies blocked his path. Hey! You're lucky to be alive, but we won't let you ruin our plans. Yashiasu, Setsuna, and Shizuku grinned with unbridled abandon. While they had cornered Kari and his men, their eldest brother, Kusuna, had taken the opportunity to leave and pursue the Miko. How could they allow Kari to ruin such a prime opportunity? Damn it! Kari gritted his teeth, his face gloomy. He had just noticed that only one of his 3 men was likely wounded, the other 2 were probably too weak to fight. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for them to break through the enemy's blockade and rescue the Miko. Just when he was at his wit's end, suddenly, 5 figures appeared out of nowhere behind him. Hey! Uncle, you look like you're in trouble. Swish! He turned around abruptly, his face first filled with surprise, then with joy. Mr. Wukong, you're here. They had agreed before they parted that once Wukong and his team had dealt with the other legion of undead warriors, they would come to the Miko's side to help protect her. He had assumed that Wukong and his team wouldn't arrive soon, unaware of the attack. Unexpectedly, they arrived at this critical moment. Haha, sorry, we're late. What's going on? Are these the enemy? Wukong rubbed his head and chuckled, then pointed curiously at the 3 people in front of him. At his reminder, Sho's smile quickly faded, his face solemn as he spoke. There are 4 enemies in total, and 1 recently went after the Miko. The Miko is probably in imminent danger. Please help rescue her. We'll hold them here. Which direction are they heading? That way, I think. There's a small path behind the palace where you can escape. Sho pointed in a direction. Is that so? Goku looked thoughtfully at the direction he pointed. He could sense several ki moving rapidly in that direction, one of the more powerful ones nearly catching up to the 2 weaker ones ahead. Then I'll go over, Kakashi. I'll leave this to you. He smiled, waved his hand, and vanished in a flash. As he left, Sho, his subordinates, and the 3 enemies, with the exception of Kakashi and his companions, all stared with their eyes narrowed. What? How did he disappear? Chapter 138, was the prophecy wrong? Was Wukong's body taken away? Snap! 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 A samurai in court robes trotted along a forest path. He glanced back periodically, as if something terrifying was chasing him. On his back, a beautiful girl with long, flaxen hair crouched quietly, seemingly unfazed by their precarious situation. She was Sachian, the current Shrine Maiden of the Demon Kingdom. Who? Shrine Maiden, it looks like the ninjas from the Iwagakure village have held off those 4 enemies. We should be out of danger for now. After a long pause without seeing any sign of the enemy behind them, Ashio, the samurai carrying Sachian, panted. It's useless. Fate is already determined, and no one can break it, a cold female voice echoed. Sachian showed no joy at this good news, her expression remaining expressionless. As a Shrine Maiden, she possessed not only the power to seal away demons, but also the ability to predict the deaths of others. However, while she could predict the deaths of others, she was actually predicting her own. The reason she predicted others was because they had sacrificed their lives for her chance to survive. And if no one else was willing to sacrifice their lives for her, she would be the one to die. Back to the point. She had predicted Ashio's death not long ago. Therefore, she didn't believe they could escape this time. After hearing her words, Ashio fell silent. He was well aware of Sachian's abilities, and he knew she had predicted his own death, so he knew he would die. But even so, he remained relentless, determined to ensure Sachian's survival. Miko-sama, you will definitely survive, he whispered. He didn't know if anyone would still be willing to sacrifice their lives for Sachian after his death, but in the current situation, this was the only way he could comfort her, and himself. As they were conversing, a figure suddenly appeared not far behind them. Finally caught up? I'll take your lives. The person who appeared was none other than the enemy who had taken advantage of the situation, Kusuna. Seeing he had finally caught up with his target, he felt a surge of joy, feeling that their mission was finally accomplished. They could finally follow Master Wu Liang and conquer the ninja world, unify it, and enjoy a life as wonderful as ever. With a whoosh, he silently drew a kunai, then swiftly stepped forward, thrusting it directly at Shin, who was standing on Ashio's back. At that moment, Ashio, ever on high alert, finally noticed something and spun around. She watched the enemy's kunai rapidly expand in front of her. Am I going to die? He was too late to resist, and could only watch helplessly as the enemy's attack was about to fall upon him. But his face showed no sign of panic, as if he had already accepted his own death. Behind him, Shin also witnessed the scene, her expression remaining calm. But a closer look revealed the pain hidden deep within her pupils. At only 16, she should have been full of innocence and smiles, but her identity as a Miko forced her to witness the deaths of those close to her. How could she possibly smile in such agony? She could only feign indifference to prevent herself from crying. Am I going to die this time too? What she hadn't told Ashio was that, shortly after predicting his death, she had also predicted her own. This meant that after Ashio's death, no one could save her. Suddenly, an orange figure appeared beside them. Immediately, a finger aimed at the kunai in Kusuna's hand and flicked it. With a soft clang, the kunai arced gracefully through the air, plummeting far into the forest behind. Kusuna, clutching it, was sent flying backwards by the immense force. Who are you? He gazed solemnly at the man before him, as if facing a formidable enemy. The man had appeared as if out of nowhere, without a trace, and with such immense power, he was completely taken aback. My name is Son Goku. Goku casually announced his name, then turned to look at the stunned faces of Ashio and Shin. The former was stunned to have survived, the latter was shocked that her prophecy had gone awry. How could this be? Shin's mind went blank. She instinctively opened her cherry lips, her expression no longer calm. In her prophecy, she saw her death here, at the hands of Kusuna. And when she died, the man in front of her wasn't even there. So, what was going on? Was the prophecy wrong, or was it? Before she could comprehend, Goku smiled and greeted her. Hey! Are you the Miko? While it seemed likely, he didn't know the Miko, so he had to confirm it just to be safe. Shin stared at him, stunned, still pondering the prophecy, and for a moment, she didn't react. Ashio came to his senses, a look of excitement on his face. Yes! She is the Miko-sama. Excuse me, sir, are you here to save her? He wasn't excited for his own survival, but for Shin's. After all, with his death, there would be no one left to protect Shin. Yet, Goku nodded. After confirming his target, he turned back and said seriously to Kusuna, Hey, you still have time to leave now. Ashio's face fell at this, sir. He was about to say that he couldn't let the other party go, but then he thought, what if the other party didn't want to fight because of their presence? After all, there was a high possibility of protection errors during a fight. Kusuna gave Goku a deep look and actually gave up the fight. He whooshed away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After he left, Goku looked back at Ashio and Shin, grinning at them. You're safe, damn it. How the hell did that guy show up? In the woods, Kusuna's face grimaced. He'd almost succeeded just now, only to be disrupted by someone who had appeared from nowhere. He hadn't engaged the enemy because he sensed their danger, and since his three siblings were likely running low on chakra and needed him to replenish it, he'd given up the idea of a fight. Looks like this plan has failed. Let's reunite with Yashiosa and the others, then return to discuss this with Master and Master Wulian. Quickly gathering his thoughts, he hurried towards the palace. But as he leaped up above the palace, his pupils suddenly constricted. What? The battle in front of the palace had ended without him noticing. And the winners were clearly not his siblings, as they lay unconscious on the ground, bound and tied up. Damn it! They have reinforcements. He immediately noticed that besides the Iwagakure ninja they'd fought previously, there were several more Konoha ninjas. Clearly, this was the reason his brothers and sisters had lost. Whoosh! He resisted the urge to jump in and save them, and immediately fled in the other direction. After all, he couldn't do it alone, he needed the help of his master and Master Wulian. Huh? Who was that person up there? Naruto was leaning against a stone pillar, waiting for Goku with boredom. After Goku left, he and Sasuke had quickly defeated the three enemies, so they were waiting for Goku's return. Suddenly, he sensed an unfamiliar aura over the palace, and he jumped. But before he could get a closer look, the aura quickly retreated, vanishing from his range in less than 2 seconds. I don't know. Sasuke, who had also sensed the aura, glanced at it, his tone calm. Since the other party had fled, He didn't bother to pay attention to them. Kari and his men glanced at the palace in surprise. No one? Was there someone up there just now? Swish. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the arena, Goku and the men he had rescued, Saiyan and Ashio. Saiyan and Ashio were stunned by the sudden change of scenery. They had merely followed Goku's inexplicable instructions and placed their hands on each other's shoulders. How had they returned in the blink of an eye? And now, seeing Goku's elusive presence again, Kari and his men couldn't hide their shock. Was this some kind of space-time ninjutsu? Yo. We're back, Goku raised his hand in greeting. Is this the Miko? Naruto examined Saiyan curiously. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Karin also looked on with curiosity. She doesn't seem any different. After examining her, Naruto held his chin, a trace of confusion in his heart. Could this seemingly ordinary girl truly possess the power to seal demons? Where's the enemy? Goku, Kakashi asked, turning his gaze to Goku, not paying much attention to Saiyan. He knew Goku was a kind person, having never killed any of the enemies he'd encountered so far, save for the undead warrior who wasn't alive a while ago. I let him go, Goku said with a grin, rubbing his head. Let him go? Do you think you would, if he'd let an ordinary enemy go? Kakashi wouldn't have given it much thought, it was perfectly in line with Goku's character. But this enemy was clearly no ordinary one, it was some madman bent on unleashing demons to destroy the world. Furthermore, the demon's soul hadn't been found yet, so Goku wouldn't let him go easily. Well, that's right. Let him lead the way, Goku said, his face a rare expression of wisdom. The undead warriors and the demon's soul couldn't sense aura, and now that they were hidden, it was difficult to find them. Therefore, they could only rely on their subordinates to guide them. It was night. The moon was sparse, the sky cloudless. A cool, silvery light shone across the ground, faintly illuminating the hundreds of undead warriors in a forest. In the center of the undead warriors' encirclement, Wang Quan sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at Kusuna, who half knelt before him. His face was so gloomy it looked as if water might drip from his eyes. Just now, he had received extremely bad news from one of his disciples. The power protecting the Miko had increased, and 3 of his other disciples had been captured. How could they kill the Miko? Would they have to send the undead warriors again? Master Wulian, what do you suggest we do? After coming up with no good solution, he turned to the Wulian within him. After all, the Wulian was the leader. Let's go to the swamp country and see if we can unseal my physical body, the Wulian said gravely. He hadn't gone immediately because he feared being sealed again by the Miko upon his release, so he had decided to deal with her first. But now the situation had taken a turn for the worse, forcing him to put his plans to kill the Miko on hold and free his own physical body first. Yes, Master Wulian, Wang Quan nodded slightly, then stood up, preparing to head for swamp country. But just then, swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several figures appeared on the scene. Huh? Wang Quan was startled, and Kusuna's face changed drastically upon seeing the newcomers. How could it be them? So these undead soldiers are hiding here, Naruto thought thoughtfully as he looked around at the countless undead soldiers. They were none other than him, Goku, and Kakashi. As for Sasuke and Karin, the former stayed behind to protect Saiyan, while the latter, too weak, didn't allow her to come along. How did you find this place? Kusuna demanded. When he returned, he was certain there were no pursuers, so he was now baffled, wondering how Goku and the others had found their way here. Guess, Naruto said, grinning, holding his head. Wang Quan instantly guessed the other party's identity from their conversation and immediately, using the power of the Wulian, ordered the undead soldiers to kill them all. Boom. The dormant undead soldiers suddenly revived, emitting a powerful pressure and charging towards Wukong and his companions. Seeing this, Wukong was about to attack, but the undead soldiers suddenly stopped, causing him to blink in confusion. Huh? Not only him, but Wang Quan, who had issued the order, was also confused, wondering why the undead soldiers had stopped. But soon, his face froze as he understood the reason. A voice in his mind echoed, wait a minute, that man who doesn't look like a ninja has a far greater vitality than an ordinary human, even greater than my physical body. It was the Wulian who spoke. Because of the presence of an outsider, it communicated with Wang Quan through telepathy. The undead soldier's hide stopped because of its control. Master Wulian, what do you want to do? Wang Quan responded in confusion, secretly shocked by what it said. How could it be possible that its ki and blood were stronger than Master Wu Liang's own flesh? HMPH, what do I want? I want this man's body. Such a superb vessel might allow me to reach even greater heights. With it, I won't have to bother breaking the old seal, and since the Miko isn't here right now, no one can stop me. Wu Liang's voice was filled with excitement. It had never imagined that after its resurrection, it would find such a superb vessel. Did this mean that the heavens were helping it, and that its goal of ruling the ninja world would definitely be achieved this time? What should I do, Master Wu Liang? Seeing Wu Liang's changed target, Wang Quan didn't object, but instead asked for instructions. Let him down so I can more easily invade his body. Upon receiving the instructions, Wang Quan's eyes gleamed with a glint, and an idea suddenly came to mind. As they exchanged words, Kusuna looked from the motionless undead warrior to his stunned master, his heart aching with anxiety. What on earth had just happened? Just as he was about to question Yomi, Yomi suddenly moved. This movement caused his gaze to freeze, and he froze in place. Yomi first raised his hands, then looked at Goku and the others and said, "I surrender." Then, stepping a meter or two in front of Goku, he knelt down, then prostrated himself on the ground in a gesture of submission. Seeing this, not only Kusuna was stunned, but also Naruto, Goku, and Kakashi, who were ready to fight. They hadn't even started the fight yet, and the enemy had already surrendered? After a few seconds, Goku scratched his head, looked at Kakashi, and said, "He seems quite sincere." Although he couldn't sense the good or evil in the other's heart, he could sense the sincerity he exuded. Kakashi was also puzzled, for he could sense the other party's sincerity. Yet, he was skeptical. How could someone who had unleashed a demonic being change his ways so suddenly? "Master, what are you doing? Where's Master Wu Liang? Master Wu Liang, please say something." At this moment, unable to face reality, Kusuna, like a madman, hysterically addressed the prostrate Yomi. He couldn't believe that his master, with his ambitions to unify the world, would admit defeat so easily, so he desperately wanted Wu Liang to speak. But just as he began to shout, Wu Liang within Yomi cursed inwardly, "Damn you! How dare you ruin my plans!" Without waiting, its spirit body soared from Yomi's body, shooting like lightning towards the nearby Goku. By this time, Goku had already let down most of his guard against Yomi, and his attention was drawn to Kusuna's shouting. For a moment, he didn't even notice the purple ball of light flying out from under Yomi's prone body. He was caught off guard by the Wu Liang soul. He turned around and found a purple soul on his leg. He tried to use his ki to blast it away. But before he could do anything, a shrill wail suddenly rang out from the soul. Immediately afterwards, the purple soul exploded with a bang, and in the blink of an eye, it turned to ashes. Only Goku was left with a confused and cute cry, "Huh?" Chapter 139. Are fried snails delicious? As night fell, bright moonlight filtered through the sparse treetops, dappling onto a quiet clearing in the forest and illuminating several bewildered faces. The scene had happened so suddenly, so unexpectedly, that no one understood what had happened. Goku, Naruto, and Kakashi stared at each other, each bewildered. After a moment, Naruto spoke first. "Goku-sensei, what just happened? What was that purple light? And what was that sound?" He had only caught a glimpse of a ball of purple light attaching to Goku before exploding with a scream, completely bewildered. Kakashi was no different. Even as an experienced ninja, he felt that what had just happened was beyond his comprehension. "I'm not quite sure, it looked like a spirit." Goku scratched his face, his tone uncertain. Before he could fully sense the other person, the creature exploded, and he could only vaguely detect a trace of a spirit's presence. "Soul body," Naruto scratched his face in unison, an expression strikingly similar to Goku's. "Ahem, that's the soul of Wu Liang-sama. You actually." Wang Quan, crouching on the ground, suddenly raised his head and pointed tremblingly at Wukong. He seemed a different person now, his cheekbones prominent, his eyes deep and sunken, their lifeless pupils dim. If one lifted his clothes, one would see that beneath them, he was emaciated. His life force was barely a flicker, clearly on the verge of exhaustion. As he uttered these words, it seemed as if the last of his strength had been drained, extinguishing the flame. Bang! His head instantly slumped to the ground, and with a look of deathly resignation, he descended into hell. As Wu Liang's temporary host, his life force had long been devoured by it. If it hadn't been for Wu Liang maintaining his functions, he would have perished long ago. With Wu Liang's demise, he too was annihilated. After his death, Goku and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. So, that purple light was Wu Liang's soul. So what was it trying to do? Kakashi examined Yomi's body, his mind rapidly replaying the preceding events. After a while, he deduced from all the information a conclusion that made his scalp tingle. The demon known as Wu Liang had attempted to possess Goku's body, but for some unknown reason had failed, ultimately leading to his own demise. Goku had also guessed this intention, having been possessed by Jinryu many years before. Even decades later, the thought still terrified him. He had nearly become like Jinryu's hideous form. What? Wu Liang is dead, killed by Goku. Back in the Shrine Maiden's palace, Goku and the others, having returned, recounted what had happened to the remaining occupants, drawing several gasps of surprise. Yes, Kakashi nodded. While they hadn't been entirely clear on how the monster died, they were certain it crashed into Goku. Therefore, it made perfect sense that Goku had killed it. My guess actually came true. Shuri was stunned. He had previously suspected that if Goku could destroy the undead soldiers, then the monster, could also be destroyed. To his surprise, his guess was correct. How is that possible? How could he kill the monster? While Ashio fully acknowledged Goku's strength, she couldn't believe he could kill the monster. After all, the monster was only a Miko-sama could deal with. They're right, the monster is indeed dead. I can't sense it anymore, Ashio questioned. Shion, who had been silent until then, spoke up. For some unknown reason, she and the monster could sense each other's presence. While she couldn't determine the target's exact location through sensing, she could confirm its life force. But now, she found she couldn't sense its presence. This meant that Wu Liang had indeed fallen. She looked at Wukong with a complex gaze, realizing she couldn't fathom this man at all. This man had previously caused her predictions to go awry, and now, he was helping her defeat a monster only she could handle. Who was he? After Wu Liang's death, the undead warriors were reduced to ash, and Wang Quan's disciple, Kusuna, was imprisoned along with his 3 siblings. Thus, the monster outbreak came to an end. Wukong and his companions, after enjoying several days of hospitality from the Demon Kingdom, departed. Goku-sensei, how did you manage to eat fried snails? Just hearing the name of the dish makes me sick. On the way, Naruto finally couldn't hold back and asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for the past few days. The Demon Kingdom's hospitality had been excellent, but there was one drawback. Their signature dish was fried snails. When he first heard about the dish, his face turned pale. Seeing it, his stomach churned violently, nearly vomiting. Hearing his words, Karin, Kakashi, and even Sasuke perked up their ears, their eyes furtively scanning Goku. Like Naruto, they were all utterly averse to the dish, unwilling to even glance at it, let alone a bite. But Goku, on the other hand, devoured dozens of plates by himself, making their eyelids twitch. Huh? Aren't fried snails delicious? Crispy and fragrant, the meat is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's one of the best foods I've ever tasted. Faced with the crowd's questions, Goku scratched his head in confusion. Currently, coffee and bread were the only things he disliked. He accepted everything else, let alone these fragrant fried snails. Okay. I get it. Goku-sensei, stop talking. Naruto felt his stomach churn again after hearing Goku's response. He wanted to slap himself in the face for being so rude, asking such a question. Not long after, they stepped into a new environment. Hush! It's so cold, Naruto shivered, hugging his arms. Before him, snowflakes drifted across the sky, blanketing the ground in a blanket of white. Snowflakes fluttered like feathers, scattering down onto the ground, coating it in a silvery white. A biting cold wind whistled across the exposed rocks, whipping up waves of snow. Cold and desolate were the hallmarks of this world. And this place, the snow country, bordering the demon country to the north, was the land of snow. Is it really possible to train like this, Goku-sensei? Naruto shivered. He was dressed only in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, shivering from the cold. Sasuke was dressed similarly. The reason they did this was because Wukong said it would help them practice better. Of course, practicing in extreme environments can help people improve, Wukong said with a grin. Didn't you see that the spirit time chamber used to be an extreme place with hot, thin air? This place is the opposite, and it also has a good effect. The second update will be tomorrow. By the way, has anyone eaten snails? Is this thing really that good? Every time I see it, I get goosebumps. even though I'm a Guangdong Silver who claims to eat everything. Chapter 140, Training in the Snow, Developing New Tactics. Ha, bang, 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 bang. Three figures clashed in a fierce, clashing mass on the snow. Occasionally, two of them would be thrown back from the clash, only to regroup and charge once more at the ones who had sent them flying. After an indeterminate amount of time, the familiar figures were once again sent flying. This time, they lay sprawled on the snow, unable to rise. Huff, huff, the figures were none other than Naruto and Sasuke. Their faces were flushed, perhaps from the cold or the heat. They lay sprawled on the ground, their chests heaving violently, their breath instantly condensing into a white mist of frost. With every breath, they felt as if they were swallowing up the cold. A dry, aching pain clung to their throats, their lungs frozen with frost, agonizing pain. This feeling had been a daily occurrence for the past few days. Not bad, Naruto, Sasuke, you've made some progress today. It was Goku, of course, who had engaged the two and sent them flying. Standing there, hands on his hips, Goku beamed with approval at the performance. While his two disciples' progress wasn't as rapid as Gohan and Noob's, they possessed the same dedication to diligent training. He greatly admired those with such a will, and that's why he was willing to invest his time in their training. Hey, Goku, are you done? Dinner's time. Just then, a figure emerged from the distant woods, looking towards them and shouting. Yo. Kakashi, I got it. We'll be right there. Hearing the voice, Goku immediately waved back. Let's go. Naruto, Sasuke, it's time to eat. With that shout, Naruto leaped from the snow, his face no longer tired. Finally, dinner's time. I was starving. Sasuke slowly climbed out of the snow. Though he said nothing, his eyes were filled with a thirst for food. Unconsciously, under Goku's influence, they had become even more fond of food, enjoying these post-battle meals even more. In the clearing in the forest, wisps of smoke rose, and the air was filled with a fragrant aroma of barbecue, which made Goku and the other two's eyes light up upon arriving. Wow! What a nice smell! Seeing the various fragrant roasted meats spread out on the ground, Goku and the others' appetites were whetted. Most of these meats were acquired during their time in the Demon Kingdom and stored in sealed scrolls, with only a few being caught here. Karin, your cooking is getting better and better. Naruto, already impatient, grabbed a large chicken drumstick and took a bite. The juicy meat sizzled in his mouth, filling his mouth with rich flavor. His eyes lit up even more, and he praised corn profusely. Goku and Sasuke did the same, each taking their favorite piece of meat and biting into it with delighted and satisfied expressions on their faces. Karin was standing at the grill, turning the meat, ensuring that every part was evenly cooked. Hearing Naruto's praise, she tilted her head and saw the satisfaction on the three people's faces, and a happy smile broke out on her face. Once upon a time, she was confined to a small hut all day, being called upon and dismissed at will, treated like a blood bag like a tool. But now, she had friends, a teacher, and what she considered to be a life of supreme happiness. She was so happy. I am so full. After feasting heartily, Goku and the other two rubbed their plump bellies, leaned back against a tree with great satisfaction, and moaned with pleasure. I wonder how Sakura is doing now. In this rare moment of leisure, Naruto couldn't help but think of Sakura, who had been separated from them for over a month. She should be studying medical ninjutsu hard, Sasuke said calmly, holding his head. That's true. She's really into that stuff. I hope she hasn't given up on her training. Let's not talk about her. Thick eyebrows and Niji have improved so much. I'm really looking forward to fighting them when we get back to the village. I wonder if they'll be surprised to see our progress. Naruto felt a surge of excitement at the thought of two other rivals still training in the village. This was all a treasure trove of experience for his growth. Just then, Kakashi came over and leaned against the tree like them. He casually asked, by the way, Naruto, Sasuke, have you ever thought about combining chakra and ki? He'd suddenly thought of this question the past few days, and had tried it when he had nothing else to do. But every time, he'd failed. He wasn't discouraged, however, as he figured it might be because he wasn't yet familiar with his ki control, so he decided to ask Naruto and Sasuke. After all, their ki control far surpassed his. Naruto and Sasuke were stunned by his question. After a while, Naruto replied, meld chakra and ki? I haven't thought about it, Sasuke. Have you? Me neither. Sasuke shook his head. They were currently focused on ki cultivation and hadn't considered the idea. Goku, do you think it's possible? Kakashi looked at Goku again. Huh? Goku blinked, then rested his chin on his hand and pondered, I don't really know much about this kind of thing. After all, I don't have chakra, but I think it's worth a try. He didn't object to the idea, and asked Naruto and Sasuke to focus solely on ki. After all, he believed chakra had its own unique qualities, and the collision of the two might lead to unexpected results. So, after their nap, they began experimenting. Most of us have chakra with properties. My idea is to integrate chakra with properties into ki bullets, giving them greater and more special power. After all, you all think the current ki bullets are a bit underpowered, right? In the open space, Kakashi, the first to raise the question, was the first to express his thoughts. Previously, Naruto and his team developed the air kunai and learned the air slash, partly because the air bullet was not powerful enough and it was difficult to play an important role when fighting against increasingly powerful enemies. So the first thing he thought of was to use the properties of chakra to increase the power of the air bullet, just like he once wanted to use the lightning release chakra to integrate into the Rasengan. But he failed that time and eventually developed the Chidori. Now, in his opinion, the air bullet is more stable and more maneuverable than the Rasengan. Once it can be integrated with chakra with properties, it will surely exert unexpected power. Sasuke listened attentively, and Goku nodded thoughtfully. Naruto and Karin, who came to listen, were confused. Chakra properties? Does chakra have properties? At this moment, the poor students and the illiterate who have never been to school had big question marks in their heads. Chapter 141 The Fusion of Chakra and Ki. In the original story, Naruto wouldn't have known about chakra properties if it weren't for Kakashi's guidance. In this world, Naruto had long been training with Goku and Ki, and Kakashi hadn't taught him anything about chakra properties. Therefore, he's now completely lost. Unlike him, Sasuke not only knows about it, but also learned his own chakra properties from chakra test strips years ago. Snap! Seeing Naruto's bewildered expression, Kakashi slapped his forehead helplessly. How could he have forgotten? This kid didn't even know about chakra before, so how could he possibly know about chakra properties? He laughed at the thought and explained, chakra has 7 attributes: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang. The first 5 are the most common, and most people possess one or more of them, and we can use chakra test strips to determine which attribute we possess, so we can better train. Naruto and Karin, you don't know what your chakra attributes are, right? Yeah, Naruto and Karin nodded vigorously. Then let's test it out, Kakashi said, pulling out 2 chakra test strips. He always had a few of these on him, and he didn't expect to need them now. Here, Naruto, go first and inject your chakra into it. If it's fire, the test paper will burst into flames. If it's wind, it will split in 2. If it's thunder, it will wrinkle, earth will crumble, and water will wet it. Kakashi detailed how the 5 types of chakra would affect the test paper. He omitted the yin and yang elements, as the test paper couldn't detect them and most people didn't possess them. Naruto nodded, half understanding, and after taking the test paper, he carefully injected his chakra. Crack! Moments after he injected chakra, the test paper suddenly split in 2. It looks like your wind attributed, Naruto, Kakashi concluded, handing another test paper to Karin. Karin, try it too, okay? As Karin injected chakra into the test paper, it suddenly became damp. I'm a water attribute, Karin gaped, staring blankly at the test strip in her hand. Looks right. Hey. What's Sasuke's attribute? Why don't you let him take the test? Naruto suddenly thought of Sasuke and asked in confusion. Oh, I've taken the test before, and I have both fire and lightning attributes, Sasuke said calmly, crossing his arms. Huh? You've taken the test? No, why do you have 2 attributes? Naruto frowned, a little annoyed that he had one less than the other. Talent, Sasuke replied with a casual 2-word reply, and nothing more. This infuriated Naruto, gnashing his teeth. That stinky Sasuke, he's pretending again. Haha, don't lose heart, Naruto, Kakashi intervened. This is just an ordinary test strip. It can only detect the one attribute that accounts for the most of your chakra, which means you probably have more than just one. Really? I told you, how could I be worse than Sasuke? Naruto's eyes lit up at this, and his confidence instantly returned. What he didn't know was that his chakra truly only had wind properties. After understanding their respective chakra properties, Kakashi explained again, first, you must strengthen the transformation of your chakra, that is, make its properties more pronounced, like I did. With that, a lightning fast ball of lightning chakra suddenly appeared in his hand. Kakashi-sensei, I have a question. Can't we just fuse chakra with ki? Naruto raised his hand. Well, you can, but it won't transform it. You can try, Kakashi nodded. Naruto then formed a ki ball in his hand and then tried to inject chakra into it. When he injected a small amount of chakra, the ki ball rippled slightly, but remained quite stable. However, when he injected nearly half the chakra, the energy within the ki ball surged violently, as if it was about to explode. Seeing this, Naruto didn't dare to inject any more chakra. He shouted for everyone to disperse and threw the ball into the woods ahead. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed. The ki bullet exploded mid-flight before it could reach the woods. The blast sent snow flying through the air and rustled the trees ahead, sending layers of snow cascading down. PFFT, a few flakes flew into Naruto's mouth, causing him to quickly spit them out. It's a bit more powerful than the ki bullet, but too unstable. After wiping a little more snow from his face, he smacked his lips and commented on the chakra ki bullet. That's impressive, Naruto, Kakashi said, stepping forward. He had tried to fuse attributeless chakra into a ki bullet before, but to no avail. But Naruto had not only succeeded, but had also managed to fuse so much chakra, which made him secretly sigh that his suspicions had indeed been correct. It truly required someone with a high level of ki control to pull this off. But while it's powerful, the attack effect is exactly the same as a ki bullet. If I inject more energy into the ki bullet, I can achieve the same power, and it's very stable. Naruto wasn't delighted by his praise, but instead frowned as he analyzed the move. Hell, idiot. Think about why Kakashi-sensei asked us to practice chakra nature transformation. Sasuke curled his lips, looking at him like a fool. Damn Sasuke. I've been putting up with you for so long, do you want to fight? Naruto rolled his eyes at the provocation and immediately tried to challenge Sasuke to a duel, but was stopped by a speechless Kakashi. That's enough, both of you. Sasuke is right. That's why I want you to master chakra nature transformation. Naruto, your wind attribute, and Sasuke's fire and lightning attributes, both have powerful offensive power. Once we can integrate them into the ki bullet, we should be able to create different attack effects. Is that so? Naruto held his chin in thought. What attack effects does wind have? If you add ki bullets, what kind of attack effects will his ki bullets have? Kakashi-sensei, haven't you already mastered the transformation of chakra properties? What happens when you integrate lightning chakra into your ki bullets? Sasuke suddenly asked. Kakashi twitched his lips at the question and spread his hands, looking helpless. I wish I knew. Forget lightning chakra, I can't even integrate neutral chakra right now. I suspect it has something to do with my lack of control over ki. So now, I need to improve my ki control, and you need to master the transformation of chakra properties. Once we each complete these prerequisites, we can make our final attempt. After he finished speaking, Naruto raised his fist, looking full of energy. Yoshi, then let's see who can do it the fastest. Crack, crack, crack. Across the endless snow and ice, Goku and his companions slowly walked. Inside the group, Naruto held a leaf, gnashing his teeth as he poured chakra into it. According to Kakashi, the first step in strengthening their chakra's transformations was to manifest the attributes within their own chakra. Wind attribute chakra possessed the ability to tear objects apart. Therefore, Naruto needed to crack the leaf in his hand to complete this first step. However, this first step was difficult. He had been practicing for several days, and had only managed to crack the leaf a tiny bit. To fully complete the first step, he needed to crack the entire leaf at least. Not far away, Sasuke was also working on a leaf. Unlike Naruto, he wanted to manifest fire, so he needed to make the leaf burn. Tisk, only that much? Sasuke curled his lips, glancing at the small, charred spot on the leaf's tip. He'd practiced fire instead of lightning because his fire attribute was stronger, making it easier to achieve success. You're really serious about this? I can't fall behind. Glancing at Naruto and Sasuke's progress, Kakashi practiced his Kikune even more diligently. As a teacher, he couldn't afford to be outdone by his student. Right, Karin, that's it. Slowly concentrate your chi around your body. Elsewhere, Wukong meticulously instructed Karin in the art of flying. As a disciple of the Sun family, how could she possibly not know how to fly? Karin pursed her lips, exerting all her strength to control the flow of ki throughout her body, allowing her to float. This was made more challenging by the fact that she was walking. Fortunately, she possessed a natural talent for chi control, and despite the difficulty, she managed it, levitating several dozen centimeters. I did it. Karin's face lit up with joy upon breaking free from gravity. But the next moment, distracted by her joy, her chi lost its stability, and she plummeted to the ground. Caught off guard, she lost her balance and fell to the ground with another thud, landing flat on her back in the snow. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Wukong, instead of trying to help her up, laughed heartily, his hands on his hips. Ow! Goku-sensei, you're so annoying, Karin blushed. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a snowball and flung it at Goku. Swish! Goku dodged the ball with a slight tilt of his head, but the person behind him was in trouble. Naruto was so focused on channeling his chakra that he hadn't anticipated the unexpected. The snowball, as it happened, flew right at his head. And with a crack, it struck him squarely, coating his face in freezing snow. Wow! It's so cold. Who attacked me? Naruto shivered as his face was suddenly assaulted by the snow. He quickly wiped the ice from his face and glared around, searching for the culprit. Sorry, Naruto, I didn't mean to do that. Karin blushed and gave him an apologetic smile. What? Naruto barely finished his words when he noticed another snowball rapidly expanding before his eyes. This time, although he spotted it in time, he was also too late to dodge. Once again, it hit him hard in the face. Ho-ha, son, the instigator, laughed joyfully. What? Goku-sensei, I'll fight you. Naruto wiped the snow off his face, grabbed two snowballs from the snow, and threw them at Goku. Pa! Goku dodged both, but one managed to hit Karin in the face. Then, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous snowballs blasted from Naruto's hands, each one dodged by Goku. Behind him, Karin was the target, struck by several snowballs in various places. Karin, enraged, grabbed a snowball and hurled it at him. Seeing this, Naruto immediately abandoned his original target and engaged her in a duel. During this time, Goku, who had been watching the fun from the sidelines, quietly grabbed two snowballs and hurled them at Kakashi and Sasuke, who were still diligently training. Kakashi and Sasuke's eyelids twitched after being hit, and they tried to move away and ignore him. But Naruto and Karin, already in high spirits, saw Goku's movements and instantly, in perfect unison, hurled their snowballs at the two. Come on, fight. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Naruto shouted with a grin. Yeah, you're not scared, are you? Karin fanned the flames. Kakashi and Sasuke exchanged glances, a cold glint in their eyes. Well, time to show these two who's not to be trifled with. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without hesitation, the two grabbed snowballs and engaged Naruto and Karin in a fierce exchange. The combined strength of the two of them was clearly no match for Naruto and Karin. Soon, Naruto and Karin were sent fleeing in panic, their heads in their hands. Wait. I propose, we all attack Goku-sensei. Goku-sensei is so cunning, he beat us all, then just stood by and watched, unscathed, Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs as he dodged the barrage of attacks from Kakashi and Sasuke. Swish. Kakashi and Sasuke immediately halted their attacks, and along with Naruto and Karin, they all turned their gazes towards Goku. Goku, watching from the sidelines, was awestruck. Seeing the other stares, he blinked innocently, as if to argue that none of this had anything to do with him. But Naruto and the others weren't fools, they wouldn't believe him. So, at Naruto's signal, down with the Goku-sensei, the four of them simultaneously grabbed snowballs and hurled them at Goku. Wah! After an unknown amount of time, seeing white snow falling all over Goku's head, face, and other parts, Naruto and the other three burst into laughter. Goku didn't look angry at all, he put his hands on his hips and laughed as well. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. During this time, Goku and his group toured the snow country, and then crossed the earth country again and walked to the neighboring waterfall country. Their goal this time was to go to the lightning country and find a ninja from Kumagakure to spar with each other. But now, they seem to have discovered something interesting. Chapter 142 Utopia, are you willing to be friends with me? Whack. The mighty waterfall roared like an inverted Milky Way, its roar deafening. The torrent of water cascaded down the cliffs, stirring up waves like a galloping horse, shattering into countless shimmering droplets on the rock face. Sunlight filtered through the mist, refracting a brilliant rainbow in the air, creating a fairyland-like experience. What a magnificent waterfall! What a beautiful scenery! Upon arriving, Goku and his companions paused, gazing up at the enchanting spectacle, exclaiming in admiration. There were cascading waterfalls throughout Tokigakure, but this one was the most spectacular they had yet seen. Yosh! This is a great time to practice my wind release chakra, Naruto grinned. He had recently finally manifested the wind attribute chakra, causing the leaves to completely split. After completing this, Kakashi informed him that the amount of wind attribute chakra he could release at once was too low and that he needed to practice increasing it. If they wanted to practice, they could find a waterfall to train. If they could split the waterfall, it would mean they had successfully cultivated their fire attribute chakra. Well, then I'll do it too. Sasuke, unwilling to be outdone, also approached, intending to cultivate in the pool of water beneath the waterfall. Unlike Naruto, his goal was to heat the water, even to the point of boiling it. If he could do so, it would mean he had also successfully cultivated his fire attribute chakra. But before either of them could act, Goku suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Huh? There's a lot of human aura behind the waterfall. Naruto and Sasuke paused, looking at him in surprise. Someone behind the waterfall? Kakashi raised an eyebrow in surprise, then a thought occurred to him. Could they have stumbled upon the location of Tokigakure by accident? Legend has it that Tokigakure is hidden behind a waterfall, thus hidden from public view. However, no one has found it in all these years, so the truth of this rumor remains unknown. But now, it seems possible it could actually be true? Could it be some kind of paradise? Let me check it out. After a moment of surprise, Naruto's face lit up with curiosity, and he whooshed into the waterfall. Hey! Kakashi's words caught in his throat. Snap! He slapped his head helplessly. This guy was too reckless. If there really was Tokigakure out there, rushing in so rashly would easily be mistaken for an enemy. Haha. It'll be okay, Kakashi. Let's go in and take a look, Goku said with a grin. He was also curious about what lay beyond the waterfall. So the four of them followed closely behind, also plunging into the water. Wow! After a moment of noisy water, silence suddenly fell. And because they had covered their bodies with their aura, they weren't wet by the waterfall. After entering the waterfall, they were greeted by a dark cave. Not far away, a light shone from the cave's entrance. A figure stood with his back to them. It was clearly Naruto, who had entered before them. They approached the cave entrance and, after gazing upon the scenery beyond, understood why Naruto had stood there in a daze. Behind this majestic curtain of water lay a hidden paradise. To their left, towering ancient trees, entwined with vines, and blossoming flowers, their fragrance permeating the air from dozens of meters away. The occasional chirp of birds punctuated the stillness, adding a vibrant touch of life to the forest. To their right, a small bamboo forest rustled in the breeze, a serene sound like the melodies of nature, a breathtaking experience. Then, passing before their eyes, a clear stream snaked its way through fields, circling a picturesque village. How beautiful! Karin, witnessing such a beautiful scene for the first time, gazed at it in rapt attention, her soul purified. Free from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, she instantly fell in love with the place, wishing she could live here forever. There's a village over there. Should we go check it out? Naruto, regaining his composure, asked, pointing towards the village in the distance. Forget it. We'd better get out of here soon. This could very well be the Tokigakure. Kakashi was also a little surprised by the beauty, but after all, he had seen a lot, so he quickly gathered his thoughts and shook his head at Naruto. The more this looked, the more it looked like Tokigakure. It would be best to retreat before they noticed them, to avoid any conflict. But as soon as he finished speaking, his gaze hardened, then a deadly look. Alice, we can't leave now. Suddenly, several people emerged from the distant village, one of whom happened to be looking in their direction and immediately spotted them. After exchanging a few words with their companions, two of them quickly approached them, while the third returned to the village, apparently to tip off the group. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, the two men were within 10 meters of them, eyeing them with a wary look. Are you from Konoha? Why are you here? Seeing the four protectors on their heads, Kakashi muttered to himself, as expected, this is indeed the location of Tokigakure. He stepped forward, raising his hands in a friendly gesture. Yes, we are from Konoha, and we're here by chance. Don't worry, we'll leave soon. The two Takegakure ninjas exchanged a glance, and one of them said gravely, no, you can't leave just yet. Wait until our leader arrives. In their view, even if Kakashi and his men were from Konoha, a friendly group with their village, they couldn't just let them go. Their inexplicable appearance here must have a reason. It couldn't be a coincidence. With such a massive waterfall outside, who would barge in for no reason? Who would believe it was just a coincidence? Seeing that they didn't want to leave, Kakashi didn't intend to force them. After all, they were indeed at fault. In that case, let's just wait here. After agreeing, he turned and spread his hands toward Goku and the others, then added, don't worry, the Takegakure is on good terms with us, Konoha, and they won't embarrass us. Soon after, they saw a large group of people emerging from the village, followed by nearly 10 people surrounding a young man who approached them. People from Konoha? The young man was somewhat surprised to see them. The two Takegakure who had arrived first then reported a few words to him. He then nodded and shyly stepped forward. Greetings from Konoha, I am Shibuki, the leader of Takegakure. May I ask what brings you to our village, and how did you find us? Kakashi then repeated his previous words, explaining in greater detail that they had stumbled upon this place by chance, and the curious children in the group wanted to see what lay beyond the waterfall, and had stumbled upon it by accident. Finally, he added that they could swear an oath not to reveal the location. After hearing Kakashi's sincere explanation, Shibuki looked at the three teenagers in the opposing team and thought to himself that even if someone intended to harm their village, they wouldn't bring three children with them. So, the other party had indeed stumbled upon this place by accident. Thinking of this, he nodded, then turned to the Takinin who had accompanied him and said, everyone, I believe what he said is true. Konoha has always been a friend of our village. I think we should entertain these friends who have come from afar. What do you think? You are our leader. Whatever decision you make is right. Yes, leader, you make the decision, and we will obey you. None of the Takinin disagreed, and they all supported his idea. Seeing this, Shibuki smiled shyly and turned to Kakashi, Goku, and the others, inviting them, if you don't mind, let us entertain you. Kakashi, Goku, Naruto, and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reaching a consensus. Excuse me for bothering you then, and so, they followed Shibuki and the others towards the village. Along the way, Naruto looked at Shibuki's youthful face and asked curiously, hey, big brother, you look so young? Shibuki, who was accompanying them, tilted his head and smiled slightly. Just call me Shibuki-san. You guessed it right, I just turned 22, wow. Impressive. Becoming a leader at such a young age? Naruto's exclamation was not without reason. Of the ninja village leaders he had met so far, each one was very old. Not to mention the Hokage of his own village Shinnoki of Iwagakure, even the Kusagakure leader he had met before was at least in his 40s or 50s. And Shibuki before him was only half their age. It's all thanks to everyone's support, Shibuki said with a gentle smile. Soon, they arrived at the village entrance, where a huge crowd of villagers had already gathered. Make way. Everyone, make way, a clear voice, like the chirping of an oriole, echoed from the back of the crowd. Then, a charming young girl with tan skin and short, turquoise hair pushed through the crowd and approached them, curiously examining Goku and the others. I heard some outsiders are here, Shibuki. Are they them? After examining them, the girl pointed at Goku and the others and said casually to Shibuki. Be polite, Fu. They're guests from Konoha? Shibuki's expression, a newfound authority, made the young woman flinch. I see. The girl, Fu, stuck out her tongue, then put on a youthful, energetic smile and introduced herself to Goku and the others. Hello. My name is Fu. Can you be my friend? Fu's eyes shone with anticipation. As a Jinchuriki, she had been forbidden to leave this area since childhood, and had never met anyone from the outside world. Thus, she had a dream, a goal, to make 100 friends there when she had the chance. Upon learning that Goku and the others were guests from the outside world, she was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling she finally had a chance to move closer to her goal. Seeing the girl's genuine eagerness, Goku and Naruto blinked, then simultaneously touched their noses and smiled. Great, my name's Son Goku, my name's Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing their agreement, Fu's eyes lit up with excitement, and she raised her hands and cheered. Yes, I made 2 friends. I've finally taken a step closer to my goal. Goal? What's your goal? Naruto asked incredulously. It's about making 100 friends. Wow, how many friends do you have now? 2, Fu said happily, holding up 2 fingers. 2? Wait? 2? Naruto nodded nonchalantly, but then a sudden thought occurred to him, and his eyes widened. Could these 2 people be referring to him and Goku? That's right, you 2, as if guessing his thoughts, Fu nodded with a grin. Then she looked at Kakashi, Sasuke, and Karin, who hadn't yet expressed their opinions. Hey, what about you guys? Would you like to be my friend? My name is Karin, and I'd like to be your friend. Karin took a liking to the girl with a bright smile and agreed without hesitation. My name is Kakashi, and I'm happy to be your friend. Kakashi's eyes curved into crescents as he also agreed with a smile. Fu then looked at Sasuke, who hadn't spoken yet. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke looked at her and nodded slightly in agreement. Because he hadn't been deceived by Orochimaru or had Uchiha Itachi's hatred intensified, he hadn't become as extreme as in the original story. Furthermore, influenced by his friends in Goku, while he still harbored a deep hatred, his temperament was no longer as cold and aloof as before. Otherwise, he would have ignored Fu right now, treating her completely as if she were air. Yet, that's great. I made 5 friends in one go? Seeing him agree, Fu exclaimed joyfully. Sorry to have laughed at you, Fu is just like that. Shibuki was delighted to see Fu's happiness, but he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at Goku and the others with an apologetic smile. Haha, no, I really like this little girl, Kakashi replied. Then please come into the village. I've had food prepared. Goku's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Any food? Thank you so much. Meanwhile, not far from the waterfall outside, a group of uninvited guests were rapidly approaching. The leader wore a Tokigakure for a protector, but it had a scratch on it. It was obvious that he was a Tokigakure renegade ninja. And he was Shibuki's former master, Shizu. We're almost there, Shizu said to the dozen or so rain ninjas surrounding him, leading the way. Haha, the hero's water. We finally get to see it. I hope it truly has the power you claim. A rain ninja licked his lips, a look of greed on his face. After betraying the village, Shizu had found them, claiming their village possessed the hero's water, which could increase chakra tenfold, and hoped to collaborate with them to seize it. So, they came with greed, hoping to greatly enhance their strength with it. Of course, you won't be disappointed. Shizu's lips curled into a sinister smile, a cold glint in his eyes. HMPH, Shibuki, this time, let's see how you can stop me. Happy National Day. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Hand Over the Hero's Water. Wow. You've traveled so many places, that's amazing. Hey, what's the land of demons like? Are there a lot of demons? And the land of snow, is it really a country completely covered in snow? By the way, what's snow like? Can you tell me about it? At the dinner table, upon learning that Goku and his friends were currently traveling through the ninja world and had visited many countries, Fu's curiosity was piqued, and she peppered Naruto with questions. Oh, there aren't any demons, but there were monsters, but we wiped them out. The land of snow is indeed completely covered in snow. It's the coldest place I've ever been, and it nearly froze me to death. As for snow, it's just some white stuff. White stuff? What does it look like? And what about monsters? Well, how about you, Karin? Tell me. Naruto, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, looked around for someone to blame. After eliminating Goku, who was feasting, Kakashi, who was conversing with Shibuki, and Sasuke, who was definitely too lazy to answer questions, he set his sights on the gentle and easygoing Karin. As expected, Karin didn't shy away. After wiping the rice crumbs from her mouth, she put on a sweet smile and answered Fu's questions. Snow, Fu seeing this, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Fu to have so many questions. Fortunately, someone was helping him share the burden. Elsewhere, Kakashi, please don't tell anyone about this location, Shibuki said solemnly. The secrecy of their village's location had been a key reason for its long-standing invulnerability. As leader, he had to ensure it remained secret. But at heart, he was a kind person, and he couldn't bring himself to kill Goku and the others for that reason. So, he had no choice but to trust them. Don't worry, we'll keep this secret. I promise as Hokage, Kakashi said sternly. Yeah, that's good, Shibuki nodded, feeling slightly relieved. If the reputation of their village's cage was a guarantee, it must mean the other party was serious. Suddenly, a Takinin ran in, panicking, and yelled at Shibuki, "Oh no, chief. That traitor, Shizuoka, has led a group of Rainin to attack the village." "What? How dare that fellow?" Startled, Shibuki stood up immediately. Seeing Goku and his companions all looking at him after hearing the commotion, he forced a smile. "Sorry, I have to excuse myself for a moment. You can enjoy your meal here." Without waiting for a response from Goku and the others, he strode towards the door. As he reached the door, he seemed to have a thought. He turned to Fu, who had already stood up, and warned, "Fu, you stay here with the guests. Don't go anywhere." "Oh." Fu winced and sat down again. Shibuki turned around and left with the Takinin who had delivered the message. After they left, Naruto and the others looked at each other, somewhat surprised by the sudden turn of events. Only Goku was still slurping away his food, seemingly oblivious to the situation. "Hey, Fu, is that Shizuoka the traitor from your village?" After a moment, Naruto, perturbed by his curiosity, asked Fu, who seemed dazed. "Huh? Oh," Fu replied, pursing her lips as she recovered. "Yes, Shizuoka was once a powerful ninja from our village, and he was Shibuki's master." "He was Shibuki's master? How could someone like that betray the village?" Naruto was surprised. "I don't know. Shibuki didn't tell me." Fu shook her head. At this point, she couldn't yet harness the power of the tailed beasts, so Shibuki had kept her in the village's affairs and kept her out of the way. If she hadn't, Shibuki wouldn't have let her stay so quietly. "Can Brother Shibuki defeat him?" "I believe in Shibuki. He will definitely protect the village." Fu's face lit up with determination. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Shuayan and the dozen or so rain ninja she brought with her were facing off against a similar number of Taki ninja. As a small ninja village, these dozen Taki ninja comprised the bulk of the village's strength, with the rest being called upon to protect the villagers. "Shuayan, you traitor. Not only did you betray the village, but you actually brought outsiders to kill us here. Do you have any conscience?" The leading Taki nin pointed at Shuayan, furious. Beside her, the other Taki ninjas were also filled with righteous indignation, cursing, "That's right. Shuayan, you were born and live here, and is this how you repay the village? You're so unworthy." "Chief, haha." Shuayan curled her ears, a disdainful smile on her face. "Hasn't my contribution to the village been enough? I simply sought some hero's water, but this wicked disciple Shibuki won't give it to me. What's the point of me staying in this village? I advise you to quickly ask Shibuki to bring me the hero's water. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning ruthless and killing you." He hadn't immediately engaged the Tokigakure village because he still held a shred of old friendship. But that was all. If they truly knew no bounds, he would slaughter them all without hesitation. "Shut up, Shibuki." Just then, a voice rang out from behind the Tokigakure. The Tokigakure made way, and Shibuki strode towards them. Looking at Shibuki with grief, he said, "Shibuki, I thought you, despite your misguided ways, still had your heart set on the village. I never thought you would collude with outsiders and reveal the village's location. You've truly disappointed me." By now, he no longer harbored any trace of mentor-disciple affection for the man before him, only a seething rage filled his heart. "HMPH. This is all your fault, Shibuki. If you had given me the hero's water earlier, nothing would have happened." Shuayan's eyes were filled with indifference as she looked at her former disciple. He simply wanted to increase his strength. Was he wrong? All this was forced upon him by the other party. "Huh?" Shibuki took a deep breath, looked at him and said word by word, "I won't give you the hero's water. Just give up on that thought." The tense atmosphere reached its peak at that moment. Shuayan narrowed her eyes, a fierce look on her face. "If that's the case, don't blame me." With a wave of her hand, she said, "Kill them." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the rain ninja, unable to contain themselves, drew their weapons and charged at the Taki ninja. Undeterred, the Taki ninja each chose their target and charged forward. "Shibuki, let me see if your strength has improved during this time." After their clash, Shuayan condensed an icy sword in her hand and glared at Shibuki, who had also remained motionless. "I won't lose to you." Shibuki also gathered an ice sword, his eyes filled with determination. Whoosh! When this was complete, the two men suddenly moved. Clang, clang, clang. Their ice swords clashed with each other at breakneck speed, clashing more than a dozen times, emitting a series of crisp sounds. It seems your strength has improved considerably, but this is far from enough. During the fight, Shion gave a sinister smile, then suddenly increased her speed, sending the unprepared Shibuki flying. Ahem! The knocked-back Shibuki rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth, his face showing no sign of weakness. Again, clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. After more than a dozen rounds, Shibuki was once again sent flying, his injuries even more severe. Stop resisting, Shibuki. With your current strength, defeating me is sheer nonsense. Also, I advise you to take a good look around and see what's happening to your men. Shion sneered at Shibuki, who was slumped to the ground. What? Shibuki clutched his chest and glanced to the side, his expression suddenly changing. Because Shion was so powerful, he hadn't paid close attention to the battle on the other side while engaging the enemy, and only then did he finally notice. He saw that his men, no, to him, his companions, had already fallen, and more than half of them had fallen. Only a few still held out, but they were dying. Damn it! Shion, are you really so heartless as to kill your former companions? Most of the fallen were barely alive, with only a few still able to move. Without immediate medical attention, these dying companions would soon die. Haha, I've already told you, all of this is your own fault. If you had handed me the hero's water earlier, none of this would have happened. Of course, I'm a merciful person. If you hand over the hero's water right now, I'll stop them, and your men will have a chance to survive. How about this? The hero's water in exchange for your men's lives. Isn't that a good deal? Shuyan crossed his arms, looking determined to defeat Shimu. As Shimu's former master, he knew his character well, he would never be indifferent to the lives of his men. Crunch! Shimu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. The hero's water was forbidden in their village, something his father, the former village leader, had entrusted him to protect. That's why he'd guarded it so fiercely. But now, it seemed he had no choice. No, I have another choice. A solemn look flashed in his eyes. He would consume the hero's water and use the tenfold strength gained to defeat the enemy before him. However, this action had a drawback. It would consume his life force. The more he consumed, the more it consumed. Once the range was exceeded, after a brief boost in power, the user would die from the utter depletion of life force. His father had died from this very act. So, if he took it now, would he follow in his father's footsteps? For my companions, I must do this. He took a deep breath, and the solemnity in his eyes turned into determination. Compared to handing the hero's water over to the enemy, this method was more reliable. After all, who knew if Shion would ruthlessly murder them after obtaining it? Well, have you thought it over? You don't have much time. Shion chuckled and pointed at the tacky ninja lying nearby. No, you can't. Chief, someone nearby, who had overheard their conversation, shouted, straining to stay strong. Bang! It seems I didn't teach you a lesson enough. A rain ninja stomped on his head, crushing his face into the dirt. Let him go. I'll give it to you. I'll go get the hero's water right now. Shibuki glared. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. I'll go with you. Shizuoka let out a triumphant smile. But he wasn't complacent either, offering to tag along. Okay, Shibuki didn't refuse, nor could he. But he wasn't worried. The hero's water was stored in a complex area, and he was confident he could shake him off just as he was about to obtain it. Just as the two were about to get the hero's water, a voice suddenly rang out, "You're such a traitor. You're truly disgusting," with a swish. Everyone was startled, their gazes darting in the direction of the voice. Suddenly, a figure appeared on a rooftop at the village entrance, unnoticed by any of them. Naruto. Shibuki was stunned upon seeing the man on the roof. Why is he here? Where's Kakashi? Why didn't he keep an eye on him? He hadn't considered asking Konoha for help, believing this was their own village's own business. But unexpectedly, Naruto came here on his own. Brother Shibuki, I think you need my help. Naruto stood on the roof, arms folded across his chest, looking very confident. You? How can you help? Shibuki wondered. What's the point of you coming here alone, a child about the same age as Fu? I can help you beat them all, Naruto said with a grin. Haha. Where did this brat come from? He's so boastful. Hearing this, a rain ninja sneered. A kid from Konoha. Shibuki, you actually let Konoha's people into the village. It seems that you don't really want to protect the village." After seeing the forward protector on Naruto's head, Shibuki looked at Shibuki with a playful smile. "It's not what you think. Forget it, I don't have much to explain to you." Shibuki frowned, ignoring him and turning to Naruto. "Naruto, I appreciate your kindness, but please leave quickly. This isn't your place to get involved." He knew that even if Naruto, at his age, was born in Konoha and was more powerful, he would be no match for Shizuka, not to mention that Shizuka had over a dozen skilled warriors who had defeated their Takinen. So he wanted Naruto to leave quickly, not wanting him to get hurt by this. "Hey, Shibuki-sama, why don't you trust me?" Naruto shook his head helplessly and leaped from the roof. "Don't worry, I'll handle everything quickly, Naruto, you..." Before Shibuki could finish, Naruto formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone jutsu, swish, swish, swish. Dozens of Naruto's shadow clones instantly appeared on the field, startling everyone. Immediately, the rain ninjas' faces fell as all the shadow clones charged towards them. HMPH. "Arrogant brat, wait and see how I kill you. Kill him. Show this ignorant brat how powerful we are." Fierce looks crossed the rain ninjas' faces as they engaged the shadow clones. But it didn't last long. Bang! Boom! Boom! Oh no! These aren't just any brats. Seeing most of their companions fall, the rest of the rain ninjas' faces dropped. Before they could formulate a response, the shadow clones, none of them destroyed, gained a greater numerical advantage, surrounded them, and began to pummel them. Stop. I surrender." In less than half a minute, the rain ninjas were bruised, their eyes vacant, lying on the ground like salted fish that had lost their dreams. "You? How could you possibly be so strong?" Shibuki stared at the scene with his mouth wide open, stunned, unable to finish his words. "I'm very strong, brother Shibuki." Naruto touched his nose, his face full of smugness. "Hey. You're the only one left, you annoying guy. It's our turn next." Crack. Crack. Naruto clenched his fists and smiled maliciously at the frightened Shuion. Chapter 144. Open, 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 open for me. Bang. With a superb spinning kick, Shuion, his face etched with a crimson shoe print, flew back with force. When he landed on the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "Done, call it a day." Naruto clapped his hands and gave a yes sign to the stunned Shibuki. With his current strength, Shuion offered almost no resistance, being defeated even faster than the rain ninja. This scene deeply shocked Shibuki. Was he simply ignorant, or had their Tokigakure been so far behind Konoha? Konoha only needed to send a mere teenager to sweep through their Tokigakure? He felt like he was dreaming, and a far-fetched dream at that. "Brother Shibuki, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you get your companions treated immediately?" Seeing his dazed look, Naruto frowned and pointed at the injured Tokigakure lying on the ground not far away. I get it." With that, Shibuki snapped back to his senses, pulling a flare from his pocket and firing it into the sky. Whoosh, bang. A blue firework exploded in the sky. "What is this?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "This is a safety signal. If I fire it, it means the danger has passed, and my companions will arrive to protect the villagers," Shibuki explained. Shortly after he finished, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures rushed from the village, stunned by the sight of the wounded scattered across the ground. "Chief, are you all okay?" The situation was horrific. It had been a long time since their Takinen village had seen so many casualties at once. "It's okay, Lin. Take 2 people and tie up the attackers. Then, Mew, go to the village and call for help from the villagers. Take the wounded to the hospital." Suppressing his shock, Shibuki regained his mature composure as a leader and methodically arranged post-battle arrangements. Soon after, seeing the attackers all tied up and the wounded being taken to hospital by the arriving villagers, he turned to Naruto. "Sorry, Naruto, I kept you waiting. Let's go back. I have a lot to thank you for this time." After calming down, he understood everything. While Naruto's assistants had personal reasons, he must have obtained permission from both Kakashi and Goku before coming. Otherwise, they would never have let Naruto come here alone. In other words, these Konoha ninjas who had stumbled upon their village were their benefactors in surviving this crisis. "Thank you so much. As the leader of Tokigakure, I offer my deepest gratitude." Inside the reception area, Shibuki bowed to Goku, Kakashi, and the others still seated at the table. Then, looking at Naruto, he bowed again. "Thank you, Naruto. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how things would have turned out. Although he had made up his mind to fight to the death, ready to drink the hero's water and fight his enemies to the death. But what if he still couldn't defeat the enemy? What if, after winning, his own life force was devoured, and he perished? All of these scenarios were possible, and none of them would be kind to him. But Naruto's intervention prevented it all, allowing him and his village to safely escape the crisis. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him their savior. Brother Shibuki, you're so kind. Naruto quickly dodged, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. It was the first time he'd been thanked so formally, and he felt a bit unaccustomed. Yes, Shibuki, you're so kind. Haha, we haven't even thanked you for hosting us yet. Goku and Kakashi laughed. After Shibuki left, Fu, though initially confident that Shibuki would win, soon began to show concern. So Kakashi suggested going to see what they could do. If they could help, it would be great. After all, they had discovered the location of the village, which had been hidden for years, and they hadn't taken it personally and treated them well. They had to repay the favor. Naturally, Goku and Naruto agreed. However, after sensing the intensity of the aura emanating from the people at the village entrance when the battle erupted, Goku chuckled and said that Naruto could simply go. His reasoning, of course, was that he believed Naruto could handle the situation alone. Hence the scene where Naruto had gone to support the village alone and quickly dispatched the enemy. Anyway, you've all been a great help this time. Please stay in the village for a few days and let us treat you well, Shibuki said with a smile. Then, noticing the now empty table, he instinctively inquired, are you all full? If not, please let me know and I'll have the kitchen prepare more. Really? That's great. I'm still feeling a little hungry, Goku said, rubbing his head with a naive smile. No problem. I'll have another portion made. Shibuki didn't even ask how much more food Goku needed or if anyone else needed it. He simply instructed his men to prepare another portion of the same size. Hey, Naruto, are you that powerful? You could defeat so many enemies by yourself. As everyone settled into their seats and waited for their meal, Fu asked Naruto curiously, her beautiful eyes wide open. She couldn't believe someone her own age could possess such strength. Of course. I'm the man who wants to become Hokage. Naruto rubbed his nose and grinned. Is that so? That's fantastic. I'll train hard too, and soon become as powerful as you. You can do it, Fu. Hey, here it is. You can train here. A day later, Fu led Naruto and Sasuke out of the village and into a more secluded area. There's a waterfall here too, Naruto exclaimed, gazing at the cascading waterfall before them. Although this waterfall was much smaller than the massive ones outside, it revealed a hidden world beneath it. Behind one waterfall, there was another? Yet, I usually train around here. So, what are you trying to train for? Why do you need a waterfall and water? Fu looked at the two curiously. At Shibuki's enthusiastic persuasion, Goku and the others finally decided to stay for a while. Naturally, Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't give up their training, eager to run outside to complete their previously unstarted chakra-based training. That meant slicing waterfalls and boiling ponds. However, Fu, who had overheard them, stopped them. The waterfall and pond were already here, so there was no need to go out and do anything. I want to practice slicing the waterfall, and he, on the other hand, how to turn the pond into a hot spring, Naruto said with a grin, holding his head. Fu's eyes lit up with a huge question mark. What kind of training was this? It sounded weirder and weirder. Good luck, then. I'm going to practice over there. Not wanting to delve into the details, she pointed to a patch of grass nearby and hopped off, waving. What a lively and lovely girl, Sasuke, Naruto muttered, scratching his head as he watched Fu leave. Then he turned back. Ah. You stinking Sasuke, you've actually been training in secret. Sasuke had already reached the pool, dipping his hand into it to cultivate his chakra. Hearing his yells, he ignored him. But with his back to him, a sneer flickered across his lips. Hot spring, huh? I'll see if you dare enter this hot spring. Open, 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 open for me. A familiar scene reappeared. In the center of the waterfall, Naruto and several of his shadow clones stood on a mud bridge, clearly created by earth escape techniques. They reached into the water, releasing chakra, attempting to sever it. But no matter how hard he tried, he could only manage to sever less than 2 centimeters of the water. A complete severance was impossible. Huff. Huff. He panted with exhaustion after another failure. Even with his vastly superior chakra reserves, the prolonged and intense release had already reached its limit. He stared intently at the waterfall before him, a look of discontent crossing his face. Damn it! How come after all this time, there's still no progress? If this keeps up, Sasuke will leave me far behind. He turned to look at Sasuke, who was at the edge of the pool below, his hand wading into the water. Within a half-meter radius around his hand, he could see wisps of white vapor rising from the surface of the water. This clearly indicated that his fire attribute chakra training had made significant progress. Why is it still like this after 5 days? He frowned, bewildered and indignant. On his first attempt on the first day, he had reached the same level. But no matter how hard he practiced afterwards, he remained at the same level. 5 days in, he had barely seen any progress. Meanwhile, Sasuke had been the opposite, showing consistent progress, a stark contrast. Come down first, Naruto. I might have overlooked something, Kakashi said, watching him from the edge of the waterfall. Over the past 5 days, he had occasionally come to observe their training, trying to see if they were encountering any problems. And so it turned out. Sasuke's training was almost entirely smooth sailing, while Naruto's was clearly facing numerous obstacles. He hadn't thought much of it at first, simply assuming his chakra training talent was inferior to Sasuke's. But then another reason suddenly occurred to him, one he'd overlooked. What's the problem, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto quickly jumped down and asked. He'd made no progress in his training these past few days, and he was eager to find the problem. Well, you remember the 9 tails within you, right? Of course I do, how could I not? Naruto replied quickly, frowning. Although his first encounter with the 9 tails had ended badly, he had occasionally gone in to talk to it since then. However, each session was as difficult as the first. The problem I want to talk to you about is related to it, Kakashi said gravely, looking at him. Huh? What does it have to do with it? Naruto looked puzzled. The tailed beasts all possess immense amounts of chakra, and the 9 tails, as the most powerful of them, naturally possesses the most. Although it's sealed now, some of its chakra is still flowing into you, and it's this chakra that doesn't belong to you that's affecting your control of your own chakra, which is why your training these past few days has been so fruitless. Huh? That's happening? Then why didn't my previous training have any effect? Naruto scratched his head. Although his previous leaf-splitting training was also slow, he saw daily progress and eventually completed it. No. There should still be some effect, but that time the difficulty was lower, and you didn't need to control so much chakra at once, so it wasn't too obvious. This time, you'll be controlling far more chakra, so the problem will be more obvious. Huh? What should I do then? Naruto frowned. If this continued, he didn't know when he would be able to complete this training. 2 ways, Kakashi said, holding up 2 fingers. One is to suppress the 9 tails chakra within you. As long as you don't let it affect you, you can practice smoothly. The other is to achieve perfect control of the 9 tails chakra. Once you achieve this, you won't be affected by it, so which method should you choose? The best is naturally the second method. It's a permanent solution. No matter how you practice chakra in the future, it won't be affected. And once you have perfected the 9 tails chakra, your strength will be greatly enhanced. But, Kakashi shook his head. But perfectly controlling the tailed beast's chakra is extremely difficult. It's said that you need to have a telepathic connection with the tailed beast to achieve this. Naruto fell silent. Forget telepathic connection, he couldn't even reach a harmonious relationship with the 9 tails yet. So the second method was basically out of the question. Kakashi knew this, so before he could ask about the first method, he took the initiative and said, as for how to suppress the tailed beast's chakra, honestly, I don't have a good idea right now. Naruto's eyes widened. Huh? If the first method couldn't be achieved, then wouldn't he have to practice at all? But I've come up with a solution that's not quite a solution, and it still requires you to communicate with the 9 tails, Kakashi said seriously, looking at Naruto. The solution is to have the 9 tails actively restrain its chakra, preventing it from flowing into your body. That way, you shouldn't be affected. In the original story, the 9 tails chakra was suppressed by Yamato, but since Kakashi didn't know Yamato had this ability, and Yamato wasn't around, he had no choice but to come up with this alternative. In his opinion, achieving a telepathic connection with the 9 tails was extremely difficult, but reaching some kind of agreement with them might be possible. Looking at Naruto, who remained silent, seemingly pondering this solution, he added, I think you might want to ask Fu about communicating with the tailed beasts. After all, she probably has more experience than you do. They had already known about Fu's status as a Jinchuuriki. After all, Fu was near Naruto and the others, training and controlling the tailed beast's chakra, so she could easily spot any clues. Chapter 145 I am no longer the same person I used to be. After a moment of deep thought, Naruto nodded. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. He turned to look at Fu, who lay in the distant grass, radiating dark red chakra. It was clear that Fu was currently practicing how to control the tailed beast's chakra. Compared to him, who couldn't yet actively release it, her communication with them must be far superior. If Fu can do it, I can do it too. Encouraging himself, he strode towards Fu. Snap, clack. Hearing footsteps in front of her, Fu opened her eyes curiously, only to be met with a determined Naruto. Naruto, what's up? She asked curiously. Fu, I want to ask, how do you communicate with the tailed beast within you? As Naruto spoke, his resolve faded, and he faltered. Huh? Fu tilted her head in confusion. She knew Naruto was also a Jinchuuriki. The seven tails within her had told her this, and Naruto had also told her during their conversations over the past few days. So, both parties knew the other was a Jinchuuriki. So, she was now perplexed. Why would he ask her this question? Could he not communicate with the tailed beast within him? That shouldn't be possible. He was clearly far more powerful than she was now. How could he not be able to do this? Seeing Fu's surprise, Naruto blushed slightly and scratched his head in embarrassment. This was why he had hesitated before. How embarrassing. A girl could do it, but he couldn't. It was hard not to feel embarrassed. But he didn't realize that Fu's surprise and his embarrassment were not the same thing. Fu asked him, you still haven't met the tailed beast within you. The best way to communicate with a tailed beast is naturally to meet face to face in the tailed beast's space. Clearly, Fu assumed he couldn't because he couldn't see the tailed beast. Naruto blinked, then after 2 seconds, as if figuring something out, quickly waved his hands. No, you're mistaken. I was asking, how do you manage to communicate with the tailed beast within you? You can use its chakra now, so your relationship must be pretty good. After hearing his explanation, Fu suddenly understood. So that's what you're asking? My relationship with the seven tails is okay, but it's not super close. As for how to communicate, that's a strange question. Isn't it better to just treat it like a friend? Fu tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. To her, the question seemed a bit baffling. If you showed friendliness to a tailed beast, wouldn't it be able to communicate with you? What she didn't know was that the Shigeaki within her was one of the easier tailed beasts to communicate with, which was why she could communicate so easily. Meanwhile, the Kurama within Naruto, a collection of hatred, had absorbed thousands of years of humanity's negativity, making it the most difficult of all the tailed beasts to communicate with. I understand what you're saying. I want to be friends with it, but it won't, no matter what. Naruto shook his head, a look of frustration on his face. If only it were that simple. Every time he went in, he'd express his desire to befriend the Nine Tails, but it always rejected him without hesitation. So that's why I came to you. How did you convince the tailed beast within you to be your friend? He looked at Fu with a burning gaze. Well, that's simple. As long as you're sincere with it, it will be your friend. Fu smiled innocently. If it still refuses, then you're not sincere enough. So, how is it going? Did you gain anything? Kakashi asked curiously, watching Naruto walk back thoughtfully. I feel like I did, and I don't. Naruto scratched his face. Fu's advice to him was sincerity, because sincerity is the ultimate killer move. No matter who you are, even the most heartless, when they meet someone who opens their heart to them, they'll be touched. The same is true of the tailed beasts. Even if they harbor hostility toward humans, as long as you persistently treat them with sincerity, they will eventually accept you. Yosh. Then I'll give it another try. Naruto clapped his hands, his face brimming with fighting spirit. This time, he would do whatever it took to gain the Nine Tails' approval. He refused to believe the Nine Tails wouldn't sense his sincerity. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. In the same dark space filled with a sound of dripping water, Kurama lay dozing on the ground as usual. As the tailed beast within Naruto's body, it could constantly observe everything outside through Naruto and understand what Naruto was doing. But it didn't do so, spending most of its time curled up in this cage-like space, sleeping. Swish. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the cell. Even though it was sound asleep, it immediately knew it was that brat again. However, it didn't make a sound or open its eyes, continuing to pretend to sleep. "Hey, Ninetales, wake up. I know you're not asleep," Naruto said with a grin, holding his head. Having dealt with the Ninetales several times before, he naturally knew it was feigning sleep. "What are you doing here, little brat?" After being exposed, Kurama finally opened one eye and glared at him. "I'm here to make friends with you." Naruto still wore a grin. "I've told you countless times, I won't be friends with humans," Kurama said lazily, closing his eyes. "I know you hate humans, saying they only know war, hatred, and betrayal, but if a human was the opposite, wouldn't you be friends with them?" Naruto's eyes blazed. "Oh? Interesting, you're saying you're like that?" "Yes," Naruto said firmly. "Huh, brat, don't you overestimate yourself? Don't you have hatred in your heart?" Kurama piqued his interest, rising from his crouching position. He opened his eyes and pushed himself up. It had been within Naruto since birth, witnessing everything Naruto had experienced from childhood to adulthood. Therefore, it was incredibly familiar with Naruto's childhood experiences of indifference and hostility, and could even sense the occasional spurts of hatred from his heart. It was just that Naruto's naturally carefree personality made those hatreds disappear as quickly as they came. Otherwise, who knows how much hatred he would have accumulated by now. "How could I possibly harbor any hatred?" Naruto frowned, his face filled with discontent. "HMPH, didn't you also face indifference and hostility as a child?" Kurama looked directly at him, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Naruto's pupils constricted, and his mind immediately flashed back to those unpleasant experiences. Images of the villagers' hostile stares, the rejection of his peers, and so on flashed before his eyes like a movie. He fell silent. Seeing this, Kurama smiled, as expected. But after a moment, his smile suddenly froze. After a moment's silence, Naruto suddenly spoke seriously. "I can't deny that I may have harbored some hatred back then, but that's all in the past. I no longer care about it, because now I not only have many companions, but also teachers who care deeply about me and teach me with all their heart. So, now I feel only joy and happiness, but no hatred." At the end of his words, a genuine smile spread across Naruto's face. At that moment, many faces seemed to float before him. Among them was Iruka, who had given him his first taste of recognition, Sakura, who appeared violent but was actually gentle and cared for him many times, Sasuke, whom he disliked on the surface but deeply valued, Kakashi, Rock Lee, Karin, Neji, and even Goku, who had a profound influence on his life. At that moment, Kurama realized that he truly no longer felt any hatred towards this brat. Even the small amount of resentment that had once lingered deep within his heart had vanished. And so, it was his turn to be silent. It hadn't imagined that this brat, after enduring so many years of indifference, hostility, and other experiences that could easily lead to a mental breakdown or engender overwhelming hatred, could actually let go of them all and not harbor any hatred towards anyone. "Kid, I underestimated you." Kurama was silent for a moment, then gave Naruto a deep look. "Oh? So you agree to be my friend?" Seeing the other person show recognition for the first time, Naruto couldn't help but look forward to it. HMPH. "You wish." However, Kurama still arrogantly rejected him. He crossed his arms, imitating the human way, raised his huge head and glared at Naruto, saying, "Even if you don't have hatred in your heart, I don't want to be your friend." Why?" Naruto was furious. He had thought the other person had finally agreed, but he didn't expect this to happen. "No reason, I just hate humans, but if you want to borrow some of my power, I might consider lending you some," Kurama said with a proud attitude. In reality, it had already begun to accept Naruto, but it hadn't yet fully accepted him. That's why it refused to befriend Naruto, yet then offered to lend him its power. Naruto, upon hearing its words, cleverly realized this and immediately calmed down. "Haha, Ninetales, I understand what you mean. One day, I'll definitely change your mind about humans and make you agree to be my friend. As for borrowing your power, that's not necessary for now. But I do want to ask you for something. Could you please withdraw the chakra that's flowing into me, or rather, suppress it, because I'm currently practicing chakra transformations. Their presence would be extremely disturbing to me." Naruto clasped his hands together and pleaded sincerely with the Ninetales. The Ninetales stared at him for a moment, then slowly said, "HMPH, I'm in a good mood this time. So I'll do you a favor, yet. Kakashi-sensei, I did it. After leaving the Nine-Tails space, Naruto gave a yes sign to Kakashi beside him. While he still couldn't convince the Nine-Tails to be his friend, at least they were much closer than before, and he even got it to agree to channel its chakra to aid his training. It was a remarkable achievement. Oh? Really? Congratulations, Naruto, Kakashi smiled. Yosh. I'm going to keep training. This time, I'm going to catch up with Sasuke, and then surpass him. Glancing at Sasuke, who was still training, Naruto clenched his fists, his fighting spirit high. Then, with a whoosh, he leaped onto the earthen bridge and resumed his chakra training. Without the influence. How fast can Naruto improve? Observing his diligent figure, Kakashi thought to himself. Well, I have to practice too, but I don't want to be the slowest. Having resolved Naruto's training issue, he felt it was time for him to practice improving his ki control. After all, the three of them had a competition. While he didn't really care about winning or losing, as their teacher, he couldn't afford to be too far behind his student. Another week passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Naruto's ecstatic voice suddenly echoed from the waterfall. Wahahaha! I finally did it! The cascading waterfall was instantly cleaved by a force, seemingly blocked by an invisible barrier, preventing it from flowing any further. This was the culmination of Naruto's tireless practice over the past week. Below him, a large area of the pool was steaming. Sasuke withdrew his hand, surveying his progress, then glanced at Naruto above, thinking to himself, this should be about right. Soon, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Goku and Karin, who had come to watch, gathered together. I finally completed my chakra transformation training. I'm almost dead from exhaustion. Despite his tiredness, Naruto's face betrayed no trace of fatigue, but rather a look of pure excitement. Tisk, this guy, he actually caught up with me. Seeing his boasting, Sasuke curled his lips, feeling a little annoyed. He'd previously surpassed Naruto in training progress, and he'd thought he'd be the fastest this time. But Naruto, using his multiple shadow clones trick, had practically caught up. Wasn't that fair? You're much faster than I expected. Kakashi stood before them, somewhat surprised at how quickly they'd completed their training. He'd assumed it would take them a month to achieve success, but they'd managed it in less than 2 weeks. Looks like I'm going to lose to them this time, he thought wryly. While his control over his ki had greatly improved, he felt it was still insufficient, far behind Naruto and Sasuke, and he felt he was likely to lose this match. Well, losing to a disciple isn't shameful. It truly demonstrates that a student surpasses their master. After hypnotizing himself, he immediately accepted the outcome with a sense of peace. After all, he would never admit that his loss was due to him spending so much time watching Intimate Paradise. Well, let's try to fuse them now and see what happens when the chakra with attributes merges with the air. Chapter 146, Is Wukong bragging? Guzzle. A blue and green bird flew in from afar, fluttering its wings as it landed on a large tree. It hopped and hopped on the branches, tilting its head to examine the humans in front of the tree, curious about what they were doing. But after a few seconds of observation, it seemed startled, and its feathers suddenly puffed up. Guzzle. A flash of fear flashed in its small eyes, and it flapped its wings rapidly, fleeing. Naruto, at this moment, paid no attention to the bird, which had hurriedly arrived and departed. His mind was completely focused on his hand. A ki bullet hovered in his hand. Unlike previous ones, this one still had a trace of blue chakra on its surface. Under his control, this chakra was slowly being absorbed into the bullet. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Sweat covered his face, bead-sized beads running down his forehead, pooling on his chin, and then dripping to the ground. It was difficult, too difficult. He had never imagined that integrating attributed chakra into the air bullet would be so difficult. After all, he had previously integrated attributeless chakra into the air bullet with ease. While incorporating too much would cause instability, the integration process hadn't been as fraught as it was now. It took an unknown amount of time before he finally managed to inject wind-style chakra, equivalent to 1/5 of the air bullet's energy, into the air bullet. By then, the light blue color of the air bullet had deepened, and its aura was significantly stronger than before. Huff. I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. Let me test the power first, Naruto panted, unwilling to continue injecting chakra. He raised his head and fixed his gaze on the nearby rock face. His gaze fixed, he swung the air bullet violently. Boom. The chakra-infused air bullet didn't destabilize mid-flight like before, but instead successfully struck its target with a resounding explosion. When the smoke and dust cleared, he and Goku and the others around him all looked over. A crater over 2 meters wide glared brightly in the rock face. Is that all it has? How come it looks just like an ordinary ki bomb? Naruto's face wrinkled upon seeing this. Could it be that this was the only effect he'd cultivated after so much time? And the initial spurt was so long, it almost looked like a useless move. No, it should be more than that. Sasuke, ever observant, narrowed his eyes, as if he had spotted something unusual. With that remark, he whizzed over to the crater for a closer inspection. This observation caused his pupils to shrink slightly. From a distance, the rock crater looked just like one caused by a ki bomb. But if he got closer, he could see countless tiny holes dotting the crater's walls. In a word, it was riddled with holes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The others also came over to take a closer look, and immediately noticed the same thing. What terrifying penetrating power! If this attack hit a human, it would likely blast countless bloody holes, Kakashi concluded after watching. If it could blast so many holes through solid rock, then even more so could fragile flesh. Congratulations, Naruto, you've mastered another incredibly powerful technique. He smiled at Naruto. Ha ha ha, I knew it was going to be incredibly powerful. Naruto put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, as if he hadn't been the one to question the technique earlier. But after a moment of laughter, he thought again, and he pinched his chin, frowning. But it's incredibly difficult to perform. It's harder than any other technique so far, and it takes the longest time. How would I even have the chance to perform it in combat? He wasn't even mentioning the difficulty of channeling wind chakra into the energy bullet. The time it took alone exceeded the maximum Kamehameha wave. With that much time, wouldn't it be better to use Kamehameha? That's perfectly normal, Naruto. Kakashi wasn't surprised by this question. Because traditional chakra training, when applied to ninjutsu, can also present similar problems. These issues can be improved or even resolved. You're simply too unfamiliar with it right now, unable to fully master it. That's why it's so difficult. As long as you keep practicing, just like you practiced a Kikune, you'll eventually be able to wield it with ease, and you won't be stuck like you are now, he said earnestly to Naruto. Is that so? Naruto paused in thought. Then he slapped his palms hard. Yosh. If that's the case, I'll set a goal for myself. Half a month. Well, after a month, I want to be as proficient with it as I am with a regular ki bullet. He had initially considered setting a half-month time frame, but considering the difficulty he just experienced, he decided a month was safer. After he finished testing this move, it was Sasuke's turn. Just like him, Sasuke gritted his teeth, spending countless hours infusing the ki bullet with the desired amount of attribute chakra. When Sasuke blasted the rock wall with a blast of ki, imbued with fire release chakra, a charred black crater emanating scorching heat suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Hey, not bad, Sasuke. Naruto raised an eyebrow, sensing the scorching heat, a rare moment of affirmation. Not bad. While the added effect of this move may seem similar to a fireball, once you master it, you can fire it continuously in a short period of time like a regular ki, and its power will be truly formidable, Kakashi commented. This attack, with its combination of energy shock and burning effects, would surely inflict an unforgettable nightmare on the enemy if unleashed simultaneously. Are you leaving? In the chief's office within the Takegakure village, Shibuki looked up in surprise at Goku and his companions, who had come to bid him farewell. Yes, we've been here for a long time. It's time to leave, said Kakashi, acting as a diplomat. Thank you and everyone from Takegakure for your hospitality during this time. I'm sorry to bother you. What the hell are you saying? Hearing Kakashi's politeness, Shibuki felt a little angry. You are our Takegakure's great benefactors. Any hospitality is inadequate. Kakashi simply smiled and didn't reply. He didn't want to be overly polite. After all, they had become friends over the past few days. But he felt he should be polite, as there were 3 gluttons in their group, one of whom was a super glutton. These 3 gluttons had been eating all the food provided by Takegakure for the past few days, so it's conceivable how much of their surplus food they had consumed. He would feel guilty if he didn't show some courtesy. I see. You want to leave now? Seeing no response, Shibuki shook his head and smiled bitterly, not arguing any further. That's right, Kakashi nodded. Alright, I'll see you off, and so Shibuki led them out of the village, to the villagers' warm farewell. As they reached the cave entrance leading out of the waterfall, a young girl came running after them, breathlessly. Hey! You're leaving? Why didn't you tell me? It was Fu. She'd gone to practice as usual today, but couldn't see Naruto and the others at the training grounds, so she returned to the village and heard the news that they were leaving. Without giving it any thought, she rushed over, demanding to know why they hadn't told her. Ha, sorry, I forgot, Naruto said, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. They'd only decided to leave last night and had gone straight to Shibuya to say goodbye the moment they woke up this morning, so they'd forgotten to tell Fu. Yeah, Fu, sorry, we forgot to tell you. Goku, Kakashi, and Karin also smiled apologetically. Will you guys come play with me again? Fu asked expectantly. These past few days, between training sessions, she'd been playing games with Naruto and the others that she'd always wanted to play but had no one to play with, and it had been a delight. Of course. Fu, you can come find us too, Naruto agreed first. Although they had only spent a short time together, he still had a soft spot for this quirky girl. Don't forget, we're your friends. Fu paused for a moment, then a brilliant smile spread across her face. Yes, they were the first 5 outsiders she had made. When she was strong enough and Shibuya allowed her to leave, she would definitely go find them. Well, then, it's a deal. I'll definitely come find you, and you must come find me. The sunlight fell on Fu's face, brightening her brilliant smile even more. She waved her little fist and bid Goku and the others a final farewell. It wasn't a heavy farewell, but rather a light-hearted one, as if they would meet again soon. After leaving Tokigakure, Goku and his companions continued their journey towards the Land of Lightning. After walking for most of the day, they left the Land of Lightning and entered the Land of Iron. I'm so hungry. Where can I find something to eat? The setting sun shone blood red, tinting the horizon red, its afterglow casting a shadow over Goku and the others. Goku rubbed his shrunken stomach and scanned the surroundings, trying to find any fresh food. But somehow, after walking for a long time, he couldn't find any. Me too. I'm craving something to eat. Naruto rubbed his stomach in unison, a look of eagerness on his face. They hadn't brought any food with them when they left Tokigakure. Most of the village's food reserves had been consumed during their stay, and the villagers were preparing to go out and buy more supplies. How could they possibly ask for more? Besides, there was plenty of food in the wild, and they could just as easily forage there. But after walking for so long, they hadn't found much food, and they were feeling a bit hungry. Don't worry, I just checked the map. There should be a town not far ahead. We'll have food there. Their guide, Kakashi, appeared. At these words, Goku, Naruto, and even Sasuke's eyes lit up, their green glow radiating. There's food. Is this the way, Kakashi? Goku pointed ahead, where he sensed a strong aura. That should be it, Kakashi nodded. Yoshi. Let's go right there, grab me, swish, swish, swish. Naruto and Sasuke understood and immediately grabbed the hem of his shirt. Kakashi and Karin exchanged a glance, then smiled and placed their hands on Goku. They all knew Goku didn't want to wait any longer, he was going to teleport there immediately. At that moment, in Tianyang Town, gongs and drums rose to the sky, and the sound of people bustled. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating the town's central square, illuminating the place with a bustling atmosphere. The square was surrounded by a variety of food stalls, displaying a myriad of delicious foods and emitting a captivating aroma. Many people wandered among the stalls, sampling this and that, each one beaming with delighted satisfaction. Wow! So many delicious treats. Goku and his companions, who had quietly appeared, were surprised. And a foodie like Goku felt his mouth water. Iron Sheep Town's 6th Food Festival, Kakashi read aloud, reading from a banner advertising the event in the square. So it's a food festival, no wonder it's so lively. Hello, give me this, and this. Goku couldn't wait any longer. He quickly arrived at a nearby meat skewer stand that he found delicious, pointed at the dozen or so different varieties, and begged the owner for more. So many, can you finish them all? The owner, a bearded middle-aged man, looked at Goku suspiciously. The skewers he sold were significantly larger than average, each weighing a pound of meat. Goku ordered over a dozen, a whopping 10 pounds of meat. Aside from a big eater, he'd never seen anyone eat so much at once. And judging by Wukong's build, he didn't look like a big eater. No problem, boss. These won't even fill my teeth, Wukong said with a grin. Filling my teeth? The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. Such an arrogant tone. Even a big eater wouldn't dare claim that so many skewers would only fill my teeth. At that moment, he was even more convinced that Wukong was just a boastful braggart. He probably bought so many, hoping to try a little of each and then throw them away. So, he put on a cold expression and said to Wukong, I'll only sell you one. Forget about any more. Ordinarily, the customer was king. As long as they could afford it, he didn't care whether they could finish it or not. But unlike other bosses, he valued food deeply. He believed every grain should be eaten, and he would never allow his carefully prepared delicacies to fall into the hands of someone who was prone to waste. Oh? Okay, then I'll buy this. Wukong scratched his head, not intending to argue with the boss anymore. After all, there were so many delicious foods here, more than enough for him to eat, so there was no need to fight over this stall. 50 taels, the middle-aged man held out his hand for money. Oh, Wukong took out a wad of money from his pocket and took out a 10,000 tael. It wasn't that he didn't want to take a smaller denomination, but this was the only denomination he had on him. The middle-aged man's eye twitched when he saw this money and the wad of money in Wukong's hand. As expected, this guy is a rich tycoon, that's why he ordered so much at once, not afraid of wasting anything. He took the money, then handed the skewers that Wukong ordered to him, then took out his wallet to make the change. When he looked up after giving the change, he was suddenly stunned. He saw that the skewer in Wukong's hand had been completely emptied into a large toothpick, without a single piece of meat shredded in it. Well, it tastes really good, but I can only eat one. Wukong smacked his lips and casually tossed the toothpick into the nearby trash can. You're done. The middle-aged man opened his mouth in disbelief. It only took him about 5 seconds to give the change, and in that time, the other party had devoured a skewer completely? Yet, what's wrong? Wukong tilted his head in confusion. I'll sell you another one. Take it. The middle-aged man handed over another skewer, the one Wukong had originally ordered, and stared at him intently. Although Wukong was a little curious about the boss's change of heart, he didn't bother to think about it. He happily took the skewer and bit into it. His mouth was like a glutton's, and the huge piece of meat disappeared in a flash, leaving only a clean toothpick exactly like the one before. Watching him finish the skewer in a second, the middle-aged man's mouth opened even wider. Could it be that he really underestimated the other party? Was he really just bragging? Chapter 147 Wukong participates in the competition. Hunk. Wow. This is so delicious. Wukong tossed his toothpick into the trash can and wiped his mouth, a look of delight and satisfaction on his face. Watching him devour over a dozen large skewers in one sitting, the middle-aged man's expression was complicated. It turned out he'd misjudged the man. The man's claim that these skewers were just enough to fill his teeth wasn't just an exaggeration, it was the truth. Well, thanks, boss, for the delicious food. Bye. After finishing the skewers, Wukong waved and tried to move on to another stall. But the middle-aged man stopped him. Hey. Wait. Wukong turned back, puzzled. What's up? The middle-aged man looked at him and said gravely, I underestimated you before. You really are a big eater? You look like you're new here. You don't know much about this place, do you? Wukong nodded. Yet, he had teleported over and immediately headed for the stall, so he must have been unfamiliar with the surrounding area. That's right, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. Did you know that our food festival here has a grand finale event? It brings together big eaters from all over the world for a competition. Competition, that's right. Every big eater thinks they're the biggest eater, so this competition is to see who's the real big eater, but I'm not interested in that. Wukong scratched his head. He simply loved eating, loved delicious food, and had no desire to compete with others to see who could eat the most. No, I thought you'd be interested. However, the middle-aged man shook his head. I take it you're a foodie. While the food stalls here offer countless delicious dishes that can satisfy most people, the variety is much smaller than in a competitive eating contest. Plus, with so many people here, you'll have to wait in line for ages at some popular stalls. Not only will that waste time, but some popular dishes might even be sold out before others. But if you participate in the competition, you won't have those problems. In the competition, not only will you be able to enjoy more food than here, but you won't have to worry about anyone else eating any of them. For food lovers, this competition is heaven. The middle-aged man's face lit up. If he weren't just an ordinary person with a limited appetite, he would have signed up. Wow! Isn't this competition tailor-made for you, Goku-sensei? Goku-sensei, you must participate. Naruto, following behind Goku, heard this and cheered. And I think we can participate too. What do you think, Sasuke? He looked at Sasuke and said with a grin. Ever since completing that challenging challenge at the Iwagakure burger restaurant, he knew his appetite had reached levels unattainable for ordinary people. Calling him a glutton wouldn't be an exaggeration. So, he and Sasuke could enter this competition. Perhaps they and Goku-sensei could sweep the top 3 spots. The thought was quite exciting. This competition isn't for ordinary people, kid. The middle-aged man glanced over at Naruto after hearing his words. Everyone who registers must pay 200,000 ryo before the competition begins. This 200,000 ryo is to eliminate those who overestimate their abilities and just want to join in the fun and disrupt the competition, because unless you place in the top 3, the 200,000 ryo will not be returned. Instead, it will be distributed proportionally to the top 3 competitors as prize money. Regardless of whether you can place in the top 3, kid, do you have that much money? The middle-aged man learned his lesson this time and didn't question Naruto's appetite. It was clear that Naruto was in league with Goku. If he dared to sign up after knowing Goku's appetite, it meant he had some talent. If he questioned him, he would likely be slapped in the face again. So he targeted money. 200,000 taels was no small sum. In a competitive eating contest, even if one ate a lot, the cost of the meal would certainly not reach that much. So, if one failed to make the top 3, the 200,000 would be lost. This was also the threshold set by the organizers to screen out the truly capable. Only those with confidence in themselves dared to participate in this competition. Hush! So much? Naruto gasped, stunned. He hadn't done any quests in a long time, and now, let alone 200,000 taels, he couldn't even scrape together 10,000. Looks like I can't participate. He spread his hands, a look of resignation on his face. Money? I have it. This should be enough for the 3 of us to participate. Goku was already moved by the middle-aged man's words. He imagined countless delicious delicacies posing for him, and he immediately decided to enter the competition. Seeing that Naruto had no money, he immediately shook the banknotes in his hand and smiled at him. His stack of 10,000 taels of bills, according to Kakashi, was worth 1,000,000 taels, more than enough to cover the 3's expenses. No. Goku-sensei, this is your money, and if I don't make the top 3, it'll all be wasted. Naruto waved his hand hastily. If he were absolutely confident of making the top 3, that would be fine. He could return the 200,000 taels to Goku without a penny. But while he was confident in his appetite, he didn't dare underestimate anyone. What if someone could rival Goku's, or even just slightly surpass him? He would be no match for such a person. Is this the place? Goku and his companions reached the other side of the square, curiously examining the scene before them. They saw a large, cordoned-off area with a banner reading Super Eating Contest and a series of enormous tables. These tables were empty at the moment, but they knew they were likely where the food would be served to the gluttons during the contest. Hey, you guys, are you looking to sign up for the competition? A young man sitting at the entrance asked. Yes, I'm going to. Wukong stepped forward with a grin. The registration fee is 200,000. If you make it into the top 3, the money will be returned to you without a penny. If you don't make it, you won't get the money. If you've thought it through, just sign this. The young man didn't question Wukong's ability. After all, just seeing if someone dared to pay the money would reveal their ability. Why underestimate them in advance? Swish. Wukong signed without hesitation, then took out another 200,000 and handed it over. Only then did the young man take it seriously. Looking at Wukong's physique, he thought to himself, this guy is really different from the others. The others are all paunchy, not as skinny as him. Indeed, in his opinion, although Wukong was strong, he looked much smaller than the other contestants. After all, those others were all overweight, weighing hundreds of pounds, while Wukong was only a little over 100 pounds at best. Someone so skinny actually had the confidence to enter a competitive eating contest? Here, take this. The contest starts in an hour, and you can enter with this. Although he wasn't optimistic about Wukong, the young man didn't say anything, simply handing Wukong a sign made of an unknown metal. Huh? It's still an hour away, Wukong gasped upon hearing the time. He was starving, and waiting another hour would be the end of him. You came here without even knowing about the contest. The young man looked speechless. Isn't the contest time something every contestant needs to know in advance? How could this guy not even know that? No, my boss told me I could enter this contest, and I thought it was great, so I came. Wukong scratched his face awkwardly. Then you just wait. An hour isn't long, it'll be up soon. The young man shook his head in amusement, saying nothing more. Can we start earlier? I'm really hungry, Wukong pleaded, clasping his hands together. It wasn't impossible for him to wait an hour, but the aroma of delicious food wafted everywhere, making him itch uncontrollably and his craving for food even stronger. With such constant temptation, who could resist? It's possible to start earlier, but that's not my decision. I'll ask the organizer for you. As long as he agrees, the match can be moved up. Seeing Goku's impatience, the young man paused for a moment before replying. Their match had been advertised for quite some time. As of now, 9 people, besides Goku, had signed up, and the last person had signed up that morning. For most of the day after that, he'd been waiting for Goku to sign up. This meant there was a high chance no one else would sign up in the next hour, so starting earlier wouldn't hurt. Everyone, our Super Eater contest is about to begin. In the ninja world, some can eat 100 buns in one meal, some a whole pig, and some, dong dong dong, boom boom boom. So who's the biggest glutton in the ninja world? Let's wait and see, boom boom boom. A well-dressed host stood on the stage, microphone in hand, shouting to the gradually gathering crowd. As his passionate speech unfolded, the sound of gongs and drums rose in waves, fueling the audience's excitement and anticipation. Hurry up and start. I want to see rivers of blood. I want to see them slaughter each other. Something strange seems to have infiltrated. So many people, arriving before the tournament began. Naruto and his friends were naturally at the front of the crowd, enjoying a panoramic view of the action. Seeing the sheer number of spectators around them, they couldn't help but marvel. Is that the food for the tournament? It looks like a lot, Karin exclaimed in surprise as several staff members carried out 10 iron plates, each 2 meters in diameter and over a meter high, and placed them on the large table. I wonder what kind of food will be in there? I can already smell the aroma, Naruto said, sniffing his nose in wonder. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the gongs and drums began to beat again, followed by the host's shout, "Let's welcome the 10 competitive eaters with applause." Clap, clap, clap. Following a wave of applause, 9 chubby men and the drastically different Goku emerged one after another. Hello, ha. Goku waved his arms, greeting the audience in a very sassy manner. He was filled with joy. Earlier, when the young man had consulted with the organizer, the boss had decided that waiting any longer wouldn't bring in any new contestants, so he announced the competition would be moved up an hour. Hey, at least we don't have to wait an hour. That boss is so kind, he thought happily as he walked to his table. This guy's so skinny. He's also participating in the eating contest. Exactly. I don't think he can eat much. The audience was buzzing with discussion, all expressing their doubts about Goku. After all, Goku didn't look like someone who could eat much. Choza-sama, Kakashi, a fellow spectator, was stunned upon seeing one of the 9 chubby men. Wasn't this plump man with the red spiky hair a Konoha ninja, Akimichi Choza from the Akimichi clan? Akimichi Choza had clearly spotted Kakashi as well, smiling and nodding slightly. As the head of a clan the Hokage trusted, he was aware that Goku and Kakashi had left Konoha to travel the ninja world. However, he didn't know their specific whereabouts, so he was surprised to see Goku backstage earlier. He hadn't expected to run into them while participating in the seeding contest. Looks like first place is going to be hard to come by. Seeing Goku also participating, Akimichi Choza felt a pang of worry. He was well aware of Goku's appetite. After all, back in Konoha, the yakiniku restaurant they frequented was owned by his clan, the Akimichi clan. He felt immensely pressured by this man of formidable combat prowess, even though he had once been Konoha's undisputed biggest eater. Come on, Dad, you can definitely take first place. Just then, a voice reached his ears, drawing his gaze. His son, Akimichi Choji, who had accompanied him this time, was squeezed in front of the crowd, desperately cheering him on. Seeing his beloved son, a loving smile spread across his face, and he made a decision. For his son's sake, he would give it his all. Goku's appetite was huge, but he wasn't a complete loser either. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of gongs and drums instantly drowned out the boisterous discussions below. After the audience quieted down, the host, microphone in one hand, waved at the contestants with the other. Let's give our warmest applause to our number 1 contestant, Sanji, number 2, Ikeda Itsuki, number 3, Akemichi Choza, and our number 10, Son Goku. Boom. When the host excitedly read out the contestants' names, the audience erupted again, waving their hands and cheering for the contestants they knew. Sanji, Sanji. First place is definitely yours. Bullshit. First place must be Ikeda Itsuki. You're all wrong. First place goes to my dad, hailing from the Iron Country. Sanji, a local favorite and a well-known glutton, shook his fleshy face and raised his index finger in the air. Watch out, I'm determined to take first place. He raised his head, glared at the contestants around him, and said, you all will be defeated by me. Chapter 148 Dark Horse Sun Wukong. As the last rays of the setting sun faded below the horizon, darkness began to roll in like a wave. But the central square of Tianyang Town was now as bright as day. Over a dozen headlights illuminated the area, illuminating the eager, anticipatory faces of hundreds of spectators. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by the rapid, resounding beats of gongs and drums, the host waved his hand. I declare the Super Eater contest now officially open. With a single command, the contestants peeled back the metal lids covering their delicacies. Gudong, gudong, what a delicious smell! As the lids were lifted, wafts of fragrant aromas wafted forth, wafting precisely into the noses of everyone present, causing many to gulp frantically. SHH. This smells so good, and these look so delicious, Naruto gasped, his mouth slobbering. Beneath the opened lid, dozens of exquisitely crafted dishes, vibrant in color and fragrant with aromas, were laid out. There was golden, crispy fried chicken, its skin as thin as a cicada's wing, its interior juicy and tender. There was shimmering, soft sushi filled with a variety of fresh fish. There was also shimmering lobster, fluffy cakes, and pieces of meat coated in special spices. The moment these delicacies were presented, everyone's mouths watered. Unfortunately, only the 10 contestants on the stage could enjoy them. Wow. Then I'll start. Seeing all these delicacies, Wukong beamed with joy, grabbing a skewer of his favorite meat and shoveling it into his mouth. Grunt. Not only him, but the other 9 contestants also quickly set to work, devouring the food in front of them at breakneck speed. The winner of the competition was determined by the amount of food each of the 10 contestants consumed within an hour. The top 3 finishers would be the winners. Of course, there's no need to worry about who's finished the most food due to the different food items, as professional judges will use specialized methods to determine the winners. Look, that guy named Son Goku eats really fast too. Watching the 10 contestants frantically eating on stage, some audience members were surprised to find that Goku, whom they'd previously questioned, was actually eating at the same rate as the others. Tisk. So what if he eats fast? While speed is a factor in the competition, the most important thing is how much he eats. He's eating fast now, but he might run out of food later. Some audience members still doubted Goku, believing he'd be eliminated first. Everyone's appetite is fixed, and it doesn't change based on whether you eat fast or slow. These people are questioning Goku-sensei so much now. I can imagine their expressions when he wins the championship, listening to the many people around him questioning Goku. Naruto chuckled to himself and didn't jump out to retort. He might have done so in the past, but now he's calmer, preferring to quietly watch others get slapped in the face. Swish, 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 swish. On Sanji's table, the delicacies were dwindling at a visible rate. He was a large man, not only chubby but also over 2 meters tall. Most of the delicacies on the table were like small snacks in his hands, devoured in a single bite. As he quickly finished his food, he glanced at his competitors from the corner of his eye. HMPH, I'm the fastest indeed. I'll definitely take first place. Seeing that he had finished his food the fastest, a smug smile curled his lips. As the Iron Country's native glutton, he was determined to win this competition held in his own country. Through this competition, he wanted to let the people know that he was not only the Iron Country's greatest eater, but also the greatest eater in the ninja world. Awoo, 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 Akemichi Choza chewed rapidly. He didn't aim for maximum speed, but rather a steady, measured rhythm, devouring his food. He believed that maintaining a steady pace would help him last longer. Pursuing speed alone would only overload the stomach and reduce his intake. That boss didn't lie to me. The food here is truly delicious. Wukong clutched a leg of pork in one hand and the cake in the other, devouring it with relish. He wasn't eating at top speed, instead, he ate more slowly. Naturally, he wanted to savor the delicious food. So, to the audience, his speed was barely above average, even falling behind. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of gongs and drums suddenly erupted, and the host, holding the microphone, shouted, "Oh! Look! Contestant Sangji has already finished the first table of food in a mere 11 minutes and 37 seconds. What an incredible speed, he's now way ahead of the other contestants. Could it be that he's the undisputed champion today?" Just as he claimed, his shout drew the attention of the entire audience to Sangji. Oh my god! Is he that fast? He's already made it to the second table. Can he really take first place? As they watched, Sanji had already devoured the food on his previous table and begun to work on the second table the staff had replaced. The other 9 contestants were still hard at work at the first table, demonstrating just how far ahead Sanji had become. This guy is amazing. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he watched Sanji devour his food without slowing down. Fortunately, he had the foresight to not enter the competition to save face, otherwise he would have been humiliated. He felt that finishing this table would have been his limit. In other words, he couldn't possibly match Sanji. The question then arose, besides Goku, the other contestants who dared to compete were likely no worse off, so he was likely at the bottom of the pack. Boom boom boom. The gongs and drums rang out again. Ooh. Contestant Ikeda Itsuki is also very fast. After contestant Sanji, he's the second to finish the first table of food. Let's wait and see if he can pull away and overtake contestant Sanji for first place, the host shouted again. HMPH. Want to surpass me? Impossible. Sanji glanced at Ikeda Itsuki, who was standing not far from him, with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. No one can surpass him, he said. Soon after, the other 8 contestants also finished the first table of food. Of these 8, Akimichi Choza was 4th, and Goku was 6th. Goku-sensei is so leisurely. Naruto scratched his head as he watched Goku finish the food in the final seconds. He had expected Goku to take first place with his fastest time, but he didn't. However, he wasn't too worried, as there was still plenty of time left, enough for Goku to make a comeback. Hungchi, wow. This sushi is delicious too. Unlike Naruto's expectations, Goku was completely absorbed in the delight of the food, completely oblivious to his competition. To him, the competition itself didn't matter, and losing 200,000 didn't matter. He simply came to the competition to savor these irresistible delicacies. And nothing else concerned him. Boom dong dong. In the blink of an eye, another 25 minutes had passed. The gongs and drums began to beat again, and the host's excited voice roared again. Ah! Sanji. Contestant Sanji has finished another table of food. He's now finished 3, putting him half a table ahead of the second place contestant, Ikeda Itsuki. Even with only 23 minutes left, he's already opened up a huge gap between himself and the contestant behind him. Could it be that he's really going to take the championship? Damn it. This guy is too strong. I can't catch him. Ikeda Itsuki was a chubby, adorable guy, but now his expression was a bit sinister. He frantically stuffed food into his mouth, but swallowing each time was a struggle. He knew he was nearing his limit, but he refused to give up. He'd entered the competition with his sights set on first place, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to the guy in first place. Never mind, second place is pretty good, too. Watching Sanji devouring the 4th table of food at a slower, but still faster pace than he sighed inwardly, ready to accept his second place finish. But just then, someone in the audience suddenly exclaimed, "Look! He seems to have surpassed Ikeda Itsuki." Huh? His eyes narrowed, a foreboding feeling welling up in his chest. The next moment, the sound of gongs and drums rang out, followed closely by the host's shout, "Oh my god! Contestant Akimichi Choza has finished his 3rd table of food, surpassing second place contestant Ikeda Itsuki. What a dark horse." Contestant Akimichi Choza, originally ranked in the middle of the pack, has now clawed his way back to second place. This is so exciting. What? Startled, Ikeda Itsuki quickly glanced to the side. He saw Akimichi Choji wiping the greasy corners of his mouth, waiting for the staff to bring up the 4th table's worth of food. "Come on, Dad. You're the best," Akimichi Chaji, standing in the audience, frantically cheered for his father. When did he surpass me? Ikeda Itsuki's face was filled with shock and anger. Losing first place was devastating enough, but if he lost second place too, how would he face the world when he returned home? Without time to think, he gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing across his face. He grabbed the food in front of him and stuffed it frantically into his mouth. He was determined to reclaim second place. But just then, the nightmarish sound of gongs and drums echoed again, causing his hands, clutching the food, to tremble. Could it be? His eyes widened, a bad premonition forming in his heart once again. The next moment, the host's voice rang out even more passionately, incredible. Son Goku. Son Goku, who had been ranked last, has actually overtaken the 4 players in front of him, even surpassing Ikeda Itsuki, who had been firmly in second place. This is so exciting. Son Goku is now nipping at the heels of Akimichi Choza. Could it be that he's the biggest dark horse of this competition? Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, Ikeda Itsuki felt his head buzzing. He'd been overtaken again? Now he wasn't even in the top 3? Ah. Go Son Goku. Pass that Sanji too, the audience roared. Although they had previously doubted Wukong, they now changed their tune and supported him. After all, this is what makes a competition exciting. If there was no suspense about who would take first place from start to finish, what would be the point of the competition? Haha, Goku-sensei has finally caught up. Naruto observed the scene, holding his head and grinning. He caught up not by speeding up himself, but by slowing down others, Kakashi explained with a smile. The competitors Goku had overtaken were now flushed red in the face, struggling to swallow their food. They were clearly nearing their limits, which was why Goku, whose speed hadn't slowed down, had overtaken them. What a terrifying fellow! Akimichi Choza devoured his food leisurely, keeping a peripheral eye on Goku in the distance. Noticing his undiminished eating speed, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking he was truly about to lose his place as Konoha's biggest eater. In that case, let's just take second place. I think I have a chance of surpassing that guy. He glanced at Sanji, who was standing one person away from him. He saw that after finishing most of the food on the 4th table, his speed had slowed considerably, indicating that he, too, was nearing his limit. HMPH, the competition is almost over. As long as I maintain my lead, first place is definitely mine. Sanji naturally noticed the 2 dark horses catching up behind him, but he remained unfazed. He figured their appetites were roughly the same as his own. He was in the lead, and as long as he maintained his lead until the end, he'd secure first place. The clock ticked. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone. Only 10 minutes left. Sanji has already finished the 4th table and is challenging the 5th, and our son Goku has already overtaken Akimichi Choza and is about to finish the 4th table. So, can he overtake Sanji in the final 10 minutes and pull off a stunning comeback? Let's wait and see, the host exclaimed enthusiastically. His enthusiasm stirred the audience, their eyes fixed on Wukong and Sanji, their palms sweating as if they were the contestants themselves. Meanwhile, on the stage, Goku paid no attention to the host's countdown, remaining focused on the food before him. Hum. This dumpling is delicious, a taste I've never had before. This grilled chicken is good too, the spices on it are really special. Goku stuffed his mouth full, his face brimming with delight. He'd tasted many delicacies since arriving in the ninja world, but never before had he tasted such a wide variety of dishes, all so uniquely flavored, all at once. So, he was truly feasting. Tick, tick. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, Sanji's face was flushed, and he chewed each bite for a long time before swallowing. Looking at the clock on the stage, his eyes reddened, and he silently chanted, "Hurry! Hurry!" Clearly, he sensed that Goku's relentless pursuit might catch up, and he was nervous. But as the saying goes, what you fear will come true. Just as he finished his silent recitation, the sound of gongs and drums, followed by the host's shouts, rang out, boom, boom, boom. Oh, oh, oh. Contestant Sun Wukong. Contestant Sun Wukong has truly pulled off a stunning comeback, surpassing contestant Sanji. Although they're both challenging table 5, we can see that contestant Sun Wukong has already finished half of the food, while contestant Sanji clearly hasn't even reached halfway, so, contestant Sun Wukong has already taken first place. As long as he keeps this up for the next 5 minutes, he'll be the winner of today's competition. The host's neck and face were flushed with excitement, and his passionate words had the audience roaring with excitement. Amazing, he actually managed to surpass Sangji, our country's greatest competitive eater. This is unbelievable. Sangji, who had been overtaken, was furious at the sight. Damn it. I was actually overtaken. I won't let this happen. Thinking of this, he ignored the nausea in his stomach and swallowed his food with all his might. But soon, his expression suddenly changed, and his mouth opened involuntarily. Ugh, a large amount of sticky, acid-laden liquid gushed out of his mouth, making a mess of the food on the table. It stinks, it's disgusting, FK, Sangji, you. Several spectators in front of him, unlucky enough to be splashed by the goo, began cursing. The host, upon seeing this, immediately addressed Sangji solemnly. Contestant Sangji, since you violated the rules regarding food waste during the competition, I hereby declare you disqualified. Shortly after, as the clock struck 12, the host blew the whistle. Beep. I declare the Super Eater contest officially over. Contestant Sun Wukong is the undisputed first place winner of this competition. Let's cheer for him. But before anyone could cheer, Wukong weakly raised his hand, pointing to the fifth table of food he had already devoured, and said softly, is there any more food? Chapter 149 Hot Springs and the Old Pervert. In the darkness, the clamor of the crowd faded into inaudible darkness, leaving only the distinct sound of someone eating. Grunt, 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 grunt. Though the Super Eater contest had concluded, the audience, contestants, and host lingered, each gaping in amazement at the lone figure still eating on the stage. The one making the noises was Son Goku. Wukong ignored the gazes, his face aglow as he paraded the newly presented dish before him. After his request, the organizers had waved their hands and unhesitatingly ordered a new portion to be presented to Wukong. They had already prepared numerous portions for the competition, fearing they wouldn't have enough for the contestants, so Wukong's request was perfectly acceptable. Furthermore, the organizers were eager to know just how much Wukong could actually eat. This was the shared question on the minds of everyone present, save for Naruto and the others. Gudong. How can he eat so much? Finally, someone swallowed hard and let out another exclamation, breaking the silence. This sound was like the key that unlocked Pandora's box, prompting others to chime in. Yeah, we're on table 6 now, right? Sanji, who was disqualified, and Akemichi Choza, who came in second, couldn't even finish table 5. How on earth can this guy hold so much food in such a tiny body? Wukong's astonishing comeback from last place to first place was enough to astonish them. But they hadn't expected this to be just the start. Even more astonishment awaited them. Now they wanted to see how much more Wukong could eat, and how much worse the other contestants were compared to him. Time ticked by, and Wukong devoured the 6th, 7th, and 10th tables of food at an undiminished pace. The audience's expressions shifted from curiosity to astonishment, and then to stunned silence. Isn't that terrifying? Is his stomach truly a bottomless pit? The audience felt their worldview shattered. It wasn't just them, the contestants themselves felt their hearts shattered as well. Where did this monster come from? So I lost to a monster like that. It's not unfair. Ikeda Itsuki, who had managed to squeeze into the top 3 thanks to Sanji's elimination, sighed with mixed emotion. The gap between me and him is so huge. Sanji sat on the ground, dejected. Only then did he finally realize the gap between him and Goku, finally realizing that there are always better people than you. Sure enough, his appetite is far beyond my reach. Having anticipated this, Akemichi Choza smiled wryly and shook his head. He was truly awed by this man whose strength was as monstrous as his appetite. Time flowed again. Finally, when Wukong finished his 16th table of delicacies, he patted his now bulging belly and let out a contented groan. I'm so full. Everyone who had been watching him intently felt a wave of relief. Oh my god. He was finally full. To see how much Wukong could eat, none of them left early, and they waited for nearly 2 hours after the match. It was safe to say that if they didn't see Wukong finish his meal with their own eyes today, and learn about his true appetite, they wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. Congratulations, Sun Wukong. You are the undisputed #1 in all our hearts. Although your subsequent meal wasn't counted towards your match time, I believe it's still a record, one that no one in the ninja world will surpass. The host's voice was no longer excited, but filled with sincerity. He believed that this record Wukong had set would be passed down through the ninja world, inspiring future generations to strive to catch up. Ha ha ha, Thank you so much for the food. It's really delicious. Wukong patted his head and smiled. He didn't care about first place or whether he won the record. He just wanted to thank the organizers of this competition today for allowing him to enjoy so much delicious food. Mr. Sun Wukong, I'd like to use your image as the sign for future super eating competitions. Is that okay? At this moment, the organizer, who had been watching Wukong eat, came over and looked at Wukong with a burning gaze. He had always been troubled by the lack of a fresh sign for his eating competition, but now he felt he had found it. What could be better than a record-breaking personal sign like Wukong's? Huh? Wukong blinked, a little bewildered. Don't worry, I'll cover your expenses, and you can come to all the food at future eating competitions. Wukong hadn't cared about the cost, but when he heard he could enjoy the food, his eyes lit up and he nodded without hesitation. Sure. No problem, Hungchuck, huh? It's delicious indeed. Thanks to Goku-sensei, we can enjoy such delicious food. Naruto wiped the grease from his lips and smiled with delight and satisfaction. Beside him, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Karin shared the same expression. After reaching an agreement with the organizer, Goku, remembering that Naruto and his friends hadn't eaten yet, asked the owner if there were any more delicious food for his friends. The owner immediately confirmed that there was, and that while there wasn't much left, he could have the chef rush it. Thus, Naruto and his friends were enjoying their meal. Right, they're really delicious, a well-fed Goku smiled as he watched them from the sidelines. By the way, Goku-sensei, what's with that owner saying they're using your image as a signboard? Naruto asked curiously as he ate. That? I don't really understand, but he said he'd let me know if there were any more competitions and that I could come and try the food, so I agreed, Goku said, rubbing his head and grinning. Is that so? That's fantastic. Goku-sensei, you must ask me to come sometime. I want to come too. Naruto's eyes lit up when he heard there would be delicious food to enjoy, and he sincerely asked Goku to take him along. No problem, haha. The next day, after enjoying a delicious meal and a good sleep in the town, Goku and his companions continued their journey. After 2 or 3 days of walking, they crossed the land of iron and the land of sound and arrived at the land of hot springs. The land of hot springs is a peace-loving nation, so the ninjas of You village also advocate peace and allow outsiders to come and go freely. This village is rich in natural resources, most famously their natural hot springs. What do you think? Do you want to try them? Tour guide Kakashi officially appeared. Natural hot springs? Sounds amazing. I haven't had one in ages, Goku agreed. Yet, I want to go too, Naruto said, his hands in support. Do we soak in the hot springs together? Karin asked softly, a shy blush on her face. How is that possible? While some baths are mixed, we'll definitely be separate, Kakashi shook his head. Forget about mixed bathing, he didn't want to lead the children astray. Oh, that's good, hearing his answer. Karin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then agreed, then I want to go too. Well, Sasuke is the only one left. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, who remained silent. I'm sure you can, Sasuke nodded slowly. Then it's settled. Let's go to Ujai village to soak in the hot springs first, rest a bit, and then continue on our journey. With everyone's unanimous agreement, Kakashi made the final decision. And so, half a day later. Wow, is this Ujai village? The atmosphere feels a little different from other villages. In Ujai village, Goku and his group walked down the street, looking around curiously. Seeing the constant stream of people coming and going, each with a peaceful smile on their face, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. He had never felt such a joyful atmosphere so clearly in any village before. That's why they were known for their peace, Kakashi agreed casually, pointing to a large hot spring resort up ahead. I used to go to this one when I was here before, and it was pretty good. How about we go there? Haha, whatever you say, Kakashi. Goku put his head in his hands, looking nonchalant. After all, hot springs are all the same, so it doesn't matter where you soak. So they all headed towards the hot spring resort. After entering, they registered, paid, and then showered, preparing for their next soak. At that moment, in a corner of the men's hot spring area of the same hot spring resort, a middle-aged man with long white hair was sticking his butt out, looking at something through a small hole in the wall in front of him. That one's so handsome, This one's not bad either, big and white. Sure enough, this is my favorite paradise, the middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly, pressing his right eye against the hole, taking in the beautiful scenery just across the wall. A closer look would reveal him to be none other than Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. But at this moment, perhaps the title of Lewd Sage is more fitting. So why was he there? It's a long story. After returning to Konoha following the attack a few months ago, he left the village a few days later and wandered the ninja world, searching for the child of destiny given by the great Toad Sage and collecting inspiration for his novel. And while wandering, he came upon this place that had captivated him, and stayed there for 2 months. Of course, it wasn't that his willpower was truly so weak, but simply that he didn't know where to go. At least he once had the goal of capturing Orochimaru, and could follow his trail. But now that Orochimaru was imprisoned, he was completely lost. And the goal of the child of destiny was so elusive, he had no idea where to find him. So, it seemed like there was no difference between staying here and leaving. It would be better to stay in one place for a long time, waiting for the child of destiny to come to him. After all, the great Toad Sage predicted that he would become his disciple, so he would definitely meet him, right? He wasn't entirely sure, but now that things had come to this, was there any better way? Wow! This is the hot springs, it looks pretty good. Naruto walked in, pulling aside the curtain at the entrance to the men's hot spring area. He was surprised by the misty, steaming scene before him. Goku, Kakashi, and Sasuke followed in, while Karin went to the women's area alone. Indeed, the temperature here is the most comfortable I've ever experienced. Soaking for an hour here would be a great way to relieve physical and mental fatigue and leave us feeling refreshed. You've been training for so many days, so you must be exhausted. A soak would definitely have a noticeable effect, Kakashi casually agreed. He'd watched Naruto and Sasuke train. They'd been wearing weights, practically training constantly. Add to that the recent practice of integrating chakra into ki bullets, and both their bodies and minds must have accumulated considerable fatigue. This was the main reason he'd suggested the hot springs. With a splash. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto plunged into the hot spring, splashing water all over his face. Kakashi twitched his lips. He'd been wrong. He should have brought him here. Huh. It's really comfortable. Goku-sensei, Sasuke, come down too. As soon as Naruto entered the hot springs, he felt a sense of euphoria and comfort, and immediately waved for the others to descend. Here I come. Goku unexpectedly followed suit, diving into the hot spring with a splash. Kakashi was splashed in the face again. Seeing this, Sasuke couldn't help but curl his lips. With a roll of his eyes, he leaped into the hot spring without even waiting for Kakashi to enter. Kakashi was splashed in the face again. He twitched his lips and held his forehead in a speechless manner. Naruto is fine, but Goku, you're an adult after all. Why are you acting like a child? And Sasuke, your image has collapsed. Where's the aloof you from before? Where's the you who always mocked Naruto for being childish? How come you've completely shattered it all? The hot spring area was large, but its exact size was hard to see because it was obscured by the rising white mist. And there weren't many people near where they entered the water, which was why Naruto, Goku, and Sasuke had jumped in so casually. If there were people around, they wouldn't have acted so rudely. After Kakashi entered the water, everyone lazily leaned against the edge, towels draped over their heads, enjoying the rare comfort and ease. Kakashi-sensei is right. It's truly relaxing. Naruto, his face flushed from the warmth of the hot springs, let out a delighted moan. Then, looking at Goku's meticulously sculpted muscles, Naruto exclaimed again, every time I look at him, I think Goku-sensei's body is so perfect. I wonder when I can have a body like that. Long ago, while bathing together, he had seen Goku's perfectly sculpted physique and been struck by it. From then on, he secretly vowed to cultivate a physique like that, to charm everyone, to please himself. Goku's body, huh? It's truly perfect, Kakashi agreed. He had previously thought that guy's physique was already excellent, but after seeing Goku's, he realized that he had been somewhat blindly observing the world. Haha, no, you're exaggerating. Hearing the two people's flattery, Goku smiled sheepishly. It's a bit boring to stay here all the time. I'm going to go somewhere else and see how big this place is. After soaking for more than 10 minutes, Naruto rolled his eyes and decided to explore this unknown hot spring area. So, will he meet Jiraiya? Chapter 150 Jiraiya, I am doing a great thing. So everyone's gathered here. Naruto soon reached the center of the hot spring area, swimming along the edge. Unlike the deserted area they'd been in before, where not a soul was to be seen, this area was filled with boys, young men, and older men soaking in the hot springs. But this place is really huge. I can't even see the end of it. Looking ahead, still shrouded in mist, the edges of the hot spring blurred. He scratched his head and continued swimming forward. After a while, after advancing another 10 meters, he finally saw the innermost wall of the hot springs. There were no people here, only a man with long white hair, crouched against the wall, doing something unknown. Curious, he swam over to see what he was doing. When he reached a short distance behind him, he saw him still crouched against the wall, seemingly oblivious to his presence. His curiosity grew even more intense as to what could have so engrossed him, oblivious to the movements behind him. He paddled to the side, ready to peer in from the side, since he couldn't see anything from directly behind. However, after moving to the side, he found he still couldn't see clearly what the other person was doing. The other person had placed his palms upright on the wall, completely obscuring his face and the small section of wall in front of him, making it impossible for him to determine what he was doing. Since he couldn't see clearly and couldn't figure it out, he might as well ask directly. After all, he was the community leader. So he said, "Hey, uncle, what are you doing?" The uncle he was referring to, Jiraiya, was completely absorbed in the beauty. However, he did notice someone approaching. After all, he was one of the Sannin, a powerful ninja who had nearly single-handedly defeated the 6 paths of pain. It was impossible for someone to get so close and not notice. He simply let the person approach, believing there was no danger. Hearing Naruto's question, he replied without hesitation, "I'm doing something great." "Something great?" Naruto was stunned. "You look a bit shabby, crouching against the wall. Do you look like you're doing something great?" So he asked again, "What great thing?" "Appreciating beauty," Jiraiya blurted out. "Appreciate beauty?" Naruto was once again bewildered at the word. But after pondering it for a moment, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. He glanced at the wall before him, then carefully observed Jiraiya's movements, his eyes growing suspicious. Could this guy be? A guess formed in his mind, and he probed again, "What kind of beauty? Can you describe it?" "Very white, very round, and very large," Jiraiya replied without a second thought. Naruto's eyes widened at the words, instantly realizing his guess was correct. He blurted out, "Great. You were peeking." Before he could finish, Jiraiya spun around like a startled rabbit, reaching out to cover Naruto's mouth. But Naruto was a different man now, and he wouldn't be easily covered by Jiraiya's hand like in the original story. Halfway through his hand, he sensed his intention and quickly raised his hand to block it. "Hey! You old pervert, you peeping bastard, what are you trying to do?" After fending him off, Naruto took a few steps back, eyeing him warily. "Huh?" Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly, a bit incredulous that his plan had failed. Before he could think much, however, he heard the man addressing him, and he quickly waved his hand to explain. "Ahem, no. I'm here to gather material." "Yeah, that's right, I'm here to gather material for my novel." "It's not what you think. Do you think I believe you?" Naruto stared at a certain spot on his face, looking as if anyone who believed him would be a fool. Following his gaze, Jiraiya touched the area under his nose and realized that he had been bleeding from 2 streams. In that moment, the evidence of the blood made his previous explanation seem utterly weak. "And this hole? You said you weren't doing anything like that." Naruto pointed to a hole in the wall, less than a centimeter in size. Such a small hole, obscured by the white mist, was difficult to notice without close observation. "I don't know why this hole is here. Could it be that old pervert in front of me created it?" Naruto's eyes grew with disdain. Although he had previously created lowly ninjutsu like the seduction jutsu, he had never entertained such a dirty thought as peeping. Jiraiya's behavior was truly eye-opening. What's that look in your eyes?" Wiping the blood from his nose, Jiraiya, upon seeing Naruto's expression, felt the urge to clear his name, even if the brat in front of him didn't recognize him. "I told you, I'm drawing inspiration." "Drawing inspiration, you know? A good novel must be drawn from many sources. A kid your age wouldn't understand." Jiraiya crossed his arms, looking annoyed at being slandered for nothing despite being a decent man. Seeing his expression, Naruto wasn't going to tolerate him. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Look! There's an old pervert here, peeping." Whoosh! Before he could finish, Jiraiya shot up like a rocket, quickly wrapping himself in a towel mid-air. With that leap, He leaped out of the hot springs and disappeared in a flash. He left behind only a cry, "Kid, I'll remember you." "Just wait, Tisk, you're running away real quick." After Jiraiya's escape, Naruto curled his lips, a disdainful smile on his face. At the same time, curiosity welled up in his heart. The other person looked quite skilled. He wondered who he was. He should have gotten their name. But it didn't matter if he didn't know. Hadn't they told him to wait? He wanted to see if they would actually come after him. Someone's coming. Suddenly, he noticed the sound of lapping water behind him. Apparently, several people were approaching after hearing his shout. With a quick look, he dove into the water, avoiding any contact. He was now alone, and he couldn't explain what had just happened to them. If someone saw the hole in the wall, they might even think he was the peeping Tom. "Goku-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, I'm telling you, I just caught a peeping Tom in here." Returning to Goku and the others, Naruto excitedly recounted his encounter. Goku raised an eyebrow, amusement in his eyes, a vision of a lecherous old man looming before his eyes. Kakashi's eyelids twitched at Naruto's description. Could this be Naruto's encounter with Jiraiya-sama? After all, with his white hair and claiming to be doing such a thing for a novel, there couldn't be another in the ninja world. The thought of Jiraiya being caught in such a stunt by Naruto, and then forced to flee in disgrace, left him speechless. Now, before they'd even officially met, Naruto had already labeled Jiraiya a peeping Tom. One wondered if Naruto would question the legendary three ninjas once he learned his true identity. After all, with one resembling a venomous snake, one addicted to gambling, and another obsessed with color, it's hard to believe the Sannin title wasn't earned through killing, but rather through prostitution, gambling, and drugs. Elsewhere, Jiraiya, now fully dressed, walked down the street, his chin resting on his right hand as he recalled the previous scene. That brat, he looks familiar. Earlier in the hot springs, Naruto hadn't been able to see the man's face clearly because of the towel wrapped around his head and the hazy air. Furthermore, fearing his actions would be noticed by more people, he was preoccupied with observing the surroundings, leaving him even less time to observe his face. Now, free from distractions, he carefully recalled the face, and the more he thought about it, the more familiar it felt. "I remember it," he suddenly clapped his hands, shouting, completely ignoring the strange looks around him. "That brat is Minato's son." Although he rarely returned to the village and had hardly ever seen Naruto, he had seen Naruto's photo when he went back to see the third Hokage during the last attack on Konoha, so it was no wonder he felt familiar. After seeing the photo of Naruto growing up, he had considered teaching him the Rasengan, which Minato had once created. However, the third Hokage vetoed his idea, stating that Naruto now had an excellent teacher and didn't need him to teach him the Rasengan. He also explained that his teacher was the benefactor who had helped Konoha through its difficult times. With this understanding, he felt relieved to no longer consider teaching Naruto the Rasengan. He also had no plans to meet with the teacher or his teacher. After all, the teacher was living a good life now, and since he wasn't staying in Konoha, what was the point in meeting him? But he hadn't expected to run into him in this very place, months later. And by some strange coincidence, he'd been caught gathering materials. How strange. "What's this kid doing here? Is he on a mission?" he muttered, his chin resting on his hand. The third Hokage hadn't specifically informed him about Naruto's travels with Goku through the ninja world, so he had no idea why Naruto was here. Never mind. Why dwell on this? Judging by the boy's skills just now, his teacher has certainly taught him well. This old man has a good eye. In that case, I won't bother with him. As for his background, that's a thorny matter I'd better leave to the old man or Kakashi. Let them worry about it. He and Naruto didn't have much affection yet. He only cared about Naruto because he was his student's son, and only considered whether he should train him. Now that Naruto didn't need his training at all, he felt no need to worry about him, including explaining his background. After all, he hated such hassles and headaches. Let me think. Let's find another hot spring resort now. That brat interrupted me before I'd even finished gathering material. This won't do. A good novel needs more inspiration. He nodded seriously as he analyzed, then spotted a hot spring resort and headed in its direction. After soaking in the hot springs, I really feel different. I feel so relaxed. Naruto stretched out in the sun at the entrance, feeling every cell in his body moan with pleasure. The feeling was so wonderful that he secretly decided to visit the hot springs more often. Beside him, Sasuke, though not overtly, showed his pleasure. Karin's face was still flushed, as if the effects of the hot springs hadn't yet worn off. But the blush wasn't because of that, but because, what should I do? All that's on my mind right now. Those old ladies are so scary. From now on, I'll try to avoid coming here. No, I shouldn't come here at all, she thought shamefully. Earlier, while bathing in the hot springs, since she was alone and looked relatively young, many enthusiastic women came to chat with her. Then, for some reason, the conversation veered into unspeakable matters, causing the inexperienced girl to blush more and more, so much so that she ran away mid-bath, refusing to stay any longer. Even so, even now, the women's lewd words still rang vividly in her ears, making her unable to stop imagining those things. No wonder her face was still red. Hey, Karin, why are you still so red? Is the hot spring there hotter? Naruto asked curiously after stretching and turning to notice this. No. No. Oh, no, you're right, that's what you're talking about. Karin, already shy, felt her secret exposed when her name was called. Her heart pounded, and she instinctively denied it repeatedly. But as soon as she finished denying, she realized that Naruto hadn't discovered her secret, but had instead found a good excuse to cover it up, so she quickly confirmed it. Huh? Naruto was a bit confused by her incoherent speech, unsure whether she meant to say yes or no. Well, that's it. Karin became increasingly nervous, her eyes wandering and her mouth stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. Fortunately, a voice like a savior came to her rescue. Hey, what are you doing? Let's go. Sasuke, who had already walked some distance ahead with Goku and Kakashi, turned around and urged them wordlessly. Coming. Karin's eyes lit up, feeling like Sasuke had descended from heaven to rescue her from her embarrassing predicament. Ignoring Naruto, she sprinted towards them. Naruto scratched his head, not bothering to think about Karin anymore, and strode after them. Let's find a restaurant first, then a hotel to rest. Goku and his group looked around on the street, aiming for a distinctive eatery. As they walked, Naruto glanced into a deserted alleyway and his eyes widened. Old pervert. That old pervert is peeping at people again, what? Bewildered by his sudden outburst, Goku, Kakashi, and the others followed his gaze. In a deserted alley to their right, a middle-aged man with waist-length white hair was perched on a hidden corner, poring over something. A glance to the side revealed that the wall he was poring over belonged to Hot Springs Resort. This meant he was definitely looking at something inside. It was obvious what was inside that warranted his attention. And, it really is Jiraiya-sama. The moment he saw the man, Kakashi recognized him. He had previously suspected Jiraiya. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he sighed inwardly. Jiraiya-sama's hobbies remained the same, unchanged. Crack, crack. Naruto rubbed his fists together, his face lit with excitement. I've caught that old pervert again. This time, I'll see how he escapes. With that, he charged forward, leaving Kakashi helplessly holding his forehead. I was thinking of introducing him. Forget it, let's just wait for them to get to know each other. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.